them in this investment?
It's obviously a great investment. Like, even in the hypothetical that like there is like something the money is being spent on, which I highly doubt there is. Like, it's still a waste of money in the proposition of it. I don't know how people are selling the concept of it.
I mean, I don't know why you're
I
laughing.
feel like it's more like a money laundering system or something like that for the U.S.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, okay, so we have a concept, right? It's like you go up, and then you defend the Earth from a non-existent thing. But
That's right.
But you're going to what is probably a non-existent place with a non-existent tool, and you're spending a lot of money on this non-existent tool.
And it's worse. A certainly non-existent place.
But the thing is, you're not spending money. You're showing the show on television how you are spending money. But you are not spending money. Because it's easier to make a TV show than spending money.
Yeah, they also did the alien invasion many times, by the way. They did the alien invasion many times on television, remember? Independence Day, etc., etc.
Yeah, but Disney's a real place. Disneyland is a real place, though.
Do you remember that ghost in ISS? Is that... What was that? That real-time things was happening in ISS. Is that happening there because they spend money to put that in the sky and they have mistakes? Or they are recording that in studio with any problems, because there is a money for record that stuff.
I mean, Mickey Mouse has no mouse that I've ever seen. Ever seen a mouse look like that?
I almost remember being creeped out about the original Mickey Mouse when I was a kid. I don't know, man. Senses knew all along.
Fictitious animal-esque minstrels tend to do that.
Yeah.
People are still entertained by early 20th century animated minstrels to this day. That's what they are.
Creepy.
You know what a minstrel is, right?
Would it be like a jester?
Mm-hmm. A kind of jester, entertainer, particularly the.
You know what the Disney After Dark is?
Good grief.
Disney After Dark. I'll just leave it at that. You can.
Particularly brown-skinned southern state slaves would put on white gloves, and they would entertain, and then the blackface mockery version.
Oh God,
make themselves black.
Mercury, I was wrong. We've been wrong. Look in live stream voice text. The real threat has been revealed. Space rats are coming to invade.
Warning, rabbit hole approaching.
Great.
Warning! We could talk for probably for a long time going
Intruder
on.
alert. Intruder alert.
Right. Dude.
Sasha,
Okay.
Sasha, you can't do that. You can't post that. No. You can't post that, Sasha.
I like that movie.
I now understand the term whitewash, but the term I'm having trouble with now, and maybe just because it's ridiculous, my mind won't accept it, and that is the term woke. It's like, what the fuck?
It's just a gross, ridiculous misnomer and misabuse of that word.
Oh, God. I mean, really? So if I was some sort of dumbass that crawled out from under a rock, well, how would you explain that to me?
I mean, other than the basic and intelligible and justifiable sense that I arose out of my slumber several hours ago.
No, they've weaponized that idea. It's something else.
Mm-hmm.
So what is
it's
it?
used just like it's the opposite of what it is. It's just like you're asleep, but you're saying that you're woke. That's what it is.
Oh God, that's what I thought it meant. Kind of, sort of. That's scary.
It's ridiculous. They think themselves enlightened. Enlightenment folks is called.
It's the modern version of the tinfoil hat wearer.
Oh God, no.
Believing that they know, falsely calling it knowledge, believing that they're enlightened, falsely calling it enlightenment, believing that they're awake and not asleep and not deceived when they really are.
Oh gosh, man. Mm-mm. For political reasons, that term is in existence.
Very
right?
delineated, specific, and not ultimate political issues, yes.
It's like an
So
oxymoron,
he didn't-
right?
So yeah, really. I mean, so if you never watch TV, or I guess it's all over social media and TikTok and shit, but do they say that term on TikTok?
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't use TikTok.
I don't really watch TikTok, but I just know they do.
My mother made me make an account, just like she did for Farmville, and I was the last one standing.
Okay, Farmville I do understand. TikTok I don't.
I don't either, but I have one. And I put up some like, conspiracy theorists, little millennials, and kind of stuff they were saying. I was like, whoa. But I don't go on there. All
TikTok
the
will
time.
rot your brain.
Yeah, if you
No.
open Farmville right now, I'd like you to show me the curve. Like,
Oh, God.
on Farmville?
There was no
Sasha,
curve.
man, this movie, the GIF, man, from that movie is so miserable.
Which one?
But yeah, it is. It is not even because it's showing you some kind of situation today in the world.
Which movie?
But I
Freaking
like the
Don't
end-
Look Up.
I like the end of the movie.
The end of the movie, man.
They reach the planet and they're all naked, and then some kind of
You're
bird,
weird dinosaur-esque.
coming and they're saying he's saying look like a beautiful bird, and the bird
The
is coming.
movie is godless misery.
Yeah, it is.
I like the end of all movies when they.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
But did you? That's not the end of the movie. Do you know what is the real end of the movie?
You want me to tell you?
That guy who is coming out, that's the son of the president. He is the only survived on the earth.
Man. And you know they did that
Which
out of
movie is
order.
this?
Don't Look Up.
Oh, Don't Look Up?
hmm
Oh, I don't know.
And you know they did that out of chronological order because he comes out of the rubble, right? And he doesn't have the ability to live several thousand years. So when they arrive, it's supposedly 22,760 years later. They did that deliberately, unless there was an accident, which is just that makes it all the more better, doesn't it?
Hey, we got Flat Earth Banjo that's live. Have you guys gone to? I've never watched any of them.
Dan, flat Earth.
I'm on he's on number 11 live stream. All right, I like that little sound bite you did just now. Reminds me of the one everybody laughs about to this day, still every once in a while. The Globe Earth Sniper.
Globe Earth Sniper.
Sniper.
Oh,
What did you just say now? Just repeat that. I don't want to have to rewind it.
Globe Earth Sniper.
No, Gregory, I think, is one who said
oh,
it.
Dan, flat Earth.
I do.
As soon as you say flat Earth Banjo, I'm like, okay, that works. Here we go.
So yeah, I mean, I've never I guess I could look now and not have to listen to it, but what if there's people from South America and they don't speak English or something, or I mean that'd be awesome, whatever, but I would not be able to follow along is all.
Globe Earth Sniper. More than meets the eye. Globe Earth Sniper. Curvature in disguise.
Oh my God, He-Man. No, that's what is it? Transformers.
There you go. He almost got there. It was right decade. I wasn't even born during that time.
I would have been able to say that a minute ago, but No, everybody in the live stream. There's nothing. Nobody.
You see, what had happened was I was going to say that answer, but I stubbed my toe. You see, and I had to bring my mouth away from the microphone for a minute, and that's why it happened.
Hmm.
You got a leak.
In your brain.
Fire.
The He-Man one was similar though, wasn't it?
Oh my god, guys, we're gonna get the Discord deleted. Miguel, don't post what's it called? Space Force technology leaks into the live stream voice text, please.
Masters. of
That
the
is so
Universe.
cute, Miguel.
Thanks.
Masters of the Universe.
Transformers was one of my youngest TV shows, series. Like the Night Rider too.
Yeah,
Man, that
Knight
kid's
Rider.
The 80s.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You remember when we used to think that was the best car going around? Now you look at that car and it looks like a heap of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
David Hasselhoff.
The A-Team.
A-Team was good. I used to watch that when I'd get home from school.
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun.
Pity the fool. I pity the fool, man.
Oh snap! Makes me think of a cereal box whenever I think of Mr. T.
And that was deliberate, Jenny, because I love it when a plan comes together.
I know. I'm good. Don't eat my cereal. I never did watch the A-Team. It was too much
Only
of like.
recognize the reboot with Liam Neeson.
Oh.
That's what I technically grew up on, even though I wasn't so big about it, but I saw it.
I haven't seen that one.
Okay, so Liam Neeson looks vaguely similar to who's the dude that played the Indiana Jones movies? What's his name?
Harrison Ford.
Harrison
That's right.
Ford. Harrison Ford. Isn't he in some new production of that character, and they're making him look younger in it, like CGI?
Are they making Indiana Jones look younger?
Yeah, because my mom brought it up and shit, and I didn't want to fall down the rabbit hole with her, and I didn't know nothing about it to comment on it, like if it was some stupid shit on TikTok, because she has 70,000 followers on her TikTok for her business.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
So my mom's pretty social media savvy and computer savvy and all that shit. She does her own videos, and it's pretty awesome. But yeah, let me Google Harrison Ford, the Oracle.
Go.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, the level of CGI, people don't really give it much thought.
Yeah. That's with most things.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what Harrison Ford is up to. Oh, wait, let's see. That movie database. I don't know why I wanted to.
Now I'm gonna go to Sniffle.
Okay.
It's a very specific line. I'll give you a clue. What movie is it from?
I didn't hear you. Say that again.
So you see what Sasha just posted at the bottom, right? And so then I said, now I'm gonna go to Sniffle.
Mm-mm.
It's a very particular line. I'm not making it easy.
Okay. I mean, I remember seeing that movie
Platter. Platter.
more than one time.
Platter is a nerd, confirmed. See? Only a movie buff that is so familiar would recognize that line.
the one with Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones.
Yes.
Oh.
The same one.
Got you.
Drive, Shorty, drive.
Hello,
Man.
Indy. Are you happy to see me?
That was back in the day where we only had, maybe a dozen movies to watch for a month and shit. We just watched them.
Yeah. New releases would come out, like 3 of them a month.
Yes, Platter.
Let's see.
Precisely. Platter, you a doggone shame for being able to recognize that line. That's how you know you just sat there and watched the movie over and over and over again.
There's some movies where my favorite is from 16 Candles. Chinese guy bends over the bunk bed and he says, "What's a happening, hot stuff?"
That's exactly the one, Platter.
Down when he says it.
Isn't it a saber and not a whip? I forget.
No, Indy had the whip. The other opponent had the saber.
Oh, okay.
Is anyone living around Florida?
Yeah, lots of people live around Florida.
Listen up.
Yeah, there's definitely at least someone.
I'm asking in Discord, obviously. I know that.
I mean, yeah,
just not gonna rent.
No,
at least a couple percent of Discord's market share comes from Florida, I would assume.
If you go out right now in
I should have
Florida,
thought of that
the
one,
moon
Timbo.
looks
Talk on
really
you.
fucking weird. The moon looks really weird right now in Florida.
Is it a thin slice?
I moved so much I knocked the
It's,
headphones out of the jack, so I didn't hear you.
It's a little thin slice on the bottom, and like you can kind of see the circle dark, like as if it's like there, but it's just not reflecting. I don't know.
Yeah, we had that last night, and there's a planet or something above it, yeah? Or to the side of it, maybe a different view angle for you.
Yeah, above it. It's above it on my angle, or where I see it.
It's above it as well. So our moon was sideways, so it was lit from the side, and then the planet was above it. So
it's Venus.
It's Venus,
Yeah.
is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So isn't that weird that the moon's light is on a different direction, but the planet is still in the same direction above it?
Yeah, that is kind of weird, eh?
Put that accent on the end, eh?
Yeah, I know. I heard that. Eh?
Okay, I'm gonna have to go to the theater to see this one, man. The level of CGI they're gonna be doing in this bitch. Ooh wee! I want to sit like real close. And
Very
I mean,
candorous choice of words.
so I mean, it says Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. I don't want to see no trailers. I just went a couple seconds in to see if his younger self was portrayed in the movie, and it is. I don't know. I don't want to know anymore. Probably know too much now.
I don't know. Like Indiana Jones movies are like
Skywalker and Mandalorian.
That movie looks so bad.
Really?
Did someone mention the Mandalorian?
Yeah, I said they did the same thing for the Luke character for Mandalorian.
Yes.
Yeah, they replaced the main character in Mandalorian now too. It's funny.
I just want to mention the Indiana Jones movies for that person that said, "Oh, that movie looks really bad." The Indiana Jones movies are supposed to be like that. They're cheesy and they throw in a little bit of cringe-worthy comedy as well, and they're actually supposed to be like that.
Yeah, so stop criticizing my precious movies.
Temple of
I
Doom
don't
was
agree.
the next one, though.
I don't agree. I thought the older ones were pretty good.
For that time, of course.
Well, no, it's just like the Indiana Jones movies used to have that sort of charm. Like at least the ones that I grew up with, like the whole like I don't know, like pretty bad combat scene and like the You know, like
Yeah, and it's a joke.
the type of humor that's like in that one scene with the saber fight, I guess.
I don't remember the part where their faces melt off. The first one, was it?
That's the Last Crusade.
Yeah, that's the Nazi ones. Yeah.
I feel like just the newer ones have improved in quality, which I feel takes away from the original, like, sort of feeling.
Quality of life.
Oh, I think I know.
Cinematography and, you know, like, shit like that. Like, it just feels like they've like, I don't know, tried to make it seem more like mainstream and
like
the clarity of the picture, you mean?
Not just the clarity of the picture, just like the effort that's gone into like immersion, and then I feel like that takes away from the immersion. It has like
that's how I feel with the Jurassic Park movies.
Do you mean the angles that they take the shots at and how they move the camera?
Yeah, that.
Like it makes it seem too real and not a story, like the Dark Crystal or some shit, right?
Like it moves it closer to what I would assume a Marvel movie would look like, and farther from what I would
see what you mean.
An Indiana Jones movie to look like.
That was very helpful, that example, when you use Marvel as an example. Okay.
No. You know me. I'm not in that world. I guess as long as one person is on the same page with someone else, that's all that matters, right? We don't want to.
I wonder what's the word, because now that dude has me. The gentleman that was just talking about the cinematographic differences between the older movies of Indiana Jones and now the more modern cinematography of like the MCU. What is the term? There has to be a term for that.
I mean, look at the Jurassic Park movies. Like the CGI has got, in my opinion, it's gotten worse.
Do you think so? Well, you have a mixture of animatronics and CGI with the older movies.
I'm really mad I never did go to the theater to see the movie Gravity with Sandra Bullock.
Freaking Gravity. Freaking Interstellar.
I mean, they probably could make that like fucking like the 3D, right? Make it really seem like you're in space. That would be amazing.
I know what scene that is from the GIF title. I'm sad that it's not loading.
I hate that.
Would you? Oh, Miguel. His name's so small, I didn't recognize it. Very carefully.
Gravity 2013. Is this just like ISB footage? Like, what is this?
No, it's it's a fantastical example of CGI.
Oh, so just ISB footage.
Mm-mm. Well, isn't that the same thing? But this looks more real.
That was all like green screen and harnesses, wasn't it?
I never saw the making of. I mean, I should probably. I mean, that's what we'd see. Green screens. I mean, how they make movies.
I think they made it in NASA.
Yeah, there's that building that's like, I think they're saying there's like 20 football fields large, and they say, we make movies here for NASA and stuff like that. I can't remember what the building's called.
That's so awkward and weird.
Yeah. We make movies here for NASA. Why? What for?
We
make real footage.
Yeah, just go out in space and get the real stuff, right?
Just go out in space and make the movie there.
Just turn the camera around. What is it?
You make a movie of a desert. You don't make a desert. You go to the desert and make the movie in the desert, right?
Do you think it's really realistic to think that a human being really can't understand the concept of compartmentalization, like on a grand scale? Like, if you're a logical person, you understand the hierarchy of power, like in a corporation. The man at the top knows more than the man on the bottom. You know, I mean, why can't it be? Why can't it be translated to the bigger picture?
A lot of people, even at the top, are followers, right? So I mean,
well, they've also got no reason. They've also got no reason not to trust what they're being told. Like if they've never looked any further,
right?
Like, they just think everything that they're being told. Everyone has their best interest at heart. I think for most people, they're a little bit too trusting.
I have come to think more about that. That, you know, it's our nature to think that others think like we do, and I think that's why a lot of people get mad when they find out that they don't.
Yeah, people don't appreciate. I mean, 2 points along the lines of Timbo, exactly right. Where wow, that's not good. I'm getting old. I just lost my point. But Jenny.
Aww. It's okay, bro. You're not alone. It's okay.
But Timbo, say what you just said.
I said I think people have no reason not to trust what they're being told. Yeah.
Yes, they haven't discerned anything to provoke them to be suspicious and curious and skeptical.
Yeah.
You know, and then along the lines of Jenny just said, people fail to appreciate the severity of the differences between any given person. People fail to appreciate just how intense and how thick the line is between their it's not really a loss. A line is really a wall. How between their pattern of thought, their habitual pattern of thought, and the other person's habitual pattern of thought. People don't appreciate that.
It takes some kind of trauma or something, or like a change in someone's life for them to start thinking differently, right? Because if everything's going well in your life, you kind of don't really deviate away from like what everyone does, and you know.
I've heard that being brought up, that about trauma, that it changes something in your brain, and I find that really fascinating.
I mean, you don't even really need to go to a kind of behavioristic, psychological breakdown of it. Just, you know, from our own anecdotal experience and common sense and common language, when something disturbs us, we pay attention. Especially if we detect something to be a sin, an evil, an immorality against us, we especially pay attention. And we scrutinize.
Yeah, look what happened with I know you were bringing that up because of Bud Light, but look what happened. The VP was she was fired. So I mean, something happened there, right? That disturbed the people around them, and they kind of
Well, I think it was intentional, and I think that lady is sitting pretty somewhere unknowns to everyone. So there's that. That's all I think.
Unbeknownst. English, Jenny. English.
Wait, what?
I've got a question for everyone as well. Like, what one at a time? Was everyone conspiratorial minded before Flat Earth as well?
I was.
I don't think I like the term conspiratorial minded.
I've never been. I hate
skeptical about authority. Yeah.
I hate to make this sound crude, but in a sense, my entire life I've never been an order follower.
Yeah, me neither.
I bet you most people here would probably lean more libertarian or somewhere along those lines.
That word is probably meaningless today. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Along the lines of what Timbo just said, we don't even need to say the term conspiratorial, because it's the same mindset that any investigator in any law enforcement department does. It's curious and investigative and suspicious.
Yeah, I was going to say just suspicious of everyday life and everything surrounding us.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's just like... Oh, go on.
No, go ahead, mate.
I was going to say, like, I feel as if... I mean, I don't feel as if there have been studies like that have shown that up until recently, people have been living the most comfortably that they ever have. And so, like, when you just, I don't know, give the dog a treat, the dog doesn't really care about what's outside the house. And I feel like that's what's been happening to us very recently. So I feel like even though people are living way worse than they could be living, potentially, that they just sort of shut up because it was kind of worse maybe some time ago, and that time ago it was worse some time ago, and that mentality just sort of sticks.
Do you want to?
It's a non sequitur line of thought when people leave. Well, I'm relatively comfortably now. I don't think myself to be extremely disturbed. Therefore, I have no justification to complain about anything. It just doesn't follow. You can still have problems while being, by and large, comfortable or not disturbed. Especially when that comfortability was deliberately instituted on the commoners to minimize the likelihood of them ever being suspicious of and curious about what the ruling class is doing.
I so appreciate that example about like giving us a treat, because, you know, this may be way off my line of thinking, but when you said that, I thought about, you know, the spirit of what's given to us at birth, you know. Okay, so we have free will, right? All right, so I'm sorry to make this loose comparison here, but my dog, who I love dearly, a little long-haired Chihuahua, he is not a morning dog, okay? I am a morning person. I will let him outside then on his own, and he loves to be up my butt, okay? He will go upstairs. He will go upstairs to go back to bed, right? But if I say, and he's got excellent hearing, I can whisper it. I'm like, Dexter, do you want a treat? Immediately he jumps down and he runs downstairs. I
heard that.
So that's what they fucking do to us. And the treat isn't really something we want, if that makes sense to anybody, right?
Yeah, so not really what we want, independent of their conditioning.
Yeah.
The joy of receiving something is not necessarily the treat, yeah? Like it's...
Gotta give my dog, because I've been saying it. He's like, what?
He's watching you.
I mean, you have the same item. The same item or the same good or service, and if the price is high enough, then it's not attractive. You evacuate that price, it becomes all the more attractive again.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. When was the last time we got a treat? I mean, don't we just get distractions? When are we going to get a treat?
Yeah, those are the treats. The distractions are the treats.
A treat. I want a real one.
Yeah,
I would agree. I want one too. And the no fly list
the entertainment content we get through the internet and cable TV, and the restaurants and the resorts and the amusement parks and the more lewd and obscene activities.
We're privileged indentured servants, every last damn one of us.
Gambling, alcohol, drugs.
Yeah, Jenny, a lot like relative to, those 300, 500 or so years ago.
Right.
Imagine if we didn't have any of these distractions. People would be freaking going crazy right now.
Imagine if we just didn't have TikTok. World would be like an infinitely better place.
What you're saying is very much true.
Wait a minute. We'd be reading old books is what we were doing. That's not what they want us to do.
That's true also. I mean, you really stop and think about it. You subtract all cable television, all mass telecommunications, including the internet. What would you be doing?
You'd be going
outside on a walk, making real life relationships.
It would get very old and boring and miserable very quickly. This person maybe a little longer, this person maybe a little less longer, and we would get very much annoyed with being inside the indoors. So to go outside.
Well,
yeah, like if you they did like a theory that if Gen Z, right, which is if like all technology would have stopped right now, right, they would basically start Xing themselves, while other older people like boomers could actually, like, because they didn't grow up with this, they could actually revert back and they could still live practically normal lives.
So
and persons are not to blame. Though the people are not to blame. They've been involuntarily born into and conditioned to be this way.
So I think I have a solution.
In relation to the technology specifically.
The solution is as follows. So we play Flat Earth clips in like the center of a screen, and then we play a Family Guy episode at the top, Subway Surfers gameplay at the bottom, and we play like a random tech tutorial on the side, and we put like somebody's random reaction on the other side, going like wow, and we get all the attention and everybody to join here. I think that's the way to go.
Hey, you know what? That's really crazy, but I like it. How about that? I mean, if we can't get through to them via their conscious mind, maybe the subconscious.
How low is like the average person's attention span? It's down to like tens of seconds, I'm pretty sure.
That's only for habitual TikTok use.
I guess I'm well above average then.
When I was a kid, we didn't have anything. We had beepers. I could remember phone numbers. Like somebody would tell me a phone number, and I would remember right away. Like,
I still remember my
I have trouble remembering numbers now.
Right, because we don't have to.
So I suppose my attention span is well above average because I can sit down through an entire documentary that's 2 hours or so long.
Right.
My phone is replacing my brain. It's fucking crazy.
Like I'm just in the habit of. It's funny because I'm using the same device. I'm using the same apparatus that the device is connected to, which people are utilizing, which has, to some greater or lesser degree, indirectly contributed to people's attention span decreasing. But I would argue concerning me and people like me, it's a lengthened and even maximized, an attention span. I mean, I've just been in the habit for years looking at YouTube or whatever other website, whatever application on the internet, and I'll just sit there and I'm listening or watching an hour, 2 hours, and above.
Yeah,
you need to watch like short clip videos over and over again, and tell me if your attention span is going to stay the same.
I don't think anything could change this now. I think it's too late for me, Kel.
I think it could still change you, dude.
The younger ones may be victim of that type of thing, but I mean, I think that's learned behavior, and that's not who we are. So eventually, they will grow out of it as long as they get their motherfucking ass out of the matrix and shit. I don't know.
But then again, there is a personal interpersonal difference that does make the difference because even again, like we're using the same devices. And living in the same world, using the same apparatus. And I chose to utilize this apparatus with my device connected to the apparatus to satisfy my curiosity, as opposed to other persons who just like to delight in vain nonsense and foolery.
So would they be NPCs? Maybe there's different levels of NPCs.
Well, of course, I can't play as the other person, so.
I haven't had that thought until right now. There's probably probably at least 3 different levels of NPCs. I don't know.
One can apply that term to a clone. It's a creepy thought, but
Well,
that's what I'm saying. You could probably live without the technology. You said before that if they took away everything, people would go crazy. Yeah, I think the younger generation would definitely go crazy.
Yeah, for sure. I would rather go back to like the 1983 kind of shit.
I mean, another thing, people are distracting themselves.
I wouldn't mind living in a farm, to be honest.
I
think like the only thing it would miss is just like the ability to text people, but I think like a pager or like a BlackBerry would be fine enough. I think if I had a BlackBerry and I knew that everybody else, like the best they could have is like a BlackBerry or a pager, I'd be totally fine.
Okay. But before the age of cell phones like what we're using right now, you had to actually like go to somebody's house, generally speaking. I mean, yeah, you could. I mean, because the phone was like not cheap. I mean, local calls, but it was just you were more familiar with people in your more remote area, or am I being crazy and remembering that? So we're kind of disconnected from like our own communities because we don't put our attention to it.
Yeah. Then again,
they had a study that the IQ has dropped by a lot.
Then again, there is an interpersonal difference being made. Not everyone delights in wisdom, philosophy, cerebral, high, complex, profound, informative, especially horrifying and terrifying, displeasing subjects.
Right? My sister would be like, la 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 la, I'm not listening to Jeffrey.
Yeah, many people delight in pleasant, vain, ephemeral, fleeting, inconsequential foolishness.
Mm-mm-mm.
So, of course, once that is ripped away so immediately and so instantaneously, so abruptly, then of course they would lash out. I, for one, don't delight in such things, and so.
Yeah.
I think all you need is to watch a teenager move their body around to a song in a nonsensical manner for a total of 54 seconds. And you need to do that
100 times.
You need to do that.
I won't get I can't.
I was gonna say if you read some of the writings of like kids that were sent to the Civil War, I mean they sound like poets, right? And you compare that to the kids nowadays, and they're like what? They're like writing LOL.
At the same time, they want to express themselves as thoroughly as possible. In addition, they don't live in a world that is influencing them to distract them and stupefy them. Relatively.
I mean, in a way, but I'm also like a bit guilty of engaging in awful behavior. Like, I don't know, a year from now, I would like spend an evening writing like 2-3 pages of just like random bullshit. And now I just go to ChatGPT and like micromanage whatever the fuck that puts out. So that's like another problem, but yeah.
I mean, you can only exert so much influence on another individual. And so you exert the maximum amount of influence any other individual or group of individuals can exert on another person. But the determining factor will be within the heart and mind of the person. If they don't delight in what you're trying to superimpose and shove into their vicinity, then they're not going to be attracted to it.
Are you trying to describe willful ignorance?
That would apply.
Yeah. So
willful curiosity. My curiosity is just not being perturbed and suppressed by all these attempts to condition me to not be curious.
Yeah, it's because you're awoke.
Oh no! That is not.
You're a wokey brokey, comma.
That was good. He tied it together.
Comma
tied it all together in a big, humongous circle.
Whoa. Okay. The word woke, I hate that word right now.
Just the letter U space, the word woke space, skull emoji.
Jenny, let me tell you a secret. You woke up today.
Yeah, I know we live in upside down clown world, but it doesn't mean I have to like it.
The most diet woke people.
You just affirmed what I just last said about, the general point, anthropological point we just said. See?
Well, I mean, gotta understand it fully to communicate it to someone else. I mean, so I'm human. Like you do the checkbox on the CAPTCHA,
I'm only human.
I am not
flesh and blood, a man.
The ingenious design of the aluminum beverage can.
What was that, Clap?
I said the ingenious design of the aluminum beverage can.
Did they really make a rainbow Bud Light container?
Is that a cube of ice
You
on
know, I
fire?
don't drink. I only drink drinks in glass. I don't drink none of that balloon shit.
Because I didn't see it in person, so it might not actually exist. I mean,
It does exist. I don't think I understand why people like genuinely care. It's like a corporate move to make money, like everything has ever been.
Exactly.
Like, why do you care? If
People,
you like
please
the
look
drink,
at the bottom of
buy
general
the
chat.
drink.
A general chat,
Tell you
live
why
stream voice
people
text.
care.
For one thing, they're not making money. They're trying to restructure their company for whatever reason, for a merger of some kind. So,
Are they actually like planning a merger?
Why people care
Budweiser is planning a merger.
why people care is because they're being told what to think.
Right.
So you're
They're
being
leading
told
everybody.
how to talk and how to think, and yeah.
They're leading everybody around by their short hairs on this Bud Light fucking bullshit. They probably contacted fucking what's the name singer dude ahead of time and asked him if he'd do it.
Yeah.
What is all this about Bud Light? Why are we getting hot bothered about Bud Light? What is happening?
Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Next topic.
Oh, that's your point. Okay.
So I think like the ultimate takeaway. I'm sorry. I know you said next topic, but I think like the ultimate takeaway is that like if you're getting on like a hate train and you're like, no, I hate this, and you're buying Bud Lights to shoot them or something, or if you're doing the opposite, you're defending like Budweiser. People are doing that. People bought like
when private companies get involved in social engineering, there should be a backlash. What the backlash is that everyone should stop buying Bud because they're telling you how to think. So private companies do not get involved in social engineering. Otherwise, they're going to be considered as a propaganda machine. So stay out of politics and just sell your product. And if it tastes good, then people will buy it. And that's all you need.
Yeah. So again, like I think
that's why they lost billions and they hired the VP.
People who are just like, I don't know, defending or like attacking the company, I think are just not very big brain. As
what is happening? What is Bud Light doing?
They made gay beer. They made gay beer essentially. Gay beer. They put rainbow on can is what they did.
Did they really do that though? Because I should go buy it and not open it and just stay it for 50 years or something.
You would probably make a lot of money. That's a good idea.
That's what I'm thinking.
But yeah, no, like I would be all on board. I think people should go like a next step and stop drinking garbage and maybe like go to like a local like, you know, beer brewery. You know, get some craft beer.
That is a great direction to take that fucking shit show. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need to consolidate the vast majority of our income to these big companies.
I think that's a great idea. I think you're on the right track.
Yeah, but still, the whole thing stems from being told what to think.
Mm-hmm.
That's what needs to be acknowledged, if you ask me. I mean, sure, if you can't comprehend that, then, you know, visit your local brewery and shut the fuck up.
It's just
so,
like
I mean, at the very least, it's getting to a particular community.
You know, it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with gay beer. It has nothing to do with that. There's a bunch of companies that are, you know, doing that, and they're not getting this type of backlash.
But normies
it's something totally different.
Normies don't get it. They're just, you know, watching.
Now, is the majority of the backlash being detected on the internet, or is it manifest in real life?
It's manifesting, dude.
I haven't. Okay, my brother-in-law drinks Coors. I'm gonna sure as fuck be bringing this up to him when I see him. So Coors Light, that's not Anheuser, is it? Isn't it Molson?
Yeah, it's a different.
What is the express purpose for them putting the rainbow on the can?
Money.
I want to get one.
That's what they said. We put it on here to gain money.
No, but
Same
it's a
reason why
big
they have-
company. It's fucking Budweiser. Everything they do is for money. If they had any fucking integrity, their beer would not taste like shit.
Dude,
That's my takeaway.
I need to get my ass to the store and get me a rainbow Bud Light can. And,
but I did ask a serious question. Like, what is the express purpose for them doing that?
50 years, maybe 50 years from now, on Antiques Roadshow, it'll be worth $50,000.
I'll just say this. You know what the real backlash was? The backlash was that the person that they put on the ad for the beer was a TikToker. Was a TikToker who represented like children.
What children? Said what children?
They were a TikToker, and their TikToker account, the viewers that they get are mostly children, and so then they're advertising beer on their TikTok channel. You get it?
I see.
The last thing as well, just before we finish this subject, to the person who he's talking about is a transgender who maybe turned into a woman only a few months ago, and
it's 65 days on April 1st. How much of a coincidence?
Yeah, that's their face of Budweiser Light. I think we should probably move it on from here, maybe.
But yeah, I agree.
Moving on up to the house.
Yeah, rabbit hole. Crisis averted. Woo, woo.
So how do you feel about gay high fructose corn syrup? What's your opinion on
You're
that?
funny.
I'm sorry.
Put it in the water and attack the frogs.
Yeah.
So stupid. I'm sorry.
I know full and well the concept is absolutely asinine. I'm still sitting there contemplating it. Gay beer.
This is something that, could open somebody's eyes. It's like, how much of, how naive
How
are
aggressive
you?
is this propaganda going to get?
Yeah,
We need a Black Lives Matter microwave.
Topic, because my brain is broke.
Donald Trump wireless headphones.
I mean, what do you expect for humans?
I think
humans
both
are
of those
sexual
products
creatures.
exist, which is the worst thing, by the way. I'm sorry.
Isn't Trump going to run for president again? Aren't you guys excited?
Very.
Of course.
Lots for us to talk about.
Yeah. Why not? Put him back in that Volvo symbol.
The what
I
symbol?
like watching WWE.
The Volvo symbol.
Oh, right. The diamond.
Right. Right in front of that phallic symbol.
Oh, God. Oh, so cringy. I wish I could go back to my normie brain and know what I thought of then. It's kind of like a...
So you can stop being annoyed so often by all this. Yes.
Oh, man. But, I don't know. I guess it's a double-edged sword. You don't want to know, but you kind of have to know a little bit. So, if you happen to come across somebody and they happen to question something along those lines, and then you can just slide on in. And
of course we say that because we know we can't just change the external situation that is annoying us. So now we know we can change our internal situation, but then again, only to a certain extent. We can't just unknow what we now know.
Right. Yeah, of course.
So there's this point of no turn.
You know why? That's why I hate when somebody says, "Oh, I have something to tell you." "Oh, I can't tell you right now." It's like, you bitch.
So now I know that you know something that I don't know that you said you're going to know, and now you denied me my satisfaction.
Right. Very frustrating.
Off with your head.
Oh man, can you imagine living in that day? Be like a soap opera or some shit.
Be worse, it would be Elizabethan drama.
You know what? I can't remember the name of the series, but it was about the Medici. I think it was from Showtime.
I think I recognize that show. I think and then you said Showtime, so I suppose it came from and then was featured on Netflix.
Well, it was like the Dark Dragon Queen or the Serpent Queen. Oh man!
Okay.
I think it got interrupted by the 3-year medical debacle. I don't know if it's going to come back or not, but
The 3-year medical department, is that another TV series?
No, yeah, actually it is. Yeah.
Oh.
It's based on a true story.
God, look you, Jenny. That's funny.
Did I get you? I think I got you.
What did she say?
I think I gotta write this down.
Man, that was a half-life on that one.
Yeah, it was based on a true story.
I'm with you too, man.
Okay. Oh my
Hey,
God.
I got a question for everybody.
I have an answer. Globers, where art thou? Comest speaketh your evidence.
That
We've only had 2 in, so one you spoke to your mate Tony V, and we had a younger guy in who didn't really want to talk too much.
hey, maybe we could have the levels of NPCs in the Discord. You know how we're always putting like seams and seams. I don't know.
Yeah, these guys are mainly just rank and file. There's not really any. They don't got any bite to them. So I mean, we're just at this point. It's just kind of like at this point it's kind of like that meme with Michael Jordan. Stop it.
Get some help.
All right. So when 2024 rolls around, which product are you guys gonna buy? Are you gonna buy the Joe Biden spoon? Or are you gonna buy the Donald Trump jelly beans?
So crass.
These are both real. You can look them up. You can
so
buy them right now.
crass.
They're both real.
I'd rather.
Can you imagine having your likeness on several million spoons being manufactured and distributed and purchased?
Joe Biden, is that a real thing? You guys just
Yes.
saying, right?
Storedogdemocrats.org/collection/cooking/spoon. It's a real thing.
Can you imagine eating Joe Biden repeatedly every time you get a scoop of Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Yeah. Just like Mom used to make, right? Like it's the commercial for such a.
Can you imagine the sexual innuendos that would develop? Everyone is sucking on Joe Biden.
Come on, dude. Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah. I mean, I bet you he would love that, huh?
And then if they sold them cheaper than every other plasticware,
Oh, how about this one? Everyone is full of Donald Trump. I'm gonna just beat everyone to the punch.
This is so funny.
Yeah, that's Go on.
The description is, quote, "I love ice cream, Joe Biden. If you've got people screaming for ice cream, you need one of these plastic ice cream scoops featuring President Biden. American made, union printed. Every purchase you make goes to electing Democrats up and down the ballot."
You should see my face right now.
I'd rather deal with Trump antics than the fucking Alzheimer, fucking the one we got now.
Is this kind of a propaganda? Like, is there any like early modern era precedent? Like, did the 1700 and 1800 presidents do this?
I don't think they did.
Stumble around like they don't know where they are and say stupid shit.
I mean, memorabilia being manufactured as though these presidential candidates, these politicians that are supposed to be statesmen for the good of the public, are being advertised the same way you would advertise any fiction in Star Wars or whatever.
He can't even.
Abraham Lincoln belt buckle.
At least Trump can speak a sentence correctly, right?
Well, correctly is a strong word.
Yeah, Jaden Smith did a song called Icon. That's probably what they are, right? These guys, they're icons. There's nothing else. They're talking nets, man. Like, there's some of them are. The other one's just
But the government's here now.
Oh.
We said too much. Ma'am, if you want to say that again, so we can hear you clearly.
I just think
Just watch
Biden.
for red dots.
Biden is so creepy looking. I'd so rather look at Trump, to be honest. I mean, he's creepy looking too, but he's less creepy than Biden.
Word.
American friends. So you guys Has anything actually happened since Biden came into quote unquote power?
Anything positive or just anything at all?
Anything like him falling upstairs? Or
I'm saying, like, in comparison to all the different things that were going on with Trump, would you say your life has stabilized more, or like?
I can't tell.
There's less.
Well, my life is significantly worse, but I don't know about the other people here.
Someone like me, I can't tell. Like throughout, I was born in 2001. Here I am now. So from Bush Jr. to Obama to Trump to Biden, I haven't detected a difference in my life.
So I don't live in the U.S. and
there's a lot of hype. There's a lot of hype with these guys, like who they are and what they do, and it seems to me like on the smaller level, like on like where you live or whatever, your local area. I think it's mostly governed by like the states and local kind of like things that they do. I don't know if like the presidential things that happen, they're not like, I would say, something that we're just like, oh, gas prices went down, let's blame Trump or let's blame Biden or whatever. I don't know if it's that. I think it's just the indication of like the times or whatever.
Yeah.
It depends on what state you live in, because if you live like, I live in Florida, it's perfectly fine here. But if you're like living like in, let's say, Chicago, California, New York, something like that.
Chicago,
Portland. Oh boy.
Chicago, since the new mayor, they're closed at least 4 Walmart stores. That scares the fuck out of me. That scares me, to be honest.
Yeah. Or the reason I was asking the question was, I'm going to give you guys a black and white question to answer. And I know everything's not black and white, but would you rather Biden and not have the leftists energized, or would you rather Trump and have them energized and have a purpose? If they were the only two choices.
I hear what you're saying, like the dichotomy. But what I would look at is like, I think people rest a lot of their opinions solely on that idea that they have this much kind of weight when it comes to like popular opinion. I think that the communities that actually hold that weight is the ones who actually support agendas, and they're pushing agendas. I don't think the presidents they're just talking heads. That's all they are.
Yeah. Well, just considering the way Systems articulated it in principle, just the way he said it, just his words alone, I would choose, Biden.
What?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Oh yeah, I mean, if we're talking about principles, sure, but he's like reading off a script, and there's like 4 pedophiles behind us.
I'm talking
if you choose Biden, you keep the crazy sterilized.
I'm talking purely
notwithstanding any of the other things, just considering Systems world as he articulated it.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at across is like if you have Trump in power, you're going to energize a certain amount of people to make and do crazy things, in my opinion. But that's
they're going to do them anyways. It's like this. Think about a child, right? Like you can either discipline the child and see the ramifications of that, or you can let them do whatever they want and see the ramifications of that. So whatever result you're going to take, it's always going to lead to consequences, right? So let's just say, for example, we leave Biden in office, he's not going to go any more than this 4 years, I don't think, but let's just say that he does. And, some people think, well, this just pacifies the leftist, agenda or whatever. But what if that's just giving them more leeway to have control of their agenda a bit more than they would if it was like, let's say on Trump's hands, where they're, fighting him and, marching and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we saying though? Will we capitulate to like the feeling of just like, well, what would we rather have? That kind of thing.
See how ethics is unavoidable here?
I think unavoidable. I think the problem is if you say you let Biden, then you're just delaying what people need to see about what's happening with the left at the moment. I'm not left or right, but if you have a Trump nomination election, then all the crazies come out and they get exposed, and people, I would say, more people wake up and see what the left has done while they've been in power, because when people start saying normal things on the right side, the left get crazy about normal things. Therefore, normal people see the crazy people getting crazy about normal things and go, why are they getting crazy about normal things? And then they look at the left as crazy. So I think it's
Timbo, that's good. I mean, what you're talking about is tell the truth, do the truth, and be directly and optimally accurate in exposing the truth.
Yep.
I mean, I think we're missing a very obvious picture, which is that these people act in their best interests, and their best interests is, well, to make a fuck ton of money and attain a certain level of social power and leisure. If you were a president, what would your best interests be?
I mean, they're doing more than that. People are kind of simplistic with the ruling class, that they just want money. Some people think like that, but there's politicians. The money is not their supreme value.
Bullshit.
Money is not their supreme value. They're theistic. They have their own worldview. They have their own metaphysics. They have their own epistemology. They have a whole sophisticated worldview.
Yeah, they don't think like we do.
I don't think that
they have
applies
a God
to Trump,
that they wish to serve also.
I don't think that applies to Trump, what he just said. Because he definitely did not do that to make more money.
I don't believe that anyone who is accepted into politics or goes into politics is a stand-up person. For you to be able to...
Looks like I stumbled into the 24/7 politics service.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
We got talk about something. There's no globals in here.
We got no one to argue with.
Attention on deck.
Mayhem. With that being said.
With that being said, just continue on politics, right? Let's talk about cartoons.
Okay.
Okay, my favorite cartoon, probably International Space Station recordings. That has really good CGI.
Yosemite Sam is my favorite, hands down.
Roadrunner,
he's pretty cool.
Marvin Martian.
But we're on the same level, right? Politics, right? We're at the same level, correct?
Pretty much.
That's super optimistic. I think you're doing politics a service by analogizing with cartoons. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, if Yosemite ran this year or next year, 2024, yeah, that would be par for the course.
Yosemite 2024. Okay, so who's getting a massive red mustache? Who's doing that?
Whoa.
When I say whoa, I mean whoa.
I can't believe you referred to that specific cartoon, man. That is one of the greatest ones that I've seen of the old days, man.
Why wouldn't I? You don't.
That is one of the greatest.
You know who I am. Shit.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier today. You missed it though. We were talking about this young man that was coming in here. It's the same rank and file guys that come in here, but he was just so stupefied how he couldn't reconcile the fact that refraction wasn't the case that was making it was painful. It really was. The epic levels of cognitive dissonance these guys carry.
Well,
mind you, he was young, but
go along with it. I heard a couple on your stream. Just go right along with refraction in the atmosphere paradox. They go right along with it, and they talk about infrared being less refractive and stuff. I'm sitting there, what the fuck? Jenny's laughing.
Love it.
I mean, how many times I come in here? It's in the high hundreds that we've talked about refraction and what refraction is. It's not in the fairy tale Atmo. According to Snell's law, you have to have two different mediums, and it's the boundary, the border between the two mediums, the surface that is responsible for refraction. What's going on out here? What happens if I leave? That's all I can think of. I can't leave because of this.
About 15 hours ago, we listened to the Mick West drilling that you gave to him.
How many years ago was that?
I don't know, but it was interesting to hear it again.
3.
Yeah, that was a good 3 years ago.
It's been more than 3.
Mick West was like close to 4 to 5, I think.
I know you guys were talking about Epstein at the end of it, so use that as a kind of when did that all shit happen? But yeah, that's the time frame.
Is it?
It was very.
Yeah, it was after Epstein.
Really? I don't remember.
Because that was at the end of the conversation. You weren't much involved there, QE, but that was, you were talking.
That was the end of, because there was a lot of people in that hangout. Yeah.
Yeah. So that gives you a bit of a time frame. It was definitely after that because they were talking about it. So. Oh. But it was interesting, and he just, I don't think he understood, even though he made his own computer-generated model thingy that he tried to just constantly get people to download and use. It just, he didn't quite understand what you were trying to say.
He changed it every time we debunked one of his aspects.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How's it got better then?
And then he brought out, when the Canigou photo came out, he changed the refraction index, didn't he?
I don't remember. I didn't follow much of McWest after he was in 24/7.
Yeah, he didn't do a good job, did he?
I don't think so.
Most of the science communicators speak just like him, though. They speak the way he does. So they're very ambiguous. They don't hold to any claims, and they're pretty nonchalant about it too. So they're not really
science.
They're not somebody to. Are you? Yeah, I mean these guys. Yeah, you can't hold them to anything. They just say, "Well, this is our best guess," and they will get into that whole monologue.
Well, do any of the science communicators even know what a hypothesis is?
you said exactly the same thing in the clip. you did that same thing, science communicator.
Yeah, you gotta ask Mick West how many horizons there
AOBs?
are. You'll find out right away where he stands with
Bill Nye the Science Guy embracing the fact that there is no up and above base.
Yeah, but Bill Nye's not.
I don't think he
was never a scientist though. He's just I don't know what you call him, just a doofus.
You were going to say pedo.
Yeah,
you're about to say pedo, weren't you?
Or actually, the way you would say it, probably just a mouth breather. But yeah, he's
mouth breather,
window licker, probably.
Yeah, window licker. Yeah, a fungus puncher.
Doofus.
There you go.
A doof, a schmuck. In other words,
a schmuck. A schmuck is good.
What is it?
Or putz, either one.
Putz.
Putz or schmuck. Either one of those.
You putz and schmuck.
Because they're outdoing one another and remembering the thesaurus of its slurs.
By the way,
yeah, it's
what's a person got to do to get one of those cool mockery rolls that the Globies get, like space herpes, stuff like that?
Hey, I've got that.
Oh, who's asking? Yeah, who's asking, man?
If you've ever once talked to Timber, you've got space herpes already. Might not be diagnosed, but you've got it.
Oh, unfortunate. How do I get the diagnosis?
You're gonna have to wait for.
Technically, we just got it.
A mod will give it to you.
I think Chris is the one that hands out the herpes.
He hands out the diagnosis, man. You're the one actually handing it out.
I used to have a couple of these cool rolls. I joined a year and a half ago, during ladies' night.
Say you used to have herpes.
No. I bought a Joe Biden spoon. Everything got cured. Don't worry.
What the fuck? Why?
Just realized what he just said.
A commemorative.
Real goofball for that one.
But yeah, I joined like ladies' night at some point. I got all these cool roles. Had this like awesome one. It was like intellectually honest or something like that. But yeah, like I got like a bunch of roles. I was like, wow, I'm cool now. And whenever I would join the chats, they'd be like, wow, this person's kind of cool. And now I don't have any of those. I just have 3 points participant, and I want more cool roles.
Isn't that begging the question? Intellectually honest, that presumes that you're an intellectual.
Wow. Okay.
Shots fired.
I mean, it doesn't presume. It points to the very fact that I did indeed purchase a Joe Biden plastic spoon. So
back to the spoon, man.
Yeah.
It's plastic. I'm about to go post, so I'm just going to tell you.
It's a $5 plastic spoon.
That's horrible.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch,
I was saying that the other day with Indio in here. They were going on about. It wasn't Canago. It was that other photo.
And you kept on.
Are you talking about the world record photo?
No,
photo?
They were going on Indio and somebody else was going on about that one. I can't remember.
It was me, I think.
What's that? The Bay. Yeah, it was the Bay one.
Mm.
And they were arguing with somebody over where the horizon was, and I kept on saying, meanwhile, back at the ranch, and I'd be posting Black Swan like 15 times. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to interrupt. I just kept.
I think it was Drace, yeah? Drace and Indio. We were talking to that guy.
I've never seen like Quantum do passive aggressive, but if you ever wanted to see that, that's probably would be one of the moments that he'd be doing it.
Yeah, because it was Indio, and I was sitting there in disbelief over this guy. He was waffling over where the horizon was, and with the photo, you could waffle a little bit. I mean, you can't, but you can if you know what I mean. But with the Black Swan, there's no waffling.
Yeah, we kind of I don't know, man. I guess it's just not that it's been slow. We're just trying to churn up some. I want to poke the bear. I want to get somebody to come in here and just be fired up, standing on all 10 toes, and saying, "You guys are wrong." That's what I want. I want somebody to come in here and just like.
You're just in the mood to fight.
Yeah,
gotta lather it up,
No, not in the mood to fight. Just somebody with the Constitution to come in here with some intestinal fortitude and say, no rumpusing, just this and that hyper specifically, and none of the bullshit. Yep. I agree with you. I agree with that.
About my diction.
Yeah. I don't know.
Not gonna happen.
Maybe do you read physics books? Like, what do you read to be well read on these physical things?
I already know them all from. I'm old.
I see. So you don't read them like for fun or often now?
No, I don't. Not now. Not anymore. No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know if you knew this, but he used to teach. So.
No, I didn't know that.
I didn't teach physics though. I didn't teach physics.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he didn't teach physics, but yeah.
I don't want to get into it.
I don't want to get into it with you, man.
Just imagine you yelling at your students.
Nah, they weren't. See, I'm going to give myself away.
Okay.
More or less
patience. You don't want to get into it. It's all good.
No, just patience. They weren't. Well, I guess you could call them students in a sense, but no, patience. That's as far as I'll go. But yeah, I'm a certified educator. Certified.
He's also got a degree in opening a can of whoop ass on these Glovers. So
Yeah, I was about to ask him for a complimentary. Shut the fuck up. It's been a while. I haven't heard one.
God, Nathan caught me listen, we had a great Ballbuster show. It was really good. And I was just trying to end the show. And fucking 5 people, I told them, a number of times, we're gonna close up. This is gonna end. And they wouldn't shut up. And I said, would you just shut the fuck up? And Nathan then closed Ballbusters out. I felt horrible, man.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I felt bad. It's the last Ballbusters right at the end. Yeah.
Would you ever go to these conventions in person? These flat Earth conventions in person?
Never. I've never went to a convention, no.
Are you asking the question, or would he? Is that what you're saying, Greg?
Would
Yeah, because if he did, then he would, But if he wouldn't, then he didn't go.
If it was in the vicinity, most of them were. The only one that was close or close-ish was Denver, and when they were there, I was going on. I had already had a commitment, a family vacation, but I did reach out to some people that were up in Denver. I said, "Listen, I'll stop around here and here on these dates and these dates, so we can meet and get together." But those people, they were too busy with the conference, right? So I missed that one, and I missed meeting those people. But I never. Back in the convention, or do we still have conventions? I haven't been keeping up.
Not that I know of. Was it Robbie Davidson holding the kind of like the meeting of those?
Well,
we might see one after the sad recent loss of Flat Earth.
Right. Well,
because everybody was on a video chat with everybody, so.
Well, nobody ever invited me to. I wouldn't just go to be part of the audience. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Would you expect me to just go to be a part of the audience? I'm not trying to, demean other people that just go to be in the audience, but there's a fucking elephant in the room.
Better believe it.
I don't mean to sound pretentious, but what the fuck?
Well, we've been saying that in here too. It's like, it's not. There's this kind of category that everybody wants to put flat Earth in, and it doesn't fit the kind of idea that people think they have in their minds when they come into this, or at least not from what I've been kind of fighting this on another front, but. There's people making these claims about things they have no idea. Like, it's another speculation kind of thing that they do, And it's kind of hard to bring somebody back from that when you've come in through that door, of just, well, I picked it up from the AE map, and just going on about ice rings and domes and all kinds of things. And it's like, Then you get an argument about, like, why it can't be that, and, somebody gets in their feelings, and I don't know. But anyway, I mean, we still
back at the ranch.
Yeah, we still talk about what can be verified here, and I think that's what people really like in this server, is that we don't let up on that. I don't give these guys any quarter. I don't give them the globe. I don't say, okay, let's just say, for example, we'll give you the globe. I'm like, I don't give them an inch. I don't let them breathe. When they come in here, it's like, you're going to present to me exactly what you think the Earth is and how it is the way you say it is. And you're going to start from there. Like, we're not going to go, and I'm going to say, fine, I'll give you the globe. Let's talk about gravity. Let's talk about a derivative topic. Because if I do that, then they get really comfortable and start making up bullshit. And then I'll be chasing a rabbit that's not there. It's like, I don't got time for that.
Concerning some details, there are some things one can make at least an abductive argument for.
Well, it just depends on like what the question is, like on how they're coming about. So it's also case by case, You have to listen to how somebody's coming. If they're really like just oblivious and they're like, no, I think this is how it is, and you kind of gauge that from the conversation, you can probably shift the energy. But if it's not, if you hear them just like really fighting everything because they think that you're wrong, yeah, then here comes the beast.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna maul you to the bits. So
yeah, the intensity of your responses is going to be proportional to the intensity that they come at you with. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yo.
Yo, mom.
Don't you agree, Brandon?
Yeah, it's there are people that come in here that don't really want to talk about the topic and they want to troll it and stuff. There are people like that.
Well, if you've noticed it firsthand when they come in here, and they don't have to, but they choose the path that they're on, and then once they're on it, they're locked in. You make the bed, and you're gonna have to lie in it now. So there's no coming back from that.
I'm curious, Gregory, did you ever used to have the screen name J. Robin? I don't know.
That's always been Gregory.
Oh, that wasn't okay. I'm sorry. You just sounded like someone else I know of. I'm sorry.
Very rarely do people say that I sound like someone else. Interesting.
All right, so we had a guy that was a part of the server who got banned like a while back. I think his name was Henberg or something. Anyway, yesterday Donkey Kong, which is a guy that's in here, was telling us that he made a video on how you can have gas pressure without a container. The most ridiculous thing ever, right? And I was like, tell the guy to come in here, Donkey Kong. And he's like, well, he said he would come in there. He just needs to be unbanned. So we unbanned the character, but he failed to come in yesterday talking about, well, he still can't come in because he's still banned and whatever. I personally unbanned him. So I know I revoked the ban myself. So he didn't want to come in here, but he had this video and he's going on about, like, young guy, I guess. But he didn't want to come in here and tell everybody here, explain his video. Which would have been a delightful treat, I think, so that people can actually hear, the people that are saying these things. And it's just everybody's living in their own head, man. Making these videos and this stupid, idiotic, attempts at trying to thwart the efforts of truth. It's like, you're not going to do it.
You're not. I keep saying over and over again: critical consideration, self-scrutiny. Critical consideration, self-scrutiny.
You are not the guy.
You are not the man.
Most of these characters are punching way above their weight. Way above their weight. When they come in here,
you ain't got the answers, Sway.
They don't even. You ain't got the answers, Sway. You ain't got the education. He said something to that effect. Anyway.
What is he so hot and bothered about?
So we got Keon in the chat, somebody who wanted to debate, evidently.
Oh. Is that right? Let's give him the mic, shall we?
Yo, what's good, guys? Am I too loud? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, man. What's going on? Hey, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Thank you.
So it sounds like are you looking to see if there's a debate here that you can get into? Because obviously we're talking about the shape of the Earth conversation here. But
oh yeah.
Oh, great. And are you standing on the side of the Earth being a globe?
Yes, I think. I don't think I know the Earth is round.
That is wonderful. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it.
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. I think you better get more hyper specific there.
Well, I believe the Earth is a globe.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yep. All right. That being said, and so that's clear. That's clear now. You're saying Earth is a globe. Now, what we're going to need from you is very simple. Nothing complicated. We want you to give us a demonstration or a method in which we can measure surface curvature. Pretty easy.
So what I did
should be like easy peasy lemon squeezy, right?
So what I did was I went to my Bank of America. I got a loan for around roughly $5 billion. I went to SpaceX.
By the way, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but can you get closer to your mic because you're coming in kind of low for the audience.
So let me repeat. Yeah. So I went to my Bank of America. I pulled out a loan for around $5 billion. I went to SpaceX. They sent me up to space, and yeah, I saw the curvature from space.
Says a lot that you got to make up stories for Globe Proof.
I can't do that.
That's amazing.
It's not a fake story. It actually happened.
So let me get this straight. You come in here, you want me to clear the floor for a debate just so that you can say that garbage? Like, is that all?
It's not
I
garbage.
mean, seriously.
Like,
Listen. If you don't, let me put it this way: if you're not the man, go bring me the champion that will come in here and stand on all 10 toes and tell me that he knows how the Earth's a globe. Because you're not the guy. I'd rather look for the guy. I'd rather be patiently waiting. I'd rather patiently wait for the man who can actually tell me the Earth's a globe, not some character who's trying to make a lousy joke.
It was the 20th. I went on Starship. Didn't
Sure
explode.
you did, pal. Yes.
Never
Yeah,
exploded. It was just what it showed.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. That's
let's I mean, we got 24 hours. Let's entertain this. So, Keon, do you have Keon, do you have any footage? Do you have any memorabilia? Do you have any any souvenir that will indicate that you did this?
Oh shit! You just snatched his wig, Gregory. That's what a wig snatch
Really?
is. Yeah, that's what a wig snatch is. When they don't respond to you after you give them. That's it. That's it. You snatched his wig. It was that easy.
Someone muted him.
Oh, he got muted? Oh, I was gonna say.
About to say.
Yeah, I got muted. Anyways, so what was the question?
Do you have any footage or photos or memorabilia or documents?
I couldn't bring that up. I'm sorry. I couldn't bring that up to space. They won't allow me.
No. Bring it to us that indicates or substantiates that you went up there with SpaceX, I believe you said.
Oh. Yeah, I can't show that. That's classified.
I see.
So you're just an idiot.
Well, it's not classified because it's a private company. So
Bro, would an idiot be able to get $5 billion from a Bank of America to go directly to SpaceX?
You couldn't get a loan for $5 from the Bank of America, dude.
Let me ask you another question. I think this is most important. Are we talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, we are talking on Discord.
Okay, are you 100? Are you all right? Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord right now?
Yes.
Yes. So you're 100% sure?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that being said, and reality is what it is, then why won't you bring us some evidence of it?
Because they won't allow me.
Who's they, dude? Who's they?
SpaceX. They won't allow. Elon Musk is a big.
So a corporation knows that you're on Discord right now talking about a mission. This is ridiculous, man. Seriously.
They don't know. Actually.
Well, let me try this. Let me try this.
Thing ever, man. This is lame, dude. Like, honestly, I don't know, man. You just put yourself on mute, bro. Like, honestly, you ain't got nothing.
Ma'am.
This form is way above your head. To be honest.
I mean,
let me try this.
All you guys' heads in space.
You keep talking about stupid things. Go ahead, Greg.
Do you have any arguments to justify the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere?
I almost got a photo while I was up in space, but
this guy's full of crap.
Wait. Let me explain.
No, I'm not gonna let you explain. Wait. No.
Let me explain.
This is a serious forum. If you wanted to bring your silly here, you're gonna be ejected, man. I got time for you.
I'm respectfully asking if I could explain, please.
No, you're full of shit. No, I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you and others like you make a mockery of this forum. So you're either gonna get your act straight. You're gonna tell us how we're. Listen up, dude. Listen up. Listen up. I don't care about rockets and you going somewhere that you say.
Do you have the loan paperwork?
Here's what we want from you: a demonstration of surface curvature. That's what we want. We don't care to hear about your whatever story you're talking about. I don't even care about that. I want you to tell us, because you're claiming a whole bunch of shit. I want you to tell us how it's possible to measure the surface of the Earth curving. Go ahead. If you want to be serious, get serious now.
Do you want a real explanation? All right.
No, I want a real method, not an explanation. Show me how I'm going to be able to do it.
Method.
All right, go for it.
That's what you do.
Go for it.
So you get a bit amount of tons of minerals, more specifically metals, and you get a lot of liquid oxygen with a cylinder shape with the minerals, with the liquid oxygen and then an oxidizer in it. make a gimbal with an engine, and put yourself on top of it, and then you go up to space, and then you see the fucking curvature. I'm sorry.
Method, not meth.
There you go. There it is. There it is.
There it is, Greg. You see? No. We're not going to entertain this. Listen, you can sit here in silence for now. Just put yourself on mute, or else
I got one question.
No.
What's your live stream on?
Put yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute.
What's your live stream on YouTube?
Somebody mute him.
What's your live stream on YouTube? I want to.
Pleasure. I'll do it.
Go ahead. The Wig Snatcher Club. Subscribe, because you're gonna keep hearing people like you get lambasted every single day with the truth. I'm gonna crush every one of you guys every single time. Every iteration of your idiotic people that come in here are gonna be meleeed into submission. And I want you to click on the channel, subscribe to it, and listen every day as I crush every single one of you idiots. So yeah, I'm coming after all of you. I'm going to group you up and just end all of you.
The answer is last question. 24/7 Flight Earth Discord. Type it in the YouTube search engine. Hit the bell notification, click the like, subscribe button, and share.
What's wrong with these
freaking idiot?
That's funny.
Who fucking moved the rock, man?
They should be going to bed already.
Did I do that well, Timbo?
Yeah, that was funny. That was good. It just flowed off the tongue so well.
You know, the call to action. You got to do it.
24/7 Discord live. Hit the subscribe button.
Yep, 24/7 Flight Earth Discord. Hit the subscribe button, hit the bell notification, hit the like button, subscribe and share. Yes, I said subscribe twice. I know.
Somebody needs to get a clip of him saying that, and just we'll put that as a promo.
And get your ass to Mars.
$5 billion. What an idiot. Dude, he's not even, as somebody who's cracking jokes, he's so bad at it, man.
What you have to say is $5,962,493.44.
Yeah, it sounds more real.
Plus interest.
The funny thing is, if they actually came in and just spoke to us, they'd probably learn something as well, you know? Like, now he's gone away, just gone, oh, we just love Flat Earth. Let's go back to our indoctrination education. That's it. But I suppose we don't really want people like that on our side anyway.
Hell no. He can stay a Glober for all we care.
Yeah.
That way he can giggle and tell his friends, hey, you guys go over there, so I can mow them all down myself. So that's what I want. Tell your stupid friends to come in here so I can make them all look like fools. Every single one of them.
That's why he wanted the link at the end, so he could share it to his mates. Look how I made a fool of myself.
They can have all the guys like that to embarrass their side, not ours.
I mean, hey, as long as we're telling the truth, arguing soundly, and that's being shared and publicized and promulgated, it's no detriment to us.
He's gonna let his 3 friends know.
I sure hope so. I can only hope they come in here, though.
That's hilarious. I wonder if I wonder if the presumption that the Earth is a sphere back in before the 70s, before the moon landing missions, especially, but I'll just make it simple, before the 20th century. I wonder if this anti-flat Earth snobbery was just as prevalent.
Non-existent. I think it was, but it wasn't called that. You know what I'm talking about, Greg?
Yeah. I mean, because like how? I mean, humans and the depravity, of course, but you know, they didn't have the sophisticated institution and apparatus and those devices and machines and the whole enterprise and the propaganda machine to intensify the deception, to strengthen the deception and make it seem more credible. You know, they didn't have that.
I just maybe I beg to differ on that, because every empire who didn't follow after the creator probably had their own images and idols and things that this is where I was leaning towards. So they were the majority. They've always been. It's always been the minority of people that follow the true path.
No.
It's rare. But yeah.
No, I mean, you know what I mean? The whole institution that spreads across the majority of the first world and the whole technological apparatus and the propaganda machine and the telecommunications in order to get the propaganda across, and the academic institutions and the intense, you know, majority consensus that, you know, all of that. You know, they didn't have the moon landings and things.
Yeah, you're talking about like in the advancement age, like with technology and all that sort of thing. Yeah, I mean,
everything that goes on now to intensify the paradigm to make it seem more credible. They didn't have that in the 19th century.
Maybe my lens is the way I see the world has always been looked through the counterfeit kingdom of the fallen one, and so I always see it as like he's always tried to get people to war with God in some way or another, and this is just another iteration of that. You know, people thinking that they're high-sounding nonsense of like people traveling to the stars and such, which is Satan's aspiration in Isaiah 14, being that, you know, and that's just people. You know, they like the sound of like, you know, things are possible outside of the fact of being accountable for a creator.
So, I mean, are you saying that you believe that they had the same similar technology in the 1800s? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm really, yeah, I won't be able to speak to it, but previous to that, like you'd heard of the ancient civilizations who the fallen were actually, you know, roaming around this place. So, and in that way, maybe they had something that was considered technology, as their hearts were bent towards wickedness. And
I think I get what you mean. I think I think you mean the ruling class had it longer than the general public had it. Well, I'm not referring to that. I'm talking about the general public, the commoners of the world.
Yeah, nobody back then it was mostly the ruling class, but the commoners weren't like, you know, knowledgeable, and I think they still aren't, but they consider themselves to be with, let's say, the knowledge that they have in their hands with like the encyclopedia that's, you know, that fits in the palm of your hand.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They're not piously knowledgeable, but they're wickedly knowledgeable. Yeah,
they're wickedly, for sure. They're wickedly knowledgeable.
Yeah, I was just referring to, you know, the common state of the commoners, you know, before the 20th century. So they didn't have that. You know, they didn't have that manifest and available and you know, promulgated in around them. So, you know, they don't have the same situation that we have. So it's like, I suppose they could still maintain, because, you know, human nature, they can maintain the same or even worse anti-flat Earth snobbery, but, you know, it doesn't seem likely, because the reason that the anti-flat Earth snobbery we have now is because of, you know, all of this the whole situation, telecommunications, TV, academia, the moon landings, all that.
It's a strong toxin, definitely, and it has to be done at an early age. Otherwise, if you're not going to school and learning about this, it doesn't really have that much of a grasp on your mind. People who are like thoroughly educated aren't like you know, they're fully invested in like the whole space idea, the vacuum of space and all that. That they really want that to be a reality. So in their mind, they think themselves to be wise, but they become utter fools in doing so.
Sorry, Gregory, are you saying that they have more tools and structures in place to be able to deceive? Is that, am I paraphrasing you correctly?
I think I get what you're saying.
Relative to before the 20th century, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, but so at that, say if you look at it like in a graph, like say the ability to deceive as going up exponentially since like say the 90s, would you also say it's true that our ability to communicate with each other and share truth has also gone up as well? Would that not be a fair observation?
In certain respects, in these areas of life, but not these areas of life, yeah.
Like, I don't think I would be a flat earther if it wasn't for the internet.
Yeah.
And I think that would be the same thing for a lot of people. Like, I did think if all I had was TV getting beamed in and radio, TV and radio, no internet.
Here's the most important part about the whole thing. Okay, I agree with Mimas Aurelius on this. I feel like it has to have been a supernatural experience. It can't be something that we understand like from a perspective of saying I've passed this information on to somebody else and now they're a flat earther. Like, I don't think it happens that way. I think if a person is going to come to realize that this is the truth, it has to happen on a level that doesn't have any dealings with somebody actually manifesting it in their life per se through a conversation. It only because you could tell somebody the truth about the conversation that we have, and for someone it might wake them up instantly, and for others it might take them a month, 2 months, 3 months, for whatever time it takes. But it's not going to be because maybe, like you said, like you saw a video on the internet, because you could have seen that same video and just looked away and said, these guys are freaking idiots. Or it could have taken you like 5 months, or it could have just been, you would have been like, damn, right away. You could have woken up. But that right there, how you came about didn't happen because you saw the video. It was because you were ready to understand the truth that was being presented. And the field preparation for that to be kind of sowed in your mind had to have been done on a level that you can't explain how it happens. Like, that's that's
mysterious divine providence from God. Yeah,
I had to be ready to hear it. That's for sure. Yeah, no.
Of course.
Mysterious divine providence from God. Yeah.
But if it's anything other than that, then we have something to boast about. And this is what even the biblical narrative says. We'd have something to boast if we told somebody about the good news of, like, let's say, the Christian faith. We're speaking to some people about it, and then all of a sudden they come about and they're like, "That's great. I think I'm ready for this." It didn't happen because we'd done anything. It was because their mind was ready for this.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
So you know how you were saying before that he has tools, to deceive. Yeah. Do you think that like an organized religion like the Catholic Church could be part of that deception to turn people away from God? Because I think that's what it's done.
I would say it this way, because I'm very careful in how I state things. Anything. Now, I'll put this in like a more wider scope. Anything that turns you away from the truth is a deception. Anything. And
that makes sense.
If they fall in line with that, then they're a part of it. If they don't, then they're not. But if they fall in line with that, then they're definitely a part of the deception. So I'll say it that way, because then you'd be the interpreter from that.
Yeah, because that one alone, throughout history, has taken down and killed a lot of people, and just the recent things of covering up with you know what I'm talking about anyway. Has turned any young person away from a relationship with God. So
yeah,
I think they could be the most devastating organization in the world. Could be.
Yeah, they're up there at least.
Yeah, I always put it that way. I always make it to where like anything that falls in the line of deceiving people would be categorized as such, and you could lump them all in together. Because a deceiver
Yeah,
is a deceiver.
the specific way you rhetorically articulated that would include the RCH, the Romanist Cosmic Heresy, and the RCC, the so-called Roman Catholic Church, among other institutions.
So that goes. That probably goes to say for most churches, then. Yeah. So how
Yeah.
how are people supposed to find?
It's not in a building. I can tell you that much right now. It's not in an organization. It's an understanding. And so those who come to the truth congregate together. So like we find each other. It's like the Creator has like a divine way of knowing, like he's gathering his people together under one roof, and it's like we start peeling back the onion of like truth. So we start to figure out what is really true and what is not. And we started to do that in here, actually, in this room, in this forum, which is kind of like the reason why I think it's so important to keep the integrity of this room the way it is. Because if we start getting like, excuse me, but bleeding hearts, that come in here and want us to let these guys speak, then the truth will never be heard. It'll be drowned out by like sophistry and like, you know, if it was another server where we allowed these people to hold office, or you know what I mean, like the truth would be drowned out. Like you wouldn't be able to hear it, because now we got people that advocate for the guys who just want to spin everybody's wheels. You know what I mean?
Well,
like it's.
I had that same problem yesterday where everyone was saying, "No, just let him finish his point." I say no.
Yeah.
No, I won't let him finish his point because he's off in the stars talking about something that we can't confirm, and that's his proof of a round ball. You know, like, oh no, just let him make his point. I'm going to mute.
I mean, you can only let someone articulate their point so long becomes patently manifest that their line of reasoning and their rhetoric is just digressing away from getting to the bottom of the matter, especially when they're belligerently or passive-aggressively insisting on trying to do that. Then no, that's not tolerable.
Yeah, it was stars and satellites, so I had to kind of go, no, all right, I'm begging the question, so.
It's just a very weak inductive appeal.
Yeah.
I think letting them speak for longer just to see how many fallacious thought processes they have, just to understand.
Which is another valid approach, yeah.
Yeah, but I think the problem comes to then you start to get into a conversation about these things which have nothing to do with the argument in the first place. You know what I mean? So he'll take you to the stars and to satellites, and then you guys, everyone else starts arguing about satellites which exist in the vacuum of space, and then you start talking about arguing about things you don't even know that exist. I think it's
two different things can happen along those lines, Timbo. Number one, you have person A doing that is initiating the digression away from the heart of the matter, and then I'll just make it simple. Person B is following him and disputing other points along this line of digression. Or the second approach is that you can let person A go on this line of digression in this, non sequitur red herring line of reasoning, and then you know that person A is doing that, and you want to get to the heart of the matter, and you can let him go as long as possible until it becomes manifest that he's going to hang himself by his own words and show him that his line of reasoning doesn't actually lead to the conclusion that he believes it does.
Yeah, I think for that second approach, you need a lot of discipline as well.
Yes.
Agreed.
And then you get to choose to bring him back to the start where you want the conversation to be in the first place. So.
Right.
Yeah, that is an option, I think, but it just depends on the audience too. Like, let's say Timbo wants to cut in and say, I don't think this is right. We should take him back to the point. I mean, I would respect Timbo's option to do that. even though we were in a let's just say we were taking them and talking about and I probably wouldn't say that I would want to do that, but they invoke parsecs as a measure of light from stars or whatever, some kind of weird word, some buzzword, right? And then somebody's really wanting to hear them hang themselves, and Timbo's let's get them off of this point and talk about surface curvature, for example. I don't know
the two different approaches.
We
either let person A.
Go on, Greg.
Either let person A go on this line of digression and then expose that their line of argumentation doesn't go where they thought it would go, and then get back to the heart of the matter, or just never digress in the first place.
I'm good with either one because I know that.
Yeah, I'm good with either one.
Yeah,
So
especially if the opponent.
If the second one goes the right way, I think it's very entertaining. But if the second one, you're trying to get him to a point, and then someone jumps in and starts arguing with him about parsecs, then it's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
That's
so as long no one. Yeah, so as long as no one tries to push person A along that line of digression, then there's nothing to complain about.
Yeah.
If it's a one-on-one and you can allow them to hang themselves by talking crap, and it's a one-on-one, then that's all well and good. But when someone starts to go off topic and talk about funny things, everyone wants to jump in, which is understandable and correct about that particular thing. So it's
go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know you weren't finished. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I would say, as far as just from the moderation aspect, they want to take that fork in the road. Depends on how long that fork is. You know what I mean? How long are you going to be down there talking about parsecs?
Hours.
Yeah, exactly. I would if there isn't a road leading back to the main road, I would cut that off.
Yeah, how long are you going to go down that fork?
Yeah, exactly. It's counterproductive and time wasting, basically.
Is it beyond what is worthwhile?
Yeah.
If it is, then no, don't do that.
Individual judgment, right? That's
Some people don't want to spend 1 second on that road, on that fork. How do I say that? How to say the analogy?
Oh, did I? It's so cute.
I'm guilty as charged, man. Some days I'm guilty.
Yeah,
as
I'm the
charged
same because I don't know anything about fucking parsecs. So.
Hey, why not, Timbo? You could be educated about some of these guys that come in here because according to the guy that I was talking to, it's something that you should learn at school. Was I not paying attention? He said.
I never learned about parsecs in school, and I did.
Oh, maybe about parsecs.
I mean, I'm great with their deflection, dude. I'll go down that road, lead them into a empty cornfield, and they'll never find your body.
Hey, you go to a dead end. Yeah, you go to a dead end in this digressing line of reason. JCW, I saw his green circle moving. Is he trying to talk?
I don't know. Can't.
Is he trying to talk?
Why? I guess JCW is lighting up. I just.
Yeah.
I should have been on mute. I'm just hanging out listening, man.
Oh, okay. So who are we talking to? Klob Knob or whatever his name is? Knob? Why can't they freaking just have normal names?
Yeah, he wasn't he?
Keon B.
He went into lobby, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
What was he doing? Just out of curiosity.
He said he got a $5 billion loan and went up in SpaceX for the curvature of the Earth.
Oh my God!
And it's classified.
And it's classified. He can't tell you. Gregory asked if he brought any memorabilia back, and he was like, "Memorabilia? No, I didn't take anything up there." He's like, "No. Did you bring anything back?" I guess he didn't understand what he said.
He's got a jar of vacuum he brought back with him.
Right? Yeah, it's in between his ears.
Yeah, exactly. Legit,
it's in his cranial cerebrum.
I had a Glober say in a YouTube comment, I was like, okay, so what's a demonstration of thrust in a vacuum? He's like, oh, I've seen that, but it's classified. I can't tell you. He literally said that. He said it was against the International Trafficking in Arms Restriction Act or something, and that you can't show thrust in a vacuum, and that's why there's no videos, because it was against national security. He literally, like, he said this shit. He said he did it for a living and it was against national security to show people videos of thrust in a vacuum. That's like an open challenge, like Citizen Z's. I'm not on the server. He don't come in the VC much. But he made this challenge to Globers like 5 years ago now. We want a demonstration of thrust in a vacuum, an actual vacuum. So there's some videos on YouTube, which, you know, supposed to be a vacuum chamber, but they always end up pressurizing the chamber, right? So when the rocket, it's a chemical rocket, so the rocket will put out gas, and that gas will pressurize the chamber, and then the rocket will start moving, right? So we want one of actual vacuum, where the vacuum chamber is large enough where you can see thrust in a vacuum, right? Like NASA's vacuum chamber, right? Something like that. But there's no demonstrations of any thrust in a vacuum, not even one. Which is pretty crazy.
NASA has a vacuum chamber?
NASA has a giant vacuum chamber. 4 stories or something.
Wow.
And that's where they did that drop, wasn't it?
Oh, the bowling ball? The Brian Cox bowling ball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does not roll off. I'm sorry. That last name is it's just so susceptible to sexual innuendo.
Wait till you see him in his band.
He's like
Look
the
up,
British version of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, yeah.
But he said even more ridiculous things. He said that no one in human history has ever believed the Earth was flat. He said that on like Australian television. Which is so ahistorical, it isn't even funny. It's like, what are you talking about?
He also said that we observed 2 black holes close to each other, get closer, speed up, and then gravitationally go around each other and then go off on their own way again. And they created as much energy as all the stars put together in the universe.
When I first learned that doctrine, I'm like, bro, is no one going to give themselves pause and think you're seeing a black hole in the black vacuum of the cosmic vacuum?
Well, they don't actually observe it either. So light gets dimmer or something like that, and they say, okay, there must be a black hole there because these lights are dimmer than the rest of the lights.
Wow. You walking down the street.
There's never been a black hole observed.
You're walking down the street and one light is dimmer than the other, and your hypothesis, your interpretation, your conclusion is there must be space and time must be curving to make that light dimmer.
Unlimited mass that sucks in that light. That's why it's.
Well, they had that image, that orange image, the WP image that people were laughing about on 4chan.
Yeah, where'd they get that from?
What, the orange thing?
The orange thing that says WP.
I saw the TV news broadcast when it first aired. I saw it on accident. I was just minding my business, walking through the house. The story pulled up on TV. I was like, wow.
Yeah, there's even mainstream publications now that are saying that image is a bunch of horseshit. But, it isn't like just flat Earth. There's even mainstream science. Because they supposedly image something. Oh, and they're also claiming it's a Fata Morgana. Yeah, I'm dead serious. The center of the galaxy is a Fata Morgana. That's what they're saying. Dead serious.
What? How can you get a Fata Morgana with no atmosphere?
I don't know. Ask them.
What is a Fata Morgana?
It's a
The
mirage.
reflection. That when a boat looks like it's floating on nothing, like a light reflection on the water. When the
They
water
said that happened at the center of the galaxy?
Yes.
Doesn't even logically I can't even like put the image together in my mind.
Yeah, neither can I. But I heard a mainstream physicist say this: that the center of the galaxy is a Fata Morgana. Not just like any old one that's been around for like fucking 80 years, and he's like, as far as in Europe, at the pinnacle of his field. You know what I mean? One of the top 10 guys.
It's weirder and weirder every day.
So I'm gonna unmute this Con B. Let's see if he can hold it together for a minute.
All yours.
Yeah, what's up? What's good? Everybody?
Yeah, what's up? Do you have control of your emotions now?
Yeah, of course. I just want to say I apologize for what I did like 15 minutes ago, and it will never happen again.
Talk is cheap. Anyway, so what's up? What brings you to the server other than your, lack of memorabilia?
Well, I was sitting down, like, it was 30 minutes ago, and I said, hey, I want to join a Flat Earth Discord server. So I did.
So how'd you find this one in particular? Because there's a couple.
Google.
There's a couple fake ones. How did you find, like, a real one?
I searched around for a bit.
Because there's that community Flat Earth Discord. They kicked real Flat Earthers off of it. So, how you can search the community function, community servers?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you type in Flat Earth, you get official Flat Earth official Discord or something, and it's... They kick real Flat Earthers off of it. I got kicked off of it.
Oh, I joined it. There's like 1,000 real ones, and then there's like 6,000 globe earthers.
No, they're not real ones.
I don't think they kick them off. I think it's just like really one-sided.
No, they don't kick off Flat Earthers that are not people pretending to be Flat Earthers and acting dumb. Those are the people that they don't kick off. So if you go in there being a fake Flat Earther, thinking it's real, saying stupid things, they'll keep you around. Because normally people that do that, they'll say ridiculous things. Hey, the Earth is a disk accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. Oh yeah, you can stick around if you say dumb shit like that.
I joined that server like 30 minutes ago, so I wasn't there long enough to know that.
Is Jerry Fuzilla still in there? Fuzilli?
I don't know.
He was a mod.
I left. I wasn't there for very long. I was there for like 2 minutes.
So basically, there was like a mod war of like them banning me and him unbanning me, and eventually they won, I guess.
Yeah, because Silly Jerry's in here, yeah?
Yeah. Well, they were banning me for just like destroying them in debates. So like I was like debating like 10 of them at a time, like effortlessly, because they're not even at the level of anti-Flat Earther. So it's like that's just child's play, quite honestly. Because it's like arguing with 2017. It's like they saw like a debunk video in 2017 or something. Anyway, so why are you flat curious, or what about the topic are you curious about?
Yeah, I don't know. Hang on a minute.
What do you know about
this is the thing that's weird for me. We have all these Globers that come in here, and they never go, what's your evidence the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I know.
It's just so weird.
I tried to say that, but then I got muted.
You took the wrong approach, man. So.
What is the
I do admit that. I did take the wrong approach. But
Well, I mean, it's like I think that like because we've had lots of Globers in here. Like see the first. The server's been around quite a while.
I know.
So, they come. I think they don't ask because they're afraid to hear something they can't unhear. Like, you go, hey, what's the evidence for flat Earth? And we present compelling evidence. Evidence that's even compelling to them that they'll have to consider it. And then it'll be like too late. I heard it and now I can't unhear it. Right? Like you hear a noise on the other side of your door. You're like, hey, what's that? And you realize it's your girlfriend banging your neighbor. You're like, what the fuck? And you wish you never heard it in the first place. It's like one of those deals. Can't unhear it. Can't ignore it. Can't just pretend it never happened. So they don't want to hear it in the first place.
But if you can't think of a motive, then it didn't happen.
What if it was a sex robot?
Damn, I didn't even think of that.
I don't even know what he said. Hold on, my internet's acting up.
That it might not be your girlfriend. It could just be a model of your girlfriend, aka a sex robot.
Alright.
Because if you don't have a model, it doesn't exist. This is a typical Glober argument. What's the flat Earth model? You don't even have a model. Because things don't exist unless you have a model in their head.
So I'm gonna ask the age-old question. What is your evidence for a flat Earth?
Well done.
Yay! He did it. Anybody else want to tell him? I'll tell him if nobody else wants to do it.
Go for it.
Been here for a while. Go ahead and do it.
I didn't say I didn't say I wanted to do it.
Well, the Earth presents itself as flat and stationary, so you can go out, you can measure it. You're supposed to have drop over distance with the actual details that they give you with the number of the radius, the circumference of the Earth. You get every mile is 8 inches per mile squared, so you've got to square the mile. 1 squared is 1, so it's first mile is 8 inches. And then it gets exponentially bigger after that, the bigger the drop. It's supposed to be anyway, but we can't detect it. So we've done laser tests that don't show any droppage over distance. Therefore, Earth is flat.
Do you understand what he just said? Do you understand what he just said?
Yes.
You do?
Uh-huh.
Do you know what drop over distance is? What he means by that? That the Earth, right? If you ever seen a picture of like a diagram or representation of the globe, there's a person on top of the globe, and there's a ball underneath him, and there's a drop. The farther you get away from the guy, the farther the Earth drops away from the guy. It's like line of sight, right? Because it curves down, right? That's the drop we're talking about. If you have a line of sight, the Earth, the surface of the Earth, as it gets farther and farther away from you, should get farther and farther away from your the level of your line of sight. So if you take a laser and that's leveled and shine it straight, you should be able to measure an increasing distance between the ground and the laser. And that amount, right? That amount is has an actual predictable rate based upon what they say the radius is. Say the radius is 3,959 miles. So now we can compute the rate it should drop. That rate is 8 inches per mile squared. So in 1 mile, it's 8 inches. Right? In 2 miles, it's 64 inches. Right? So this is an exponential curve. So in 10 miles, it's 66 feet. In 100 miles, it's 6,666 feet.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's yes. Just round number, buddy.
I'm back, baby.
Purely a coincidence.
I mayhem.
Knob.
So yeah, I'm just trying to explain drop over distance to make sure. So there's other things that the globe predicts. So another one is the horizon distance. So the horizon, have you ever heard of like ships go over the horizon? When they sail away, they disappear bottom first, then the mast, then they're gone. You heard that?
Yes.
Right, and the sun's supposed to set over the curve of the Earth. So this is also drop over distance, right? So if a boat sails away, it appears to be dropping down, right, because the mast is getting cut off, right, from the bottom up. Goes from the top, the bottom up, right? But the horizon has to be a certain distance away, and it predicts that for a 6-foot man on the ocean with his feet on in the water, the horizon's 3 miles away. Or the easier calculation is 1.22 multiplied times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we know from 1 foot, right? So we square 1 foot, which is 1, and multiply times 1.22 to 1.22 miles from a 1 foot elevation. That's how far the horizon's supposed to be. So we can do this calculation and go, okay, make predictions about the horizon, make the predictions about drop over distance. Then we go out into the world and we test them, see if they exist in the real world. Using lasers, using mirrors, using observations, cameras, microwave, radio, whatever, pick one. And guess what? That curvature that they say exists is not there. And you could talk about spacemen, you can talk about satellites, you can talk about whatever you want, doesn't matter. Surface of the Earth has to curve. At least the water does. It has to curve at the rate that they say. Because without the curvature of that rate, orbits don't exist, the moon distance doesn't exist, the moon size isn't correct, the sun size isn't correct, none of the distances of stars are correct, the claimed age of the universe isn't correct, or galaxies, or like all of it is centered, ironically, on the radius of the Earth, that radius value, that initial value. And we can test that value and see if that value exists in the physical world. The thing is, it doesn't exist. That is the problem. We know it doesn't exist by measurement, by measuring the Earth itself, not by speculating about what the sun and moon and sky and stars are doing, but by measuring the Earth itself. Just like you can measure like some part of your room, a table, a chair, right? You can measure it directly and know its figure. You can do the same to the Earth. And the values I just told you are what they predict. Measuring feet is easily within the precision of the instruments we use. So I'll give you an example of a laser test that was done. So in the Netherlands, they took a laser at 10 feet, shined it across inland saltwater lake. It's a man-made lake that was connected to the ocean, but they made it. It was a bay, or what do they call it? Fjord or something. But they cut it off and they made it into a man-made lake. They took a laser from 10 feet above the water and they shined it 25 miles to a spot 25 miles away. That laser was picked up at 4 feet above the water. The globe model says that the only way to see that laser is to be 420 feet in the air, basically on the top of a 40-story building. But that's not what they observed. What they observed was the laser at 4 feet above the water. 10 feet to 4 feet as opposed to 10 feet to 420 feet. Right? This is a 2 order of magnitude difference. 2 orders. This isn't like a measurement error. I didn't read the ruler right. Oh, maybe I got confused. Maybe I cross-eyed. Maybe I drank too much. It isn't that. The difference between having $1 in your bank account and 100, like you're not making that as like that's not an error. That's intentional. So that's just one laser test, one out of hundreds of tests of the globe that fail. And if you want like the actual, I'll post it in the live stream voice text. This isn't a video. It's actually a document. It's a PDF. This is just one example. This is a document with 7 laser tests. 2 were done in Hungary. They're not that far. They're only like 12 kilometers, or 6 and 12. And then 2 were done that are something like 19 and 25 miles, and then like 3 weeks later, they replicated it with 3 more and got all the same results. So it isn't like they just went off and made a one-off observation. This is a replication. It's been replicated.
Interesting.
Interesting. Yes, it is interesting. Pretty crazy. I personally myself have made a 30-mile observation of a boat from 15 feet above sea level. Personally, the very first time I ever went out and, test the globe, this was my observation. People telling me, ships go over the horizon. When they get to the horizon, they just disappear and they go over this hill of water. No, they don't. Okay, you can make a rare I wouldn't say rare. I would say like 5% of the time when a ship sails away, it'll appear to disappear bottom first. But that's because of the conditions of the air, right? There's weather conditions that cause that effect. And we know this because we replicated this observation on a smaller scale on a surface we know is flat, that there can't be curvature causing the effect, right? It can't be a ship going over a hill of water. It has to be the air because the distance used isn't far enough for it to disappear over a hill of water. So basically, you're doing the test in front of the horizon and still getting it to disappear, even though it hasn't reached the horizon to disappear over yet. I'm just saying, this is my observation. That if you want to know how I know the distance to the boat, there's a there's a website called marinetracking.com. You can go on that, and you can so and you can find the position of the boat. Where I'm at, they track it via radar. There's a radar station, and that's another thing. How are they tracking boats from a radar station 30 miles away?
Weird. Because I didn't make it like this. I didn't.
Can you please tell us that you've been listening and also explain a little bit about what he told you and how the measurements were made?
I didn't make it like this. Like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. Did you know I'm God actually?
Yeah, Cope harder, dude.
Yeah.
I'm actually God.
Remember what I said about you're afraid yet you can't unring the bell? Even though I just told you this, you're refusing to hear it.
Yo, I did not.
Because you're afraid of the consequences and you're living in fear.
Single thing you said.
Of course you didn't, because you're afraid.
No.
Why are you trying to take a troll seriously?
That's actually a lie. I did listen to it. But I just really didn't.
Can't comprehend it?
No, I don't care enough about it.
Oh. That's awesome. Then why'd you come here?
Nice.
You came here because you don't care so much? And you don't care so much you had to tell me that you don't care. Wow, that's amazing.
I was bored. I had nothing else to do tonight.
Yeah, I'm so bored.
Put yourself on mute, dumbass. Nobody wants to hear you anymore.
I am
so
God.
funny.
You don't.
Hey, dude, Con.
You don't talk to God like that.
Con, you
put yourself on mute, dumbass.
Oh, he quit. Fuck, dude.
No, somebody muted him.
I had a party.
You're trying to take a troll seriously, guys.
No. Dude,
why are you running? Why are you running?
Oh, you added that one. I like that one.
Brandon, if I ring a bell, can you unhear it?
No, but you're talking to a troll like it's a serious person.
No, the bell was rung. He can't unhear what he just heard.
There's nothing irrational or.
You're talking to a guy that's saying that he's God.
Doesn't matter.
Brandon, there's nothing irrational about that.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
I'm just saying that, yes, he's seriously talking to a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know Wrath of Khan, you ever seen that movie where he takes the worm and he sticks it in his ear and it takes over his brain? That's what I just did.
It's not foolish to seriously talk to a fool.
Well, that's why I was explaining like he was a child, because even if you're trying to block it out, because it's so basic, you kind of can't.
Can't resist you, Alan Dia.
Well, I'm not saying all that. He's not female.
Simply irresistible.
I kind of wish he stayed because, we're here very often, and the more you give sound refutations and poignant rhetoric against his foolishness, it just demonstrates all the more to the audience. You see the heart of this kind of person? Look, you see the heart of this kind of person? Look at this. Like that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Listen, can't say he don't know, okay? Can't say, whatever point in time in the future happens. Well, I guess he can. He'll just say he knew the entire time. That he was on some flat earth server 10 years ago and he knew the entire time.
I just thought it was funny. He put more effort into trolling than actually just having a dialogue.
So then you failed to justify it.
Fear of a flat planet.
You barely put any effort in. That was not effort.
Yeah, that's just standard. I can go over that description of drop over distance. I can do that in my sleep. Probably have done it in my sleep.
Not him. Not Indio, the other guy.
Oh, his effort?
Yeah. Of course. Like when I had to rewind the stream to kind of hear what he was saying, and he's like, I got $1 million loan from Spam. He was putting a lot of effort into the troll effort. He was putting effort into trolling, and then when you unmuted him for the second time, you could tell he was like kind of kicking rocks. Okay, I have to answer questions. He's like putting more effort into troll. This is like not an uncommon. Just like you said, Indio, you kind of hit the nail on the head. I call it the snowball effect. They don't want that snowball to get rolling because then it might turn into an avalanche.
Yeah. Well, that's why I didn't ask him any questions. Normally, if I think that have a genuine, I wouldn't say curiosity for flat Earth, or even in a debate, if they ask us like some question, like how does this work on a flat Earth, I'll try to get them to answer their own question. But I didn't ask this guy questions because he isn't going to interact. He isn't actually curious, in that way, right? He doesn't even want to appear to give it thought or credence, right? Because if he answers questions and why am I you're entertaining this, right? He doesn't even want to appear like he's actually entertaining this because he's too good for flat Earth.
Yeah.
He don't care. He's edgy. Probably standing somewhere with in a white T-shirt with greased hair and cigarettes rolled up in a short shirt sleeve, and stand in front of a motorcycle like the Fonz. Yeah, you're so cool, dude. You don't care. So passe, man. Yeah, I don't care. Well, I don't care less than you. No, I don't care even more.
Well, they're pretending to not care. That's really what.
Yeah, I know. Listen, when you actually don't care about something, do you actually take the time to tell somebody that you don't care about that? You should just walk away or start talking about something else, right?
Right.
Once again, is that not a patent manifestation of self-deception?
Yeah, of course.
One of the more gratuitous manifestations of self-deception. Supposing, and perhaps he really does believe that he doesn't care, right? But he doesn't really not care. But he believes that he doesn't care, and vehemently asserts that he doesn't care. But obviously is demonstrating behavior that is refuting that belief.
Well, it reminded me of a child, right? So you're like, oh, you're grounded, you're not going to the dance because you didn't do your homework. I don't care anyway, I didn't want to go. You know what I mean? Like a child does.
Yes. Like a petulant, unthankful, defiant, rebellious child.
I like that you said self-deception, Gregory, because he wasn't deceiving anyone here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the kicker with these guys as well is that they think their behavior's unique or fresh. Like, but nobody, like, all the idiots in the world don't act the same way when they hear things they don't want to hear.
Funny thing that they think they're funny.
Yeah, that guy thought he was funny. Sure.
I mean, they think they're accomplishing something worthwhile doing. I don't know what, but it's something.
Yeah, well, if he thinks it's funny, he better not quit his day job, because his comedy career is not going anywhere.
It's trash. It's trash.
I don't know what
That's
these
I'm
I don't know what these young guys are doing. Like they're all sitting around together, laughing on a Discord. When I was their age, I was ringing chicks with the boys. You know, going, hey, do you guys want to meet up? These guys are going into flat Earth servers. Fucking losers.
This is what you really.
Oh, do you want to unmute Soul inside the machine?
Do you really?
Did you see what he's posted in the lobby?
But just that name.
Well, I mean, hey, I'll just read it. Just up to sharing some UAP and UFO disclosures, satellite views, and planetary explorer probes.
Yeah, let's pass.
Oh, come on, man.
Probably not the guy before is talking about.
Why y'all passing up content? Y'all here 24/7.
I mean, it is Speculation Sunday. I mean, whatever.
That it is.
After he gets done talking about his fairy tale, his space elves, I'll start talking about the elves under the earth.
And you know, best case scenario, you know, we're helping whoever comes in here. Help.
Did you say Middle Earth? Yes, they're not under. They're in the Middle Earth.
I mean, I don't think there's anything contradictory with UAP and the flat Earth stuff. Not at all.
Who is this?
Not fundamentally, no. Like
Name
fundamentally.
JS? Who's this?
It's me, Name JS.
Who the fuck is that guy?
I mean, unknown aerial, or what is it? Unknown aerial phenomenon. Yeah, that just covers anything.
I mean, the fact of the matter is people experience them. The question is, how do we interpret that data?
What data?
Yeah, exactly.
The
what data?
People who met the aliens,
Data from
dude.
Star Trek?
Met the aliens.
Or, seeing the flying things. Do you not trust the military's radar data? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't.
Come on,
yeah,
bro.
Tell me, does the military have a psychological operations division?
Get off the bullshit.
Does that psychological operations division put out information that was meant to deceive people?
Yeah, it's done that a few times.
A few times. They have a whole division of employees that do this for a living. But a few times. What do they sit around all day waiting for that, like 1 or 2 times every 10 years where they do it? Or do they just do it constantly?
I mean, that's the thing. How do you distinguish between something that's a psyop and isn't? It's not as easy as you'd think.
Oh, you
Whatever.
look at reality, and then you verify what you're seeing, and then you come to a conclusion.
Yeah, is this shit verifiable or not?
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
When
exactly.
they put in their name, we're psychological operations. I'm going to assume everything they do is a psyop.
Yeah. It's just
Yeah,
is
so
all,
anything-
is everything the military does a psychological operation? I don't think it follows to say that it is.
Listen, okay, let's put it this way. I'm going to make a support group for people that are compulsive liars. Are you going to take anything that group puts out seriously?
They could be telling the
I
truth.
don't think that's an accurate analogy, though. To be honest,
It is because it's a psychological operations group that puts
Bro, it's
out,
in the name,
that does
bro.
psychological operations.
yeah, but that's
It's
okay.
in the
That's just
freaking
one
name.
part of the military. You're conflating the whole military with just one part of it. That's not an accurate. That's just illogical. But I think the thing to consider is
Not relevant to the point.
first-hand experiences people have with the UAP. That's the most compelling evidence in my book, at least. But I don't know.
They're
You missed
literally
the
telling
point.
you we have a division that goes around bullshitting people for a purpose.
Well, I think we're not arguing.
But that's all right
I think we're not arguing quite the point, because a UAP or a UFO, an unidentified aerial phenomenon or an unidentified flying object, these phenomenon don't at all necessitate that this is happening upon a sphere. They can all happen upon a flat plane.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're
I
separate
was cool with
topics,
that
exactly.
until you said people met aliens. Like,
Well, yeah, that was just me trying to be quippy. It was the wrong way to communicate it, I
Well,
guess.
even the word aliens, you say, it's a rather vague term. One can say the word
Yeah,
alien
it's
in the
not
sense
even
of
necessarily
not being
alien,
from
right?
the Earth, and the Earth is flat, and we don't live in a cosmic vacuum with other humongous solid, liquid, and gas balls. Or as someone says, someone does affirm that. You see,
Yeah, I mean,
aliens
the
doesn't
fact
necessarily
is we don't
mean
know
this
what
or that
they
cosmic
are.
paradigm.
Alien is an assumption.
You mean space aliens?
You got three options, right? Outer space, interdimensional, or what would you call
Time
that?
travel is when you hear as well.
supernatural. Supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
I think the interdimensional is the one that seems most plausible to me, but I don't really know how that would work, to be honest.
What the
Now,
hell?
the thing is,
Why is it most plausible then?
Because
I think it's the most plausible. I just don't know how it works.
Well, I mean, I don't know the scientific mechanism behind it. I think the alien thing, if there were evidence of alien civilizations, I think we would have picked that up with the James Webb Telescope by now. But, I mean, at the same time, what is that thing even looking at out there?
James,
well, let's
don't know.
consider these terms that we're using. Let's consider the terms that we're using. So you have extraterrestrial, which literally means other Earth. But of course, people usually say it in the sense of from a solid,
Like
liquid, or gas
alien.
ball.
Yeah, extraterrestrial could also mean, like, extra-dimensional.
Well, I mean, terms. So,
Terra means
extra
land.
dimensional. People toss around this term dimensional very carelessly. But when we make logical sense out of the terms, dimensions, length with height, breadth, depth, right? So, look at the table, it has 3 dimensions. Now, you have this extension in this list of dimensions as it concerns physical properties. But the things that are supposedly the 4th and above dimensions, what they label dimensions and categorize with the first 3 dimensions, is a category error. Why do I say that? Because the very next dimension after the 3rd one, they sit up here and say time. But time is not a physical, concrete property of any physical entity, any concrete entity. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You see? And so everything after the 4th dimension is then just a misnomer, just falsely categorizing these other abstract categories that are not at all dimensions of physical properties. So there is no quote unquote interdimensional. You're not traversing through space and time through dimensions. Like this is just metaphysical convoluted garbage when we don't get these terms straight, define things, and make it coherent with these categories. And then lastly, you have supernatural. But then again, you can only make that term intelligible. You can only identify what is superior to the quote unquote nature until you define nature. For nature is using a wide variety of senses, all of which are valid and intelligible. You say, so what is meant by nature usually is the whole cosmos, with the natural, common, everyday, regular events in human experience. But then again, that just means then that this is a rare experience that is now manifest in human experience. So it isn't really that it's superior to nature, but rather it's
nothing's
just not
outside of
a
nature.
common event in the cosmos, and it's a non-human entity, be it personal or impersonal.
Yeah, I mean the fact is there's also like I guess that first take it as a given that these things happen. They occasionally something flies around. That something like common experience is that some people will see it, some people won't. So there's something about human perception that can either shape how the experience is experienced, or maybe even defines the experience as a whole.
So one may
then
insist
the
that.
other thing, going back to the extra dimensionality, is that the way they move around would be well explained by something like that, or like a gravity well, something like that, you know?
Well, that supposition about perception is becoming very popular nowadays. But of course, that is a very problematic epistemology. Why?
Yeah, it's a little solipsistic, isn't it?
It's a bunch of high-sounding bullshit, man. That's what it is.
Well, it can get that bad. Solipsism, it can get that bad. But before it even gets that bad, at the very best, is a conflation of categories. Again, on its face, the very supposition that the subjective perception is determining what the object is. It's literally backwards. If it is a subjective perception.
I don't know if that is, though. Because some people have eyes, some people don't, you know?
But listen.
If you don't have eyes, of course you're not going to see it. And the other thing is...
Now you're not letting me talk. You can clearly hear I wasn't done.
These experiences, they have
what you on about, man?
Part of their brain is altered. So it could be that some people literally just don't have the
this is very suspect. You can clearly hear I wasn't done. It's very suspect.
man.
So I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from, okay?
Yo, I'm gonna let you finish, man. Yo.
Okay. So, if it is a subjective perception, then it is merely a detection, especially a passive detection of the object, the objective entity or the event. Like to sit here and suppose the very reverse is patently absurd prima facie on the face of the supposition.
So you're saying that our perception doesn't shape what we see? Like, our ability to perceive things... Dude, I think you're just on the face of it wrong, because the senses we have affect what we perceive. It's that simple. If you don't have eyes, you can't see.
Right, but that's not an effect. Perceiving is not an effect.
Well, it's the thing that happens from your senses, basically. Are we agreed on that?
No.
It's a subjective state of being. When I look and detect visual data, or audible data, or odorous data, or sensual data, tactile data, all empirical data, that's an instance of me detecting it. And I never voluntarily chose to detect empirical data. I just do.
Yeah, we're agreed on that completely. The thing I'm saying is that some people just have the ability to see it, some people don't. It's like how pigeons can detect magnetic fields, we can't.
Okay, but that's not an instance of the subjective perception changing the object that is being perceived.
And we also know why pigeons detect magnetic fields, because they have superoxides in their eyes.
Yeah,
you mind? Name, you don't mind? You don't mind if I put a quick pin on this real quick, just to introduce somebody, and then you can continue if you want. I just want to introduce the new guy. We got Diamond High, I should say. Diamond High. I'm going to mute you. Welcome to the server. You are unmuted, Diamond High. Are you there?
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm going to go ahead and give you VC Verify because you spoke up. But go ahead and join in the conversation in just a short moment. Name Jazz, I guess, was finishing his thought, and then you can go ahead and jump in afterwards.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll put it in a quick sentence, and then I'll let you talk to the new dude. Basically, I'm saying that it's not exactly it's not the mind changing what's being perceived. It's just different capacities of perception.
Okay, that's different. Okay, so that's your point.
Yeah, that is different. Yeah. Sometimes my communication is kind of fucked, but yeah, I'll let you guys talk to the new dude.
Just real quick. That way I can introduce another new guy. All right, we got Soul Inside the Machine. You might want to mute up, Name JS. We got some background coming from you.
Oh, okay, yeah, we'll do.
We got Soul Inside the Machine. I'm gonna unmute you right now. Okay, you have the ability to speak, Soul Inside the Machine. If you're there.
How is my voice? Is it okay? Everything 5x5?
Yeah, it's all nominal.
I hear you.
You need to mute.
Great to meet you guys. I just wanted to bring up the Coriolis effect, and it could support flat Earth or it could support spherical Earth or both. The Coriolis effect is like when you throw a baseball or shoot a bullet, and the rotation of where you're pinpointed, it's straight.
What it is?
Yeah, you know what it is.
Effect or force?
We know what it's. You mean Earth-based Coriolis? We know what it's alleged to be.
Okay. Does
sorry. So 1 second, Diamond High. Can you mute your microphone? Thank you very much.
Yeah, your Price is right in the background.
Yeah, there's some background noise coming from you. It's awful. All right, so Soul Inside, please continue.
So good. I'm with you. Like I'm kind of like confused about the flat Earth and semi-spherical and spherical thing. It makes me wonder. Because
let me ask you this.
It's not about you guys, but I'm just saying about the whole observation. It throws me into a little spin because.
I like where you went. I like where you did.
Can you name a specific time or place or documentation where this Coriolis effect is observed?
All the time. Snipers.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true.
Shooting pool. Well, it's not true. It is very true.
Coriolis effect when shooting pool? Jesus Christ.
Shooting pool, shooting golf, especially golf.
Come on,
man.
Wowzer, Mr. Bowser.
So, how do you calculate Coriolis? What are the 2 data points you need?
Well, the data point is you aim, you check your windage, and you fire your round. And by the force of nature, wherever it goes, if you're in the northern hemisphere, they say, or the southern hemisphere, or even flushing a toilet is another force.
Shit!
That's wrong. Sorry, mate.
How is it wrong? I'm just being told I'm wrong before I'm even finished. It's the oldest in the book to tell him I'm wrong.
Dude, man, listen, we've heard this so many times. Not even mainstream science has a toilet flushing the Coriolis effect.
But I mean, I could go in my gun locker and display how a round.
No, yeah, I know, but hang on. So we gotta clear the air here, man.
Something called the gyroscopic drift. That's what you're. That's what you're.
Could be it too. This is why I'm asking you guys because I'm confused about this because everything we've learned.
So there's a 2.4 mile sniper shot.
Okay.
Longest shot recorded.
Canadian guy, Canadian Marines, I believe, did that shot.
Canadians,
it was a 50 cal, but it was not the BMG cal. It was slightly.
That's what they didn't do.
What didn't they do?
They did not take into account the Coriolis effect.
Right, and the windage is also dictated.
Also, so 1 second, real quick, and for everybody that's keeping along with this conversation, please go to the live stream voice text for any images and things that we post, even for you, Soul and Diamond High. For new guys, please go to that chat. That's where we're at. It's the chat right above the voice chat you're in right now. So I don't want to interrupt anymore, but I just want to let you know that. Go ahead.
I didn't want to be a dick and come off and say I'm going to prove you wrong, or I just want to learn something and try to see something in a different perspective.
There is no quantifiable Coriolis effect.
Okay.
Or it has not been quantified.
It has not.
Okay, so so I'll explain it to you since you actually seem genuinely curious.
Yeah.
So let's talk about different scales. So people will say Coriolis effect is what causes sinks to drain a certain way or toilets to flush a certain way. That's false. The way a sink drains depends on the shape of the basin and the angle at which the water flows into it. If you want, I can give you a scientist taking a sink in the so-called northern hemisphere and bringing it all the way to the southern hemisphere and demonstrating this.
It does the same thing. Just like a latrine would have a hole on the one side, on the right side, or a hole on the left or in the center. It will dictate, plus the shape of the bowl.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and if the bowl's tilted or not tilted, right? So it's level or plumbness, that's going to determine, the flow of water, the freaking angle the water jets out. Like, it's a fluid, so it's dynamic. Right. It's not like...
just follows itself. It pulls a vacuum within itself.
Same with toilet bowls. They actually have they're designed so water comes out sideways from underneath the rim. They don't come straight out and then go around. So whichever direction those jets are pointed in, not jets but holes that act as jets, whichever direction they're pointed in is the way that the water follows down the drain. So So I've got 2 different toilets in my house. One's made in China, one's made in Europe. They both flow in different directions.
Right.
And he lives in Australia.
Yeah, I can tell. Are you New South Wales?
Nah, Victoria.
Or South.
Victoria.
So what do you think? What do you think about that really quick debunk, Soul, on that? What you just said about
that debunk? That's interesting. I mean, I find it interesting. It doesn't hurt my ego because I really don't have one at this point in my life. I'm just learning and observing. But at later time, I remember things ectatically, and then I come back and say, okay, there's maybe some evidence here contradicting or supporting your theory. I mean, I keep a very neutral, open mind about it.
So here's another thing.
Yeah.
So you realize that the Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection, right? It's like the object is actually, whatever it is that the projectile or whatever it's supposed to be is actually going straight.
It's going straight, but the
Earth is supposed to be rotating out from underneath it. Well, you're rotating on the surface of the Earth, so it makes it look like a curved path, like a merry-go-round, right? Like if I'm on a merry-go-round and I'm spinning in a circle and I'm in the center and I throw a ball, that ball from my viewpoint is going to appear to curve, even though that ball is going straight.
Correct.
Now consider this. They'll say that hurricanes are caused by Coriolis effect. But when you see so-called pictures from space of hurricanes from an external reference frame, is that a straight line?
It can be going in a straight line, but it could be taking the course of its own wind, and it's the cross convection. I'm thinking the cross convection is what dictates it with temperature changes.
Well, I think it's the way the pressure is, right? So you have anticyclones, and anticyclones are when the high pressure is on the inside and the low pressure is on the outside, and regular cyclones are when the low pressure is on the inside and the high pressure is on the outside. So when it's the reverse, they spin in an opposite direction.
Like a tornado made of fire because of a high heat, like a petroleum fire.
Yeah, something like over 50% of the tornadoes in Mexico spin the so-called wrong direction.
Right.
They're spinning the wrong way, according to Coriolis. So weather is not evidence for the Coriolis. So then you have other things, right? So you can say...
Nothing is.
Well, let me go. So ballistics. So the world record sniper shot didn't account for Coriolis. Well, there's like, okay, so what else do we have? We have, artillery pieces. What's the biggest artillery piece? It's the 16-inch cannon that was on the USS Iowa and USS Montana, right? The old battleships from World War II. They could throw a shell 30,000 meters. Well, if you look up their firing chart, their firing table, there's no mention of Coriolis. Well, at the beginning it says Coriolis effect, but when you look in the actual chart, there's no column or calculation for Coriolis effect in the firing.
It just shows drop, correct? Like bullet drop is all.
It'll show a curvature correction, but at 30,000 meters, the uncertainty of where that gun lands, where that shell is going to land anyway, is greater than whatever correction they would do. So the uncertainty is something like 250 yards, but the correction is like 90 feet.
Right.
So like the difference, it doesn't matter. Like if they take it into account, they don't take it into account. It isn't like, we got more accurate. You're not going to be able to tell because the spread of the rounds, and they know this because they tested the accuracy of the USS Iowa off the island of Crete in 1984. So they fire test rounds to see how accurate they were. And the spread is about 200. They said the uncertainty of a round is about 250 yards, like a 250-yard circle.
Oh wow, yeah. That's.
But I mean, that's close enough. It's a giant fucking shell, dude.
Yeah, there's giant. 3 of them. Nothing moves them. It, like they get propelled and they come down like with Hellhammer. And
they're also shooting 6 of them at the same time. So like, right. Yeah, okay. So we missed. Like we're off a little bit. There's just 6 of them. Right. So who cares?
And it just reminds me of tungsten rods, like the tungsten rod project that they were talking about. Just a supermassive.
The rods from God. That one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just the mass of it alone. Just. You don't need propellant. You just drop it, and it sinks into the earth and creates an atomic, like an atomic bomb. It's very destructive.
Basically a hypersonic missile, but a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's assisted but guided, and then the guides drop back or detach, and it goes straight down. And the force and velocity and speed, it melts back into like an aerodynamic. Pile driver. Yeah, I wouldn't not want to be in that same city when that hits.
Well, this is so funny though, man. Like, check this out. This is kind. I'm gonna get off like this is kind of like a diversion, not a diversion, but like something I find curious, right? So they tested. No, I'm talking about what I'm about to say. So they tested this tungsten rod, right? So they tested what they call a tungsten ablator. So they use tungsten to test how much kinetic energy it takes to vaporize tungsten. So it has to be going with something like Mach 11.
It's ridiculous.
To vaporize tungsten. So they would fire tungsten into basically a giant piece of fucking steel and concrete to see how hard how fast they got to shoot it to make it completely vaporize on impact.
Yeah.
You remember 9/11?
Oh yeah, 9/11. Oh my God!
Remember they were saying that the plane vaporized in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, and I live in Pennsylvania, and that's the messed up part.
The plane vaporized. No, they're like on national TV saying the plane vaporized. Like, dude, so the plane was going Mach 11?
Right.
What the fuck are you talking about?
There's so many inconsistencies with 9/11. It's sad what they did to everybody. They just gaslighted all of us, stole our investments, stole our.
Doing it. That isn't even over yet.
It's not even over. You're right. And what they planted in those buildings. Do you guys support the theory that they planted demolition charges and thermite?
Me personally, I don't think it was one thing. I think they used a complex demolition method. I don't think they were just like, oh, let's just throw charges in there. I think they did a bunch of shit. It's probably something no one's ever seen before, so it's impossible to decipher because it's like a secret or patented type of technology, right?
Right. It's like
so if you have a demolition technology and you just don't tell anybody how it works, you know.
I think they blasted the structure out. What it looked like they blasted the structure out. Then they used a thermite, like a Willie Pete type deal, with a lot of probably scrap metal or rust and ball bearings or whatever the hell they had, but also the aluminum. There were the aluminium and the water from the. You got water involved in there at a super high heat. When they ignite the thermite, it creates a thermal reaction as well. It's fueling the fire with the hydrogen and oxygen in the water. It splits atomic structure, makes the fuel out of it. So it just burned down into the ground. But that was definitely not just jet fuel. Jet fuel is JP8. I mean,
yeah, I know. It's not even flammable.
No, it's not. You have to use a wick or a. Yeah, you have to atomize.
Only the vapor is flammable. So you remember? We're getting way off flat Earth. So
yeah, we are.
This is the last thing I'll say about this.
Yeah.
So, do you remember TWA Flight 800? That
sure
was shot down in New York. They investigated that crash to FAA. And the results of the testing to figure out how it crashed. Basically, jet fuel can't explode at sea level.
They can't. No, it's too much barometric pressure. You're correct.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be the perfect freaking mix, and it has to be at least 100 degrees. It was actually formulated in 1973 to be non-explosive at sea level, so it was less money in insurance to transport.
Wow.
And it's actually classified in U.S. law as a non-combustible.
No shit.
Yeah,
because
it has to be 105 degrees even to start vaporizing.
Interesting.
And then it's only the vapor that's flammable, and the vapor only ignites if there's like a 5% fuel to air mixture. So like that's like a perfect storm of like conditions. How is that ever going to happen? So it's not combustible, basically.
It's only
that was a great movie too, like Perfect Storm. That was a great movie. Like he was like, it was good. Yeah.
But anyway, let's get off that fucking rabbit hole that never ends.
We're definitely going down rabbit holes, but that's like what I kind of want to do is learn from you guys and try to feed in, throw something in the furnace and see what happens. Not offend anybody or say anybody's wrong. Just learn.
I mean, our fundamental claim, we don't claim we know the shape of the Earth if it has a shape in any abstract form, right? So like you say, what's the shape of a rock? Like no one knows what the shape of a rock is. It's a rock shape. Like what shape is that? Yeah, exactly. It's not an idealized shape, right? It's not a platonic solid.
Maybe a gas ball. Maybe a gas. Maybe there's exceptions. I think Earth-like or rocky planets or chunks. I don't think that they're spherical.
Well, if you look at the history of the globe Earth, they thought it was a globe for aesthetic reasons. That's why they thought that a sphere was the most perfect shape. This is explicitly stated by Copernicus and Plato.
Yeah,
I don't think it was aesthetic reasons why they said that. It was logical reasons. Like they came to the point where they saw something, and it brought them to the point where it's a sphere. It wasn't aesthetic.
What do you mean logical?
Okay, so what did Copernicus see?
I don't give a fuck about Copernicus. I never met the dude. Don't give a fuck about who he is or whatever. Like seriously.
But you said they saw something. Who's the they?
Well, who's the they? Whenever everyone in this room has said the word they. What do you mean when you say they?
Oh, they is in the scientific community or the collective of people in society. Maybe
they came up. The initial idea that the Earth is a sphere come up the first time it's mentioned in the Western literature, period, in any literature, is by Plato. It's called the Dialogues of Timaeus, and his reasoning was a sphere is the most perfect shape. That was
it's the perfect shape that if you're in gravity, if something is coalescing together, it's going to make a sphere. Yeah.
That's anachronistic. Plato was not giving that argument. That's anachronistic. That's anachronistic. Plato wasn't giving that argument.
Wait. I've never heard
Plato
that.
believed in Newtonian mechanics.
Can you wait a second? Like what you said, anachronistic. What do you say?
That's anachronistic. Plato wasn't giving that argument.
What does that mean? I don't think I've heard that word before. Like, what does that mean?
Anachronistic, anachronism, chronological. It's not in chronological order with how history unfolded.
Linear. It's something that happens. Like there's a progression to the growth of it. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not really talking about growth. I'm just talking about the unfolding of history.
Yeah.
Which model of gravity did Plato subscribe to? Newtonian or Einsteinian?
He didn't describe to any of them because he was before those times, so he would never even know who Einstein or Newtonian was.
Yeah, that was my point. Is that his argument for a sphere was aesthetic, was not based upon physics. It was based upon metaphysics. The foundation of the globe is metaphysics. It's not science. It's not physics.
When you say aesthetic, it makes me feel like I'm a fucking I am someone that's going in someone's house and making their house better, or like beautifying something.
That's just a misconception of aesthetics. Aesthetics is just a basic category of philosophy. It's called the study of the principles of beauty.
Okay, I like that. Okay, cool. Thank you. That's real. Like you said that. Wait, what did you say? Something about what did you say? What did you say?
Aesthetics is one of the basic categories of philosophy. It's the principles of beauty.
Principles of beauty. That's great. I would make a band, and I would call my band "Aesthetics of Beauty" or "Principles of Beauty." That's a great.
It's the third time you've come in today and interrupted the conversation.
Say again?
Yeah, but what the conversation we're having?
He's talking to Tony. So.
Oh God, Tony!
Oh my bad.
Really? Oh Jesus Christ, man!
I'll just mute him. It's not even worth explaining to him and being polite. Like, sorry, Tony, you're too fucking high. Okay, next.
Can we go back to the conversation? I was actually enjoying it.
Yeah, I was enjoying it.
Even someone else take over. I got a laugh, man. That was funny, man.
India was talking to Soul, talking about the history of the notion that the Earth is a sphere, spawned from metaphysical speculation and this aesthetic preference.
Weren't they talking about the Coriolis as well?
Yeah, I was talking about the Coriolis
earlier.
Well, that's underground right now. Decaying, decomposing.
I think they're coming. They were trying to get back to the Earth, so
yeah, we were trying to get back. Yeah.
But so I guess if you guys are coming back to the Earth, there's a lot of probably misconceptions that you have right now. So it sounds like you're a very intelligible guy. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to be too hard for you to pick this up. Probably, at least not from this server. We can sure guide you to a better landing zone than probably maybe some other video could.
I was invited here just to come in and join you on the conversation. I wasn't coming here to troll you guys. It was.
I don't. I heard it through the way you're speaking. I can kind of get a little bit of a sense of where you're coming from. All right, so when we're talking about this topic, there's an understanding we want to put like a basis or a ground to. So the thing that you came in with is what we would consider a derivative topic. So it's a topic built on the presupposition that the Earth already is a globe, and then the physics on the globe are working as such to be Coriolis and so on.
Gotcha.
So what we always go ahead.
I was going to bring something up too, the UAP subject, because there's been a lot of leaks. I've seen things in my past and in the near present past that supports that UAPs are pretty damn real.
All right, so but whether or not they're space aliens or maybe just some military top secret craft or whatever, that could be still in the realm of speculation. But
aliens can exist. They just don't have to come from outer space, right?
Yeah. So we let's not divert at the moment. So we're just using this as like how we decipher what people say and like how we can have that discernment to say, okay, let's put that in the category of speculation and leave it there for now. Let's get to the bit that we're actually going to verify the actual truth of the reality of the shape of the Earth or lack thereof. So when we do that, we're starting to get to the questions that ground us. So like the very first questions I would ask is surface curvature, axial rotation, the Earth in motion, and or gas pressure without a vacuum.
Gotcha.
Or excuse me, gas pressure without a container. I'm sorry. And so gas pressure without a container is kind of like another thing about space being a vacuum and so on. But just surface curvature itself, if I was to ask you a question, I want to leave an impression on you whether or not you know something or you don't know. You sound like an honest Joe, right? So I know pretty much you're a straight shooter. If you know something, you know it. If you don't, you don't, right? Do I take you for that kind of guy?
Yes, that's exactly it. You nailed it.
Okay. All right. So if I dive into this exercise, you'd pretty much help me out here and just like be honest and so forth. So we'll get
the figure. I'll just tell you, hey, I don't know exactly, but I'll give you a yay or nay or thumbs up, thumbs down kind of thing to confirm.
Okay. All right. So surface curvature is the first question I'm going to start with. So when have we ever measured the surface curvature ever in history?
Earth or just any object? That's
Earth.
what I would. Earth. I don't know how we would measure it unless we used a spacecraft.
Right.
But
so
in both times we used boats, we used ships, and not knots.
So okay. So the category is I don't know or I do know, and let me explain in detail how. Those are the two categories. You can choose either one.
All right. I'll just say I don't know.
Okay. So the second question would be the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth. Same as the first question. How has it been discovered that the Earth is in rotation? They tell us that the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So how has this been measured to be in rotation by any apparatus, device, or people or person?
I think it would be based on an assumption, based on distance, but just judging by the stars. I'd say
same as before. Do you know or you don't know?
I don't know exactly. I have an idea, but it's an educated guess, but it's not exact pinpoint. Okay.
So you don't know, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So the third and final question is that the vacuum of space is said to be adjacent from the pressure air that you and I breathe, according to what can be measured, 14 psi on the surface. Right. We're breathing this gas, right? Air. So they tell us that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air in which we breathe, but they also talk about a pressure gradient and so on. But to have pressure in the first instance, pressure would be considered delta, right? Pressure gradient would be delta X. That's the thing you need to have if you first have pressure in the first place. Gas pressure, that is, right? So if we have gas pressure in the first instance, that's what we need to have. So in order to attain gas pressure anywhere on Earth, we need to have a container. It's just a law of nature. You do understand this, right? I need your confirmation to know how I'm going to proceed. Okay, so we're going to be able to say with all certainty that gas pressure, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, is a container. Is this correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to move forward and say then, if they're telling us that the vacuum of space exists, how is it possible that in the open system of the globe, where matter and energy can transfer back and forth into and out of the system, is it possible that we can have gas pressure without a container?
Only if there is some sort of containing like mass, like if there's rotation of an object and it pulls with gravity or pushes with gravity, the force of gravity and the relativity. But if there's a vacuum on the outside, it would have to create its own push or pull based on velocity.
Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'm going to give you, so trust me, man, I'm going to give you a sporting chance at going ahead and taking a stab at this, but the same category as the previous two.
I'd say like a bubble effect. Yeah, like spinning a cylinder and you're stuck.
Yeah, let me go ahead and give you the. So same as the previous two, I'm going to tell you either you know or you don't know. And be honest when you say I don't know, or if you do know, I'm going to ask you more leading questions, and probably I'm going to press you a little bit harder if you say you know. I'm going to ask for hyper-specific details. So if you don't know, it's best to say intellectually, I don't know. And it could absolve you of that. If not, I will press you until the nth degree we'll ring this out together.
All right. Roger that.
Okay, so it's up to you. You can choose I know or I don't know.
Even if I say I don't know, I'd like to hear what you got to say about it. But go ahead.
Absolutely.
Okay, ready.
You know or you don't know? I have to have your confirmation.
All right, I don't know at this point.
Okay.
I'm just speculating based on hypothesis.
Sounds good. Let me just wrap this up for you, and then we can take your questions for sure and answer anything that you want to talk about for sure. All right. So wrapping this up, I'm going to say that the Earth having curvature, spinning in the vacuum of space, is just a belief that you hold right now. It is not something that you know. It is only something you believe thus far. As far as you know, somebody has figured it out, but as far as you're concerned, verifying it in any way has not ever been done in your part. So you're just believing a narrative so far. And this is the case. This is the case for many people who come into the server. They're kind of like stunned to believe that it's only been a belief that they've been resting their mind on. They thought it was a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe already, and I've just proved it to you right now. Right. That if you had said information of the three tenets that prop up the globe, you would be readily available to answer them as fast as you could and as quickly to dispense any myth that you might have as far as like you're not knowing. But the case still stands for that for everybody, so that just so it's for everybody's knowledge right now that we heard you confess and say that it's a concession on your part. So ending that is just a belief. And then we can take some questions now. So if you like,
it's a belief, but just scientific guess. But all guesses can be proven or disproven, but not to sound like a.
We can get in. We can get into it now that we've passed that.
Yeah, it's all good. Hey, I'm not trying to stir up ruffle feathers, but just trying to.
Oh, absolutely not.
Hey, can you explain scientific guess for me?
Gas or discs?
No, you said it's a scientific guess.
Oh, a hypothesis.
Can you explain scientific guess?
Say if Earth became, from a rocky chunk to a spinning ball, hypothetically, that would support that there would be a downforce or a pull down onto the surface to keep gases to the planet. For instance, if you're in a rotor, like say if you're in a cylinder and it's going counterclockwise or clockwise, the centrifugal force of that would stick you to the edge, and the floor drops out. You're still stuck to the edge. That's what gives me the idea that would work.
That's opposite. It's opposite.
It's opposite. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. I'm trying to.
Not really.
All right. Well, I'm seeing it. I'm visualizing it as it could have a.
Let me say this. Okay. Along the lines of Timbo's critique, you said the term scientific guess.
Right.
Now, among the many habits that we have is this habit of prefixing whatever we're talking about with the adjective scientific. And then when you examine the term, it really doesn't change any meaning if you drop the term scientific.
Just say educated.
And then, yeah, so at best, what scientific guess is some kind of logically coherent speculation or some kind of inference based on limited data. So it would be some coherent, at best, coherent speculation or a inference from very limited empirical data. Pretty much.
I lost connection here for a second.
You lost connection?
I think I lost connection here.
I can still hear you. You can't hear me. Which is weird. I can hear him clearly, but can't hear me clearly. But to finish the point, hopefully he gets back soon. Scientific, the word scientific.
Connection.
This is weird. I gotta say. Can someone disconnect him so that he can reconnect?
Yeah, Soul inside the machine. Do you want me to disconnect you so you can get a better connection? Or can you hear me?
I'll just disconnect him.
Yeah.
Oh, what was his role?
I believe he did have VC verified, but I could be wrong, Indio.
This last point was okay. This last point was, scientific. People toss around the word and are not precise and consistent and specific with the usage of the word. And so either you can say it in the sense of just this area of knowledge, or this method of inquiry, or that method of inquiry. And then some people really use the term as a misnomer for what is more specifically referred to, like I call it, the causation inquiry method.
Yeah. 3-point space spin curve. Yeah.
I like how we went through those 3 points expeditiously. That's a $10 word, Gregory.
You're going to talk about me having a high vocabulary. I've never even used that one.
Oh, he's back. Go ahead, Greg. You're on.
Is Diamond High here?
No, Soul Inside just came back.
But
Soul.
I'm having tech difficulties.
My check, Soul.
Soul inside the machine, are you there? I guess the soul left the machine. Wait. I said that, but I forgot that. Yeah, it doesn't have the same effect. It's got to happen right after. He's probably checked out, bro. Diamond, how are you there?
Here, I lost connection there. I'm very sorry.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I went outside and underneath this steel girder, it grounded my signal out, and I had a hell of a time getting back on.
Good.
Okay, the last one I was saying was...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just to quickly finish, the last point I was saying was the term you use scientific is people in the habit of tossing around the term scientific without consistency and specificity. But really, the term that you just said really amounts to, like you just conceded earlier, at best, a coherent speculation or a inference, at best a valid inference from whatever limited empirical data, greater or lesser.
Oh, this is strange.
Can you hear him, Soul?
Yep.
Yeah, it cut out again for some reason. He's doing this weird cutting out stuff. I think it's Discord.
Perhaps.
Okay.
We got Foria that's in here as well, and Foria. And
he finally hopped up in here from the second live stream.
Oh, he didn't hop in here. I hopped him in here.
Oh, you put him in here. Okay.
Yeah.
So you saw him down there.
I saw him hanging out there by himself.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Foria. I got you covered, man.
Corralled him.
Bad connectivity here.
Get over here. Come on, CB. Oh, see, he's not in here.
Oh, he's probably muted.
I'll tell you what.
That's probably why he was in that.
Scorpion?
Yeah, Soul inside the machine. Do we have confirmation that you hear us?
Oh, I'm here. 4 5x5. Boom, Howard. That's me.
10-4, Big Bear.
Well, Roger that. I'll tell you what there.
That's a dead ringer for
Sorry.
Hank Hill.
It is.
Also,
Like,
it sounded like Flat Earth Music Man.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Larry can do a great Hank Hill.
Yeah, I was doing it since I was like 14, 15 years old. When my voice cracked, I was able to then change my voice to something real nasally, and you just draw it out real. Like, oh, you sound like a couple of buzzard hawks. I'll tell you what, there. No, your boys ain't right. You just
and he's doing real well, because I'll tell you what.
If you ever watch that YouTuber named Hootie Hoo, he shoots them rifles. It sounds just like me. Yes. I subscribe to that guy just because he sounds like the living Hank Hill. And yeah, he's not too bad of a shot.
Anybody's ever told him that.
Right on my goddamn window at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, goddamn rattling my chains at 5 a.m. I heard some raccoons in my trash can, so I got my 223 Remington. God damn it, I thought I was going to chase them off, but smacked them dead right in the ass. Gave him a Texas in him, I tell you what there, boy.
Smelled like the devil's asshole after I was done with him. I tell you what.
That's the worst kind of wound you want to have out on the field, boys, when you have a gut wound. It smells like a goddamn worse than a dirty diaper on a hot Wednesday morning.
You can take that shit on the road. Now that's comedy, guys. Like, what happened to the other guy that came in here wasn't any comedy? This is.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy just spontaneous.
Hey, we can unban Reckoner if you want, Miggy.
Oh, God, don't do that. Like, no.
There's some people I come in contact with here that tell me about dreams that they're having. They tell me about that they have premonitions and stuff. And, there's this guy named Willard. He comes on and he just calls me up. He doesn't give a shit what time of the morning it is. I had to silence him because he'd just call me like, he's like, now I'll tell you what, there I just dreamed about the aliens coming from space, stealing my weapons. God damn, they're going to start a war down here.
Are you serious? You did say that? That's so good. That's comedy gold, bro.
It is. And I love talking to them, even if I'm in a pissed off mood, I listen to this guy, I'm like, wow, this guy makes me laugh so goddamn hard. I'm in tears. He's just some straight southern redneck guy. His brother, sister, cousin, whatever's going on there in his family. But Willard is hilarious. And you can throw anything at him, and he'll just turn that into some spontaneous comedic gold. Like talking about a heavy metal short bus, window licking dune shit. I fucking lose it. I die. I cry. I can't.
That's so good. It's even better when you repeat it, and then other people hear your impression of him actually sounding like that. That's even better. That's good.
How in hell my short bus of doom, boy, listen to some goddamn Skinner or some AC/DC, some cliche ass shit like that. That's what we're talking about. Got my sister naked in the back seat with the disco ball. I think she's high on Adderall. Just really like the most cliche shit. All the nuances and details. God damn it. That Econoline van got a 383 stroker, that son bitch. Oh, God.
Oh, shit, dude.
Oh, God. That's what we like to tell ourselves. This is why we discourage inbreeding. But I think it brings out the creativity in us.
That guy's just like so unapologetically himself, isn't he? He just doesn't give a shit about what anybody has to say.
Not give a shit. And like, he like lives in this dark single wide camper trailer, and you can tell by the vertical blind or the horizontal blinds. You're like, oh my God, this guy is gold. I want to get this guy. If I ever get wealthy, I want to like buy this guy a nice trailer and put him somewhere nice, so he can just start his own podcast and live a life of happiness. Who knows?
You know what that's called?
Yeah,
you know it's called Mayhem.
The what?
You know that's called Mayhem. It's called Canderous.
Oh yeah.
See, got you. One more word.
But yeah,
I just got to put it in a stockpile of words, man. That we're.
Oh
yeah.
Hey,
but
what's Canderous?
Straightforward, just no filter. You know. Very honest.
Hey, you say any more words, you're gonna summon Tony V. Hey man, what'd you say about that, man? Hey, forget about it, man. What are you talking about? Hey,
forget about it over here.
Hey, Guido, get a load of this guy. Like freaking.
Take a load of this motherfucker. And then,
how the frick did you find all these guys?
But I want to tell you that this guy. Hey man. But yeah, I don't want to go too far into that.
No, do it, dude. Like, I love him. Like, dude.
Hey man, I know MMA, man. Mexican martial arts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you do a Hispanic accent?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah. Buenos dias, ¿cómo está, señor? You want to hit this motor? You want the taquitos? Oh my God!
But you know what? I never liked him. I never liked him. I never trusted him. For all I know, he could have been having me killed back then.
What the fuck is this shit? You don't like me?
Oh shit!
Oh, I love different calls.
I was only kidding. Baby, come back! I was only kidding.
Yeah, we have a good time in here, man.
Yeah, you guys have some good voices to do casting. Like, you guys have a really good, strong personality. Bit argumentative, but it's like awesome because it gets people thinking. Like, it'll make the most confident person be like, oh shit, this guy's blue, but you're like, fuck, is it really purple?
You haven't heard. We got a server called the Golden Globies. You haven't heard the best of the best with honors until you've heard some of the shit that they say, and you'd be ashamed to be a Glober. You'd be like, man, I'm so glad I'm over here because these guys. I mean, they say that we got sound clips, by the way, that will just like. It'll stomp a mud hole in your ass. Like, it's that good, man. You're like, oh, yeah. I can't believe somebody thinks this shit. But let me dig some up. I could not if you want to go somewhere else.
That's cool. I'm just chilling. I'm not discouraged by all means. I'm just trying to learn.
Let's grab a couple of short ones and do it.
Yeah, it's a real quick, man. Just short one, just to kind of give you a taste.
Yeah, short bus on it, Mike.
Short ones.
Audience short bus.
Well, what are your Fido? It's just a little small clips.
It's one of those things. The Australian accent has to be the hardest one to do, I reckon.
It is. It's a really hard one. I was in
the hardest one. I reckon.
Sometimes you just sound like a retard. I can't do it.
You were close. You were close.
Indeed.
Can
I give you a quick tip?
Yeah, shoot.
Just act like you're constipated and try to talk.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And always end every single sentence like it's the question, even though it's a straight predication.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I've noticed that.
But
I've noticed.
You've also got to maybe try blocking your nose as well when you're doing it.
Yeah.
I sound like a Crocodile Dundee.
Hit a goddamn 8-ball on these point.
So every time, no matter what sentence you say, it sounds like you're never certain about what you're trying to say.
That's not constipated enough.
Yeah, it's not constipated enough.
Well, that's my voice. I'm sorry, I can't. I mean, at this point, at this rate, I'm just going to talk like Squidward.
That's why you end up dumping people, because they think you're asking a question, but you're actually making a comment.
Speaking of twins, I wanted to tell you about this. This is the weirdest thing. Like, not to be on a tangent, but when you said Squidward, there's a video recently released.
Squidward.
It's not Squidward. It's not Squidward, but it was a deep sea vessel by the Sea of Japan. Object. They observed this object flying past like one of these long tubular metallic squid that was just chilling there, and it just dives right past the camera, illuminated. And when it was stop framed, it was not organic. It was like a metallic object or illuminating light. It was some sort of energy emanating object underwater. And that's what I wanted to share with you guys earlier. Yeah, I'll find it for you real quick.
Hey, before I take you on this magic carpet ride, I want you to listen to this guy first. He's like the top dog of like science communicators and such. I'll play him, and then I'll play the numpties that come through here. So first of all, this guy's first he's a mainstream what you would consider like science communicator. So I'm gonna play him first, and then I'll get onto the other guys. All right, here we go. Oops, 1 second.
You can put the laws of physics as we know them on a simple sheet of paper. Well, what is science? Science is based on things that are testable, reproducible, and falsifiable. You're not going to believe this. In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. Science is about natural law. It's about the laws of nature. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. Like the Big Bang. You cannot reproduce the Big Bang. You cannot test the Big Bang. It's like a detective story. You can only look at the clues left over from the Big Bang. So to calculate the instant of creation is in some sense outside science because it's not reproducible. You cannot reproduce the Big Bang. But you can then trace the history of what happened afterwards like a murder mystery, and that's where a lot of science is done. And when religious people begin to pontificate about natural law, that's where we get into trouble. Now, we want a theory of everything, a theory of all forces. We want to create a superforce. And what did this superforce create? The universe itself. It is the driving force of creation. It's the energy of the Big Bang itself, the superforce. It never works. You cannot reproduce the Big Bang. You cannot test the Big Bang. All the things that were once considered science fiction are now centerpiece in our understanding of the nature of everything. That's why religion is based on faith. Science is about natural law. It's about the laws of nature. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Yeah, that guy is Michio Kaku.
Isn't that the Asian guy? Yeah, right?
Yeah, Michio Kaku.
That's the same guy they interviewed after Elon Musk's rocket exploded and said, that's the rocket we're going to the moon with. Or to Mars.
Yeah, very gross misconception of faith, he said at the very end.
So,
Good?
Yeah, no, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, he sort of comes off as wrong. I'm going to tell you how we do it by shitting our pants. Oh, I'm going to change the whole perspective. It's like, wow, really? Like, I really don't want to hear this guy talking like an infomercial, but it's interesting. It's not. It's like, You know, it's like, oh, wait, there's more. There's more oxycodone clean. Oh,
no, he holds office. So I'm just saying, he holds office with the, cosmology aspect.
Yeah, the interesting part is he's the people that these people look to for cosmology and science when he's telling them they're not actually doing any science.
Right. He's just paid to talk and paid to talk like a motivational speaker, like a cult leader.
He's not.
The most polite way to phrase it with their position is that they supposedly, at best, they do some kind of inferential work that is supposedly based on, inductively or at least abductively supported, that kind of argument by the empirical data. So they supposedly make an inductive inference or an abductive inference given the empirical data, but they're barely even doing that. And again, no one is neutral. No one. Everyone has a position. It's just a matter of, can you justify the position?
There's one word that works against all of the pseudoscience of evolution, Big Bang, all of these things. There's one word that works not in their favor. Can you guess what that word is? Anybody?
Knowledge.
Entropy.
Oh.
I was thinking level.
All right, I'm gonna unleash the Kraken now.
Correct, yeah.
So you're gonna get bombarded by all these.
Oh man, I was about to say that.
There we go.
I'm ready. I'm looking for the UAP clip for you, the USO clip while you do that.
Somebody thinks. Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
No,
if that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
All right, just hits are going to keep coming.
Yeah, I'll keep it coming. Sorry, I had an interruption there. Plus, my internet connection went weird again. There must be a storm coming here. But go ahead. I'm enjoying the voice clips, hearing the nuances.
Only when there's gravity.
Sorry, only when there's gravity. So you're just going to beg the question of this non-force? Sorry, why on earth would you beg the question of this gravity when, number one, mass does not attract mass? That is 106 years out of date. And the current rhetoric of gravity, Einsteinian bending pseudo-force space, isn't a force.
If I put an aircraft in a ballistic trajectory...
Who gives a shit? We're talking about gas. I'm still yet to get an answer where you get the pressure. You said gas will press on me. I'm on the ground. Gas pressure. Where'd you get the gas pressure from?
Gravity.
No, gravity's not a force. Gravity is things going down. Gas does not do that. It's about the 8th time I've told you.
Gas does do that.
Oh, gas go down, go boom, boom. Like bouncy balls. So which gas is produced in the sky?
Which gas is produced in the sky?
Yeah, to go down.
I have no idea how...
None of them, you fucking clown.
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
None of them are produced in the sky and coming down like fucking rain. Gas isn't produced in the sky. It's produced at ground level and makes its way up. Up, not down. It's coming out of the fucking ground and going up. It's not coming down like rain. It's not produced in the fucking clouds.
Anger
Gas
management
is going up from ground level, not down. Understand that it's coming out of the ground and going in all directions away from the ground where it was produced.
Agree.
Right, so it isn't going down then, you fucking idiot. We haven't got pools of helium.
We have pools of helium at the...
No, we fucking don't.
Yes, we do.
Oh, really? Where do we find these puddles of helium? Show me a picture of one.
Spread evenly over the... Well, it's invisible, so it's a bit hard to...
Sorry, invisible pools of helium?
We have pools of helium.
Are you high right now?
Well, it's invisible.
I'm not high, Jesus Christ, this fucking guy.
You unlock this door with the key of retardation. Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of bullshittery. You've just crossed over into the numpty zone.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Got more coming at you. Here's another one.
This is so good, man.
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
What the hell did you just say?
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
Okay, so you also mentioned celestial navigation. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah, it's how high above 90 degrees a star appears, like the angular elevation.
So 90 degrees would be the zenith, and 90 along a baseline to your position, correct?
Yeah.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees from that position on the Earth to the star is straight up. That's 90 degrees, yes. The idea of celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use right triangles. The position directly under the star is 90 degrees. Retard!
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees, that's 90 degrees, yes. 90 degrees doesn't use right triangles. 90 degrees, that's 90 degrees.
Thank you.
The baseline we will be travelling along and are navigating is functionally and mathematically flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So Earth, that would be the Earth. That would be the Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth and functionally it's flat, and we navigate along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew. That's correct. From a university-grade mathematician, for all of you ladies and gentlemen, that will be trimmed out and posted everywhere. That's a university-grade mathematician telling you, the audience, that Earth is functionally measured and navigated flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat.
Oh my god, that's golden. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's why I come in to learn, and I don't try to spout out what I think I know. I just absorb, because you guys have been here longer. It's by natural selection. I would just be torn apart and recorded like that.
Yeah, natural selection.
I was like, I better watch what I say and not offend people, and just learn and just give my input as it's invited to be given. Not just be like, you know.
Yeah, you're all right. You're all right.
Yeah. Appreciate it, guys. I'm glad you didn't tear me apart too much.
Yeah,
some people are in the bad habit of being excessively belligerent.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
They are. And they just get torn to shreds. It's like they just jump feet first into a wood chipper with their own ego. And it's laughable, but it's sad. It's sad.
I'm talking about flat earthers in here. Some of them.
I mean, just the whole premise of people arguing instead of just comparing they've learned or unlearning, you know.
Well, the good thing to do is to argue. What you're talking about is bickering. Don't do that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Bickering. That's a better word for it. And that's what I heard there in his voice clips. People bickering and backpedaling. But it's humorous. It's funny to hear how they get torn apart. I like that accent where he just tore them to shreds about pools of water.
Oh, really? Where are these helium?
Puddles. It reminds me of Little Britain a little bit, like the sitcoms that I watch.
Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley he's a real character, man. That guy.
Yeah. Oh, it's hilarious. And the funny thing is, like, a lot of people don't take things that seriously, but they do put it seriously just to press somebody, and it just flies.
Rhetorical tactic.
Yes, the comic relief there is just epic. It's like a drill sergeant tearing apart a private. It's epic. Yeah, I'm finding these videos here. I'm kind of navigating through a UAP server buddy runs, and I don't know if you saw here in the general chat, or I mean the lobby rather, in this group or this server. I shared one of the videos. I'm just trying to get through and finding the others.
Yep.
Yeah, they're weird. It's extremely fucking weird.
I'm gonna run through some more clips while you do that.
All right, we'll do.
All right.
An equator is a straight line. In spherical geometry, that's true. Look up the definition.
No, straight lines do not curve.
In spherical geometry, a straight line is one that will curve. As long as it curves in a straight way. Along the sphere. That's correct.
That was it.
Oh my.
Dude, that was hilarious, man. Are you kidding me? That was epic, man. What a timing I have. Curved lines are straight. What's up, girlfriend? Good to see you, Kim. Good to see you.
If you guys check out the lobby real quick, the Mosul sphere that was seen in 07, it was seen again in this video clip. It looks like within the same area. They were seen over the Middle East during times of conflicts.
Mosul sphere?
Mosul is an area of Iraq.
Oh, okay.
It's within the general region of Iraq and Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And these things are really interesting. There's some other videos that I've found on like Reddit where people were flying ultralight planes over San Bernardino, California, and what looked like a horseshoe crab.
That's where I live, man. I live near San Bernardino. Yeah.
There was an uptick recently, like within January, February to March, where there was a lot of UAP sightings of private GoPro type footage from little private pilots flying these ultralights. And there's a lot over there. And there was another one over a military base intercepted.
Yeah, well, San Bernardino used to be a big time military base, man. They closed it about 20 years ago or so. But
yeah. Because of the West Coast being such a, it's an observation point and a backdoor to the United States. They built a huge installation. I guess they divvied it up.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of sightings over there. Ton of them.
Dude, man, I've never seen shit, man. I've been looking for fucking decades, man. I never seen an object. I did see one time, man. I saw a light like shoot across the sky horizontally really fast, and I was like, damn, looks like somebody just shined a flashlight across there, man, real quick.
Right.
But nothing, man. And I've been to the deserts, I've been on mountains and oceans, and like I ain't seen shit, man.
You'll see a lot of space debris, when you're in when you're in an area where there's no light pollution.
Yeah, I've been out there, man, Mojave Desert. Mm-hmm. Maybe you've heard of it.
It's beautiful out there.
I've camped out there at least 50 times, and I'm like, where's this fucking outer space shit? Nothing. I got nothing.
You'll see it over major installation.
How do you see space debris?
Well, you'll see like you'll even see like satellites. You'll even see
lights. Yeah, I've seen the satellites, man. Like the little lights that go across the sky, and then by the time they get to the horizon, they're gone. I mean, before they get to the horizon, they disappear. I mean,
you'll see space junk falling back into atmosphere and it'll burn up. Yeah,
I've never seen that, man.
I've seen it. I actually got a chance when I was over in Switzerland. I saw the Russian military launch the Sarmat 2 test, and it was upper atmosphere, and it shook the ground 3 fucking times. I thought it was like an asteroid or a comet flying across the sky. It was like really minute, like a satellite. It had like this little trickle tail in it, and it was on the date. It was on spot, confirmed. It was a nuclear test, and it shook the ground like an earthquake.
Yeah, I was in Las Vegas. I lived in the 80s. They used to do underground nuclear tests. I don't know if you guys remember those, but yeah, we would get shook. You know, like they're doing a test today. You know,
all right, we got Diamond High in here. I don't know if anybody's seen him. He's just sitting there without any rolls.
What's up, Diamond High?
How you doing?
Diamond High, man.
So let's jump back into Flat Earth real quick. So Diamond High, we invited you in here. You got VC verified, but I don't know if you were speaking earlier. But what do you think about the topic? Where do you stand with that?
Is the noise background gone?
Yeah, I don't hear any. Actually,
you're good. I can hear you.
Yeah, I think you're coming in clear.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys for a few hours. I think I'm totally with you guys, so it's just been great. It's a great show. It's hilarious. Like I'm dying laughing some of it.
Well, it is what we get from these guys. So.
It's like a gift. It's almost like a gift that keeps on giving.
It keeps on giving, man. I'm almost 9 years into this stuff, man.
Wow.
I'm still laughing.
It's a lot of material. It keeps you positive on a day where you really start to have a bad day, or you think you have a bad day, and then you play the voice clips, and you're like, wow, they're having a really bad life.
Yeah, I feel like I'm glad I stumbled across this channel. I never find one like this.
Mm.
You know, they're all pretty.
I was invited to join and check it out, and just wanted to bring some things about this UAP stuff, and maybe like stir up a little conversation about like the Coriolis effect. But these guys defined it for me, made it easier for me to understand it.
Hey, Diamond, you're getting some background noise from you.
Somebody's got an echo or something.
It's Diamond High.
Yeah.
Diamond High. Turn your speaker down.
Yeah,
go to push to talk would be better for you, Diamond High. Sounds like.
I guess I've got a headset. Jesus.
Or a headset.
Maybe a loopback driver misconfigured. That's what that sounds like.
Hey, we hear it all in here.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get feedback, and it's just gonna happen. People roboting, dropping out. It's just the nature of the kind of data we're pushing, man.
I just can't believe unidentified object videos anymore, because they just, I don't know, I just can't believe them anymore.
I believe the ones that are like shot by GoPro and UAV, but I can tell CGI from the.
Hey, speaking of unidentified flying objects, the stars and the sun and the moon are all on unidentified objects in the sky, man.
They really are.
And if anybody can identify those for sure, 100%, let me know, because we're here 24/7.
We get there in time. Like we would die out, generations would die out, but by the time we were able to travel to those sources of light, and
did you guys see the moon tonight? Did you guys see the moon?
Yeah, but you're once again kind of assuming the outer space vacuum with the heliocentric model and all that stuff, and that would require gas pressure without the container, right?
Right. It would require all that. It's like, what is it, and how is it that light traveling that far would finally get here, and it's just it's remarkable. It's mind blowing. I can't put a word to it.
Yeah, but it's a story. It's a story though. Like that whole fantasy that people are hooked into. It seems to be more and more real in people's minds, but it has no bearing on reality itself. When you actually say, how is it possible that somebody could measure out that distance, or when they shoot in some calculations and then say, well, some greater minds figured it out, that we're not even doing due diligence as to how it got figured out. We're just it's an easy way to just say like somebody else is gonna have the burden of figuring that out. I'm just gonna believe them on it.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's a very.
I think
it's funny because they assume that Venus is the same size as Earth, and they use that as their way to calculate how far away things are, and it's all based on assumption.
Hey, Kim, guess what? The guy that figured out that Venus was the same size as Earth, his name is Bob, and he worked at JPL. But that's all we know. That's
Bob,
it.
JPL.
Bob figured it out.
Wow. At Jet Propulsion Laboratory, this son of a bitch wasted a lot of our tax dollars just to assume.
But that assumption about Venus itself is based on the assumption of the Earth radius, right? Yep. That's the cosmic distance ladder. It's ultimately based on the globe radius. So we need a measurement for that for any of the rest of those numbers to follow at all.
Exactly what I'm saying. Bob. Thanks, Bob.
We got 24 people watching the 24 people watching the YouTube live stream. If you guys are listening out there and want to come in and join us, click the link in the description, or Nightbot is spamming it in the YouTube live stream. Go ahead and click that. Come on in here. We'll talk about the shape of the Earth conversation. If you think the Earth is a globe, if you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, come on in here. Let's talk about it.
And if Bob's out there and wants to verify that Venus is the same size as Earth, yeah, come on in.
I think that was flying, just being facetious on how the Globers always say thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
When they're talking about, well, Bob's passed away, so.
My condolences. My condolences.
Yeah, he was from Globebusters. I don't know if you guys knew him or not. It was a
different Bob, man. Different Bob. I'm talking about the JPL guy. Totally different guy.
You know,
back in the 70s or 80s, and this guy, that definitely.
All right, so we got a new guy that just jumped in here, Loey Pung. So I'm gonna mute you. Loey, welcome to the server. Are you there?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
I'm good. How about you guys?
Really well.
Good.
What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, my friend?
I recently started believing in Flat Earth, so just wanted to
believe.
I could hear you smiling behind your voice right away.
Believes in Flat Earth.
It's a bit of cap, right? So let's drop the cap and let's just get to it, right?
Yeah.
Why come in here and try to it's the Earth is flat? Like, you have to do that, dude. We hear you doing that behind your voice. Just be real, dude. Just be real. Just be real.
Are you high, boy? Just trying to make laughs and make me sound funny. Make my voice.
Look, ask some questions. If you're curious about it, just ask us some questions. That's all you got to do.
What the heck is going on here, Maggie?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to believe right now since.
Well, yeah, right. So you're in the server and you stumbled upon it, or somebody gave you the link. That's great. But you can ask a question that could lead you to maybe some other questions you might have. But go ahead and ask them since you're here. You don't have to make a joke about it. I mean,
Is it okay if I just listen right now since I'm just still exploring?
That's fine. That's fine with me. Totally fine with me. But if you do have a question, go ahead and ask.
Promiscuous by exploring. Now you gotta either be on the side of the fence of listening or not laughing at somebody. Hey, what? Sorry.
Hey, Pong,
he went from fully believing in the flat Earth to back to on the fence in 2 seconds.
Yeah,
Pong, man. If you got a question, literally, man, just blurt it out. I don't care what gravity or space time or whatever you got. If you got a question, don't be shy, man. Please jump in.
For the record, you guys are pretty awesome. And at first you were a little abrasive, but started to pick up on things and how this all flows and just.
Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here, man. Right
Appreciate
on, Soul.
it. Thank you.
Soul. I'll just call you Soul.
You guys are well educated, and well versed, and well worded.
Eventually, I might call you just the machine, man.
All right, we got some new people coming in, so we're gonna address some new people. So we got Brother that just popped in the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and mute him.
Welcome, brother.
Brother, welcome to the chat. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by? Oh, excuse me, not brother. Bruther. Did I say that incorrect?
Bruther, man.
How you doing, Bruther?
Bruther's muted, man.
No, I unmuted him.
He left.
Well, he left now. He's gone.
What's up?
We got AI is in the chat. What's up, AI? What's going on, bro?
Oh shit! We got Nick. Nick is VC verified, man. That's it.
Oh, he's got that gizmo.
What's up, Nick?
Oh, what's going on? Nick's been in here quite a bit. I've seen that avatar before.
So
how you doing,
Nick? You guys getting along with Donkey Kong, man? How's that been going?
Pretty good, actually. He's sitting here, kind of listening. Yeah, he's doing all right.
I mean,
he's been learning.
Isn't Donkey Kong a high schooler, man? He's in high school, right?
I'm not sure. Maybe. Yeah, he's probably leaving high school or something.
Might be a senior or something, maybe.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah. But, I talked to him the other night. I'd say like 5 nights ago or something. Yeah, 4 or 5. But he came back in, man. I mean, he came in here calling us all like ridiculously. I can't believe you guys believe in the flat earth, but he's been hanging out here, man. What's up with that? That's cool.
It's been tough, for somebody who's for somebody who's kind of like really hit a wall and spiraled, but like he managed to stay in here. So
yeah.
Hey,
shout out to Kong, man. Way to go, bro. Yep.
If you can see his roles, he got
what?
Globe Skeptic.
Globe Skeptic. Congratulations.
Oh, you guys changed his mind about some things you.
No, yeah.
There could be other means and methods of our existence.
Absolutely.
So just like the questions that I showed you, that the globe tenant, the prop up the globe, and the ones I asked you straight out about being intellectually honest, I ask everybody that comes in here. And they usually are honest or they're not. Yep. And it just depends on like how egotistical they can be. But once somebody reaches the threshold of not being able to answer, they spiral. And they don't just like, they go into like straight cognitive dissonance. Like they just reject it outright. They're just like, how stupid you guys are. And like, they'll just go just really crazy in here.
They go nuts. Yeah, they just can't. Yeah. Just like that flying noise you were just doing there. That's pretty much what it is. They fly around and then they deflate like a balloon farting around the room, and then they fall and hit the ground.
Speaking of not deflating, Donkey Kong just posted in the voice text, man, that I'm just listening in. You fellas opened my eyes. Props to you all. Yeah. Thank you, Donkey Kong. That made my week, dude. I mean, it's absolutely amazing your turnaround, bro. Thank you. Thanks. Amazing.
It made me realize perspective that no matter where we're at on the surface of this planet, it all looks relatively flat or horizontally somewhat.
What planet?
Well, whatever you call it exists we're on. I've never traveled to space, so I can't prove or disprove.
It's kind of when you say that, it's like saying I've never traveled to Middle Earth in Lord of the Rings.
Middle
Earth. I can't disprove that there's orcs and elves living there, but I haven't traveled there, so I can't disprove it.
There's a lot of support saying that there's something along those lines, like an internet.
You catch what I'm putting down, right? Like this is exactly what we're hearing when you say that. So
but I'm just saying it's strange that there's more and more proof that there's not just this concrete thing that we've learned in school. Like there's more and more being disclosed. We're in a day and age where, like I said earlier, there's GoPro footage of strange objects disappearing and vanishing, or going multi-dimensional, or just going under the seafloor or in the water and
multi-dimensional.
That's heavy, man.
That's kind of like one of those buzzwords, like you say it and it's
heavy.
like that's why did they say that?
Yeah, I'm not trying to confuse the topic or trying to divert.
Well, the thing about this, you go on.
We call that virtual reality. Are you in virtual reality or are you in reality? Which one you in, man?
Reality, just looking at the edge of it, just looking around and saying there's
So within it, there's a lot of ideas and speculations. And like the gentlemen were saying here before, you can have all of that. No one's saying that you can't have that. But when you start putting them into the really is level and saying, guys, multidimensional, those buzzwords, they carry like some kind of connotation to them. And you just can't say that without somebody going, how do you know that, man?
That's like dark matter.
Yeah, if you just say, well,
it's dark matter, baby. Come on.
But if you say things like, I was really thinking this one Sunday when I was folding my laundry, and it's like, okay, you just thought of something, and then you're using this buzzword like it means something, and when you're asked about it, you're like, well, we just can say things. No, we can't. Not in this realm. In the really is level, you get questioned on how you know something. And if you don't have the answer, what are you left with? Nothing. And so here's the reality of the situation. What are you left with when it's no speculation that you can have, and you can only stay with the things that you can prove in reality and verify and falsify? There's really not much.
You're left empty-handed. Yeah, you screw yourself. You're left empty-handed, and you feel like you've betrayed yourself and others around you.
Correct. So it's just why I kind of and I'm not the buzzkill or the what do you call it? The guy who just destroys the party. But I have to do it, man. Because
baby, you're the buzzkill, baby.
If I don't do it and I allow these buzzwords to continue, you know what I mean? Like then the minds start to collaborate and be like, well, the guy's onto something. Oh, he's not. Because when asked upon the question, how do you know this? Well, then you're going to hear the story of how he was folding laundry one Wednesday and he just thought about it. Like when he was then you're going to be like, oh, I get it now. But you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying because I'm laughing my ass off. But dude, only a few people can dissect what you just said, man. The folding the laundry and thinking about, I know that it's a globe for sure.
That
guy. Yeah.
I know it's real. It's on my desk.
It's on my desktop, man.
And then you get right, and then you get the gusto, honey, hold my beer. I'm going in that flat earth server. Hey, come on, dude. Really? And the end result is that we get some sound bites of you making a fool of yourself in here. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Fucking ass of yourself. Don't do it, man.
Don't do it, man.
Not worth it. It's not worth it, man. Don't do it.
I mean, it's beneficial to us, but not you.
It'll forever immortalize me as a dumbass, but I'm.
Look, man.
Suck it up, man. I gotta own it, man. Donkey Kong's owning it. Donkey Kong's owning it, man. By the way, he's owning it.
He is.
Thank you, Donkey Kong, brother.
I like the fact you guys made me question entirely everything that I've learned, and just put it all out. Just throw the weapons down, the shields down, be like, God damn,
get down.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. So that's exactly the point. When you say, okay, let's.
I'm like, I disarmed in my mind. I'm like, these guys have a point. I heard your voices and I heard the scientific knowledge behind it, the math behind it. I'm like, wow, these guys have studied this a lot longer.
Yes, we have.
Are waking up to something that I haven't seen yet. So I shut up and listen. That's how I survive this world.
Great advice, man. Shut up and listen.
Exactly.
You're gonna find out you're not shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour.
Yeah.
But in this reality, all it is that we care about our fellow humans that live on this earth.
Yes.
Like if we didn't care about people and them being lambasted every single day with indoctrination of the globe, we wouldn't be doing this. There wouldn't be like a passion behind this and us to kind of like be talking to you about it like that. And some people might even ask, like, Flat Earth Professor, man, like I know you like talking to people and stuff, but why do you do it every day? Like, what do you go in there for? Like, if you know that you're going to be ridiculed, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point? Like,
I'm gonna get racked. You're gonna get racked. We're all gonna get racked. We're all gonna figure out where we live, man. That's the passion, man.
And 20 times is
without a doubt, know where we live, man. I just, and I want to share that with everybody, man, where we live, because it is a beautiful place we live, man, and we can go outside and check it out for ourselves. And you don't have to be deceived about shooting around some galaxy at millions of miles an hour. Fuck off, man. That's not going to happen. But you can realize that you're standing on a flat, stationary, beautiful plane. How it was created, who created it, I don't know, man. But I can guarantee you, reality is that we're on a flat, stationary plane, man. And if anybody helps you,
it helps you be of a sound mind. When it comes to this reality, you don't want to sound like a goofball talking about metaphysical things that you can't provide evidence for, because that just makes you look like an utter fool. Or maybe it's just, sorry to say it this way, but it's intellectual masturbation that you like to do with other people that are talking about the lore of the globe. All the little fun trinkets of space and whatnot, and people get wrapped up in that whole business, and then they're sounding like this high-sounding bullshit that I said it was earlier. When people come in here and saying stupid things, freaking parsecs and quasars and like what it sounds like when two black holes collide.
Hold on. Yeah, I know for a fact that quasar was produced 20 billion years ago. I know it. What?
Right, and when you get two people, but I'm just saying though, right? Like,
oops.
And so in the advocation of a sound mind, I would say let's just cut the old crap cake, right? And then figure out what's inside. Because if we're not doing that and we're just like entertaining ideas, well, what do you think? Well, the lizard people are taking over, and we know they got FE documents in the bottom of the Vatican. Did you guys know that? And everybody's like, ooh, let's talk about it. Like, for what? The hell is that going to do for your life? Like, I mean,
nothing.
It's nothing.
And then everybody's just all and oohing, and there's no sustenance, man. Nobody's really getting anywhere. But here, when we talk about reality in the way that you and I can decipher, okay, so if we're talking about drop over distance and the globe is proposing to be 8 inches per mile squared, then you and I are going to have a real conversation if this thing can be measured or not. I'm standing on a geometric shape. This thing is an oblate spheroid by all intents and purposes,
baby.
Right?
It's a ball.
Right? And if we are on this ball, then it can be measured. Like no ifs, and or buts. And so if we're going to lead people to the understanding, okay, so now we're just going to talk about if you're standing on the ball, how can it be measured? Let's figure this out, right? And so when we do, and the globe side has given us like, whatever mathematical construct with the radius, diameter, and circumference, then we're going to be able to put some real boots on the ground to figure this thing out. All right, let's throw some lasers across a small sample set and let's figure it all out, And we're gonna decipher, once and for all whether we live on a geometric shape. We're gonna find out.
Yep. Hey, guess what? We found out, man. It's not we're gonna find out. No, we found out. That's the thing, Mig. We went out and measured this beautiful thing we live on, and it's easy, man. Because I'm a sailor. I've been on the ocean. Live on the coast. Been up to 42,000 feet, and it's like it looks the same, man. If you're standing on the shore, if you're standing at 40,000 feet, man,
right,
it looks the same, bro. How do you explain that, please?
Right. We got somebody with no rolls in VC.
Someone would try to argue with you about gravity, and I've heard people argue with me and say, "Oh, well, gravity can pull and skew light and make the edges look."
Yeah.
I'm like, wow.
Pull and skew the light in the water and in the atmosphere and the thing with the molecular structure. Yeah, okay.
I've heard it all. And you know what? If gravity was that forceful towards the edges of your vision or towards the edges of the horizon, you would be pulled apart. You'd be just stretched out along with it.
And
we would be destroyed. Yes, if the globe could hold, all the oceans in the world to a ball, that's amazing.
Spinning thousands of miles.
Let me get to this new person.
Go ahead,
if they want to speak or not. All right, so I'm unmuting. Look like you just mashed your keyboard. So I'll just call you OV because that's the first 2 letters I see. OV, are you there? Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, OV. You have control of your mic right now, by the way. I unmuted you. So OV, if you're there, you can speak. We'd love for you to join us in a conversation.
What's up, OV, man? Talk to us. Tell us where we live, man. That'd be cool. Or where we don't live. That's what I do in this world, man. It's like, if we don't live on a spinning ball, bro. I can prove it. 100%.
It's like that song from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
That's right. I can prove to you without a doubt, man, you don't live on a spinning ball. Anybody wants to come in here and talk to me about that, man? Check it out, man. I'm here. Shoot me a text, man. Shoot me a DM.
Let's get some convo going, guys. If you're brand new to this topic, jump on in here. We'll talk about it for sure.
Exactly, man. I mean, I want to know. I love knowing
you're on this world for a reason. I believe we are. I think we all have a significant role in life, and there's a reason for all of us to actually have come in here and met each other and laughed and joked, because that this is what life's all about. It's not about trying to prove or disprove, but it's about enlightening each other that there could be something that we're not seeing. We've been lied to for a long time. Authority figures always lie. They use deception and just cut through it.
That's a fact.
If they're going to hurt you with lies, hurt them back with the truth, or don't even hurt them at all. Yes. Just let them give enough rope so they hang themselves, figuratively.
You know that truth never fears scrutiny.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah, there's the way that I heard that being said, Flatsy, is truth never fears the fullest of investigation.
Yes. There you go.
That's nailed it. I want to thank you guys ahead of time for not completely destroying me here, but just enlightening here.
No, I was reserved because you came at a different. I can hear the tone, the cadence of someone's voice, and I can, just by doing this for so long, I can already I feel you out in the conversation. I already know where you're coming from. So yeah, I know when it's time to turn on the mayhem and when it's time to back up. So,
exactly. And you probably sense that I've seen and experienced a lot of traumatic, random things that happen in my life, where
hey, guess what, man? We all have.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's part of the acceptance you have to get. We've all been through some really serious shit, man. All of us.
And best thing to see something that you're looking for is don't look for it at all. And that's exactly every moment I've had where I've seen, or not seen, but experienced paranormal behavior around me, or seen it in the sky, or seen it around in our atmosphere. It's frightening. It honestly is frightening, but humbling.
Yeah, but you got to think about one thing though. If God be for us, who be against us? You always got to remember that the reason, maybe you do or do not know right now because of the fact that you're coming off of this globe understanding. But if you truly absorb what we're saying in here, that you were specifically designed and created with a purpose and intent on this earth, that you will start to understand and see it through a different lens. Whereas right now, it might be a little bit hazy because you're coming off of the understanding that the earth is a globe. And so it's still, there's some residual baggage that still lingers, I would say. You're not cleansed in no way, shape, or form in overnight. I mean, not to say that it can't happen rapidly, but it might take some time for you to actually kind of come to grips with it. Right. And then it'll just start falling away slowly, and then you'll start to realize that the authority that you have in the truth, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Whereas before, in that world, you are a peon in the pecking order of the society. Society has these other guys as pillars of knowledge, these bastions of knowledge, and these guys are held as giants, and you're just a little little peon, a little ant that can be stomped at any time with their superior knowledge. But in this realm, we are the ones who superior. We stand by the truth, and that's all we need to thwart their efforts of confounding and confusing the masses. So we're the only buffer between the people getting this information and us telling them the truth about it. And we were laughed at, we're mocked. They treat us all kinds of ways, but we're still here every day, and we're doing it for this reason, man, because we care about people.
No, and the story of the Bible was laughed at, and he, evidently he built an ark according to the story, and people perished because they laughed at him, and that was the moral of the story. Never laugh at somebody or laugh at something you don't understand.
There's so much more to that story.
Oh, there's so much more to it. I'm just skimming.
Do you know why they changed the? I know this is kind of going a little bit off, but you keep bringing it up. Why they changed it from UFO to UAP?
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Yeah, phenomenon is something that would happen. Like a natural phenomenon. You observe a natural phenomenon. When you take the implications of the Earth not being a sphere, and our paradigm is the only thing, you can't leave this. You can't leave the Earth. So what are these things if they're not what everybody has their preconceived notions of what they are? They have to be something.
I was informed that they changed the name of it just to disconnect other claims, or maybe other proofs or debunks or hoaxes. They try to disconnect them.
The word phenomenal.
Well, how many times have they changed the name of climate?
Yeah, that could
climate change.
That could be a fascinating topic, but at the same time, the more you start to make that a part of what your whole life is about, the more it consumes you. And then because it's unexplained and there is no conclusion to that, you're left with more questions than answers, and that doesn't bode well for somebody who's sitting on the side of truth. So I would say it becomes a toxin versus medicine that you need for your life. So I would say this, and it's just my personal suggestion to you. I would say you wouldn't need that to further your understanding in this particular arena. What I would say is it's the process that you would go through here is a cleansing. What is healthy for me to have in my life and what is not. And I would say from my standpoint, a speculation is just fine. But when it starts to become everything that you think about, and your conversation always leads back to that, and there's no end to it or no conclusion, then it's not healthy for you. I would say you need to kind of reassess what's important, and because it seems to be really high on your burners right now because it's being said quite often.
It's
Sure. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. It's probably something that you've always you were fascinated with. But at the same time, when you speak of it in here with these critical minds, the thinking minds, we're gonna examine it in a way, but it's a speculation at best. But there's no conclusion to it. We're not gonna ever say it is exactly this machine or this entity or nothing. If we were gonna have different opinions, and it's kind of like what I was saying before, intellectual masturbation. Because you're not going to get anywhere. It's just everybody spinning their wheels talking about different ideas and phenomena and whatever things, but it's not something that you could stand on. It's just a fun thing that you can discuss. But then it becomes past fun and it becomes an obsession. Let's say.
Yeah. No,
and it shouldn't be that.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Shouldn't be that.
Because
my fiance would say the same thing. She would say to me "Hey, don't obsess with it unless you have proof of it, and you're trying to enlighten others with concrete evidence." Yeah, she's very critical of me, and rightfully so, because obviously we have children, we have a child together, and we're reuniting, and it's very important that we stay with 2 feet on the ground, and
exactly, and all 10 toes on. Yeah, exactly. She's got a good head on her shoulders, man.
She does. She's a keeper, and I was over there in Europe for 2.5, almost 3 years, and my visa expired. Then Believe it or not, I was diagnosed with stage 2 malignant lymphoma about 2 months in of me returning back stateside. So I'm undergoing chemotherapy, and didn't want to just come down too heavy. But it's showing very good signs with this cellular infusion process that I'm kicking its ass, but chemo is kicking my ass at the moment. But it's giving me a time to sit down and share moments with you guys that I wouldn't be able to have any other direction.
Let me just say this. So we got some people who do pray. Some people might pray for you, and some people might send you some good vibes. And we do hope for the best in that outcome, that you do well with that, and hopefully for a speedy recovery.
Appreciate it.
Definitely. But dude, fight all the way through. Don't ever give up. Like, there's so much to keep fighting for. So, and know that we're here for you, man. So you can jump in here, just listen or just have a conversation or whatever. Definitely.
Yeah, just don't sound clip me. I sound like a clown, but I'm just trying my best not to get attacked spiritually. And
I'm praying for you, brother, man.
Thank you.
We all have physical challenges. Mm-hmm. And guess what, man? I hate to break it to everyone, but we're all gonna die. And ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a fucking bitch? That's like the earth is flat, man. No shit. We're all gonna die. Same thing, man. Same kind of obvious thing, man. And
we're gonna learn some things.
I hate to bring up the obvious sometimes, but as Miggy would say, we gotta break out the truth, man. We gotta break it out.
Before you go,
the truth is, nobody here is going to live forever in this realm. That's it. I mean, that's a fact. And if anyone wants to, take that up as a challenge, whatever, man, go for it, man. But it's like gas pressure without a container, man.
It is. I'll always remember that.
Life without a container, huh? Life without
a container. There you go. I love it. That's fantastic, man. I couldn't have put it better myself. Perfect, man. 100%.
I'll bring it to you every time.
That's it, man. Guess what, man? We're all life with containers, man. All of us are life with containers. And that's an interesting perspective. Think about that.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying I got all the answers or Mickey's. Nobody else. None of us have all the answers, but all of us together, we are collectively amazing, and it couldn't be duplicated if you
tried.
If you even tried, there's no way, man. This cannot be duplicated.
You touch my heart right now, because all of us together, that's what it takes.
What it takes, man. All of us together. It's not me. It's not you. It's not me. 100%. There's so many great people that will chime in and say, "Hey, man, this is a cool way to grow vegetables." And you're like, "Okay."
Hey, man, this is a cool way to grow vegetables.
Hey, that's my boy Timbo, and he grows them upside down, which is like holy crazy, bro.
Cool way?
Think about it, man. My bro Timbo grows shit upside down. That's how good Timbo is.
Anti-gravity tomatoes.
Yes, anti-gravity tomatoes. Yes,
tomato.
Come on, you guys gotta have a laugh occasionally. Don't Issa taught me a long time ago, and this stuff is great. It's amazing. We can get deep down into the science, but eventually you have to laugh at some point, man. And
the best
medicine is laughter. I am a true believer of that. But that's why I joke about this spinny globe thing so much, because it's so ridiculous once you look into it. It's ridiculous, man. It's beyond ridiculous.
Yeah, doesn't it make you laugh?
It makes me laugh every day, man. I walk outside and I see the sun come up, and I'm like, oh my God, those guys think they're spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour right now. those poor souls, those poor people.
For sure.
How can I help them? How can I help these people?
Doing exactly
that they're not spinning, man. They're not spinning.
That's what spins our heads, right? What the thought of how can we help these people, and we spin our minds around so fast, like how, but I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it or if it's just to lead, like just be yourselves and let them ask, and you can't approach, like you just have to let them ask.
You gotta go into the world and be the light in the world.
Yeah, be the light.
All right. I'm gonna go Jesus on you guys with the flat Earth, okay? And Mickey, I know he will agree with me.
Huh?
He's the guy. Mickey, myself, we got Flatsy Klein, Kim.
Creative name, Flatsy Klein.
These people, these people that I've met here are going through the wall and they're just plowing through the wall. And when you go through the wall, man, you get scarred, man. I just got to say, the first people through the wall got scarred. And that's just the way it is, man. It's like, dude, you guys over there were the rebels. Yeah, you're gonna get crushed, man. And there's walls we're going through right now that are,
Yeah, if you're gonna be a flat earther, you got to suit up. It ain't easy.
You got to suit up and grab yourself and say, "Hey, man, I got this." Even though there's days, man, dude, I'm no perfect fucking flat earther, man. I just know for a fact that I've been through days that, like, oh my goodness, man, I just don't have the energy to deal with this right now. I don't. And that's okay, man. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's always good to take a rest, no matter what you're doing. I don't know if you're building cars or whatever. It doesn't matter. You gotta take a rest.
The root word of that word, sabbatical.
Yeah, take a sabbatical.
The truth stares you in the face.
Introduction to the step-by-steps to taking a rest, to completing your project. It's very important.
It's very important
to be able to step back and then come back to it with a fresh state of mind. Because if you burn yourself out, you can fuck the whole thing.
I'll tell you 100 times minimum. I went to bed going, I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do this tomorrow. I have no idea. I went to bed, slept, good. And for some reason in the morning, I woke up and I knew exactly what to do. Have you guys ever experienced that?
I
hope you have.
Oh, I have.
If you haven't,
how am I going to wake up tomorrow? How am I going to do this?
How the fuck am I going to do this tomorrow?
Yeah.
And you're all worried and you're fucking stressed and you're like,
sleeping.
Had a couple of beers, whatever. And then you're just like, fuck it. I got to go to bed. You know when you have to go to bed, man. You know when you're done. It's like, dude, I got nothing left. I got no cognitive nothing.
It's got to be about midnight for you guys, huh?
Yeah, it's about an hour and about an hour and 3 minutes. It'll be midnight for me.
Oh yeah.
I'm out here on the West Coast, California.
Fuck, you suck. You guys are so slow.
I know. We're so slow, Timbo.
Timbo.
How dare us be so slow?
4:00 on Monday afternoon here.
Well, I track my days now, evening to evening.
Monday.
Hey, tomorrow is Monday for
it's already Monday here.
Flatsy Klein, myself. I know Soul.
Yeah.
The Machine is definitely. It's still Sunday for you, right?
It is Monday right now, 1:58 a.m.
Oh,
I see right there in the time slip. It's just time flies and you're having fun, so might as well just try to have fun.
So, what do you think about Einstein's space-time continuum that bends the space-time of your reality that totally predicts everything that's ever happened in all of the universe? What do you think of it?
It's mind-blowing. It to be able to bend space and time to travel, like we haven't done so yet, but I think it's possible that.
What do you mean? Michael J. Fox did it.
Hey, Soul.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of Runzi Cow?
I've heard that name before. Somebody has dropped that name before.
He's an award-winning scientist. He has completely and thoroughly debunked special and general relativity.
Wow, I believe it. I think the theory of relativity was interesting. Correct me if I'm wrong, did he apply this to like the atomic weapons thing for the theory of relativity, or did he apply this to like all quantum mechanics?
He went through it and followed out the logical conclusion. The first example was kind of his more layman terms debunking of it, where he worked out an equation that 3 equals 1.
I see.
So that's not coherent. And also adding physical properties to concepts and things like that, things that are abstract and that have
logical logical kind of stuff, isn't it? 1 + 1 = 3, or 1 = 3. Which one was it, Fletchy?
It was 3 equals 1. His equation worked out to 3 equals 1.
Yeah.
Silly, man.
It is crazy. Unless you take one, or you take a third of each person and then slap them together theoretically to make one. I don't know how that could happen unless you scalpel them down. And
that's
I'll go look for it for you.
2 people. It takes 2 people to make one other person.
Right.
What?
Like that's the way we live. This is physically exemplified in reproduction. 2 makes 1.
Interesting.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does take 2 to make.
Cannot make 1.
Yeah,
they said in there was a certain instance where a woman had an egg fertilized by more than one sexual partner, and it happened, but it's a really rare case. Like, you can look this up, but that's a very rare case, and that doesn't always happen. And to prove it, it's shaky.
I know that there are rare cases too, where one person can contain 2 different genetics within their organs.
Yeah.
Has anyone heard of this? Yeah. I've heard of that too.
I've heard.
No, I haven't.
So
wouldn't that just mean that they've got different genetics, and that would be their own genetics?
Yeah, I guess that would just be their own genetics.
Right.
But say you test their saliva, and you get a different result than testing, say, their semen or a different part from where the excretion comes from.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And in that instance, they say sometimes people are their own twin.
And it's pretty wild. I mean, you are theoretically your own twin, because one egg and one sperm fertilization, it splits into 2, so you're basically identical, or a slightly identical copy of asymmetrical copy of yourself, and then 2, 4,
That's
6, 8,
fucked
10,
up,
12.
man. Wait.
Yeah, it is. It's real
fucked up, man. I gotta say that's fucked up.
It is.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
It doesn't.
Weird.
Doesn't to me. It doesn't make any sense.
It's fucked up. That's what I'm saying.
You're a
or supposed to be a
copy of yourself, but you are yourself. So how can you be a copy of something that you already are?
Right.
Not
but every 7 years, just
I don't know. Whoever came up with that's got. We need to go and visit them at the mental hospital.
what they taught us, you know. They taught me.
So check out the live stream voice text when you get the chance, and I posted that video. You can check it out.
Definitely, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, post anything you want me to check out. Just post it, and you can just temporarily tag my name in here, my handle, or whatever you call it, and I'll click on it.
I tried to for the video, but Mayhem posted something right after, so it's kind of. I tagged you in it, but
Unleashed to Mayhem. I'll check it out here.
Hey, thank you, Soul Machine, for hanging out with us.
Yes, thank you so much for allowing me in here.
Yeah, it's kind of refreshing to get people like you in here as well, man.
Yes, thank you, brother.
Appreciate it.
And I'm always and open to learning new things and accepting new things as a form of change, because that's how we survive.
If I let me ask you, Soul Machine, man. If I said, hey, man, I want you to build me a guitar.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And I want to have a 25 fret neck.
Okay. That's 22 frets.
How yeah, exactly 22. Can you crank that out for me, man, real quick, in the next month or two?
It would be a task, but you
can do
my
it.
stepdad here has working tools. I could crank out a neck, but I'd have to find a piece of wood that was cured and get it correct so it wouldn't bend, and make sure that there's an ability to put a truss rod in it.
Oh,
and get from there.
I'm
like use a template.
Damn, I ran into a fucking
a guitarist.
What do you need 25 frets for? What's the extra frets for?
25 would go up to a certain register. 25 to
25 frets. It's like an extra half octave or something, right?
So you do a cutaway body so you can reach them.
Yeah, you can formulate if you wanted a Strat copy. If you wanted like a template of a Strat.
Oh my god,
that would be a pretty cool tone, because then you could do your bends to 26 to 27. Yeah, you know, when you bend a note and you reach that plateau, it's cool.
Yeah, but you got to have the cutaway body so you can reach.
Yeah, you work
right. You gotta have a cutaway. You're right.
You're exactly right. Or it would feel like you're playing a cutting board or like an ironing board. Yeah.
Yep.
Do y'all know Tony Levin?
Tony Levin.
Yeah. You know the name?
I've heard the name. Don't know it. What's up?
Oh, okay. He makes his own. He makes his own instruments.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
awesome.
He's a bassist. He actually has cut tracks with a lot of famous artists.
Right on, man. Hey, guess what, man?
He's a studio guy.
I know Victor Wooten, man. One of the greatest bass players.
Wooten.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Victor Wooten, man. That dude's crazy good, man.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw him a couple weeks ago, man. Shook his hand.
Sweet.
And went, what's up? Just to thank him, man, for a guy that can play the bass that good. Oh my goodness! I mean, my pleasure to just rub elbows with him.
Very simple licks.
Yeah,
like I can do simple licks and I can do chords and the heavy picking, the funky picking style.
That's not your thing, Flatsy, man.
I can finger pick.
Flatsy, you got great skills. I know this for a fact.
Thank you.
And
I just, I'm not that great.
You have a voice that's beyond. It's beyond.
That's a voice. She's got a voice that I want to duet with. You know what? The perfect song. Stop dragging my heart around. Me and her would nail it.
Well,
Tom Petty and
I love Tom Petty, man.
Stevie Nicks and Stevie Nicks. Stop dragging my heart around.
Well,
I have a good friend around here that we call Tom Petty because he's in a Tom Petty cover band, and he sounds
What's
like
the name of their band? What's the name of their band?
Oh, I have the pic somewhere. I can't remember. I'm sorry, I can't remember. I have the.
I love cover bands' names. Usually, it's like a name of the song or like a variation of the band's name.
It's Wildflowers, I think. I think that's their name.
Flowers.
Wildflowers. Wildflowers. That's the name. That was the name of an album of Tom Petty. Wildflowers.
Yeah, that's the name of the cover band.
What a cool cover name, because that's the name of one of his albums. Wallflowers. Yes, I could see.
I'm not going to dox him, but I'm sure it'd be easy to figure out. He ain't a flat earther, so nobody has to go after him.
Yeah, I get it, man. Hey, guess what, man? Most people don't know they're flat earthers. And the fact is that they think they live on a globe, but they don't know fuck all. And they're just spinning around in some kind of wicked universe that has manipulated their mind through educational system that potentially led them down.
That's the only reason they're spinning.
Spinning, baby. They're spinning out of control, man. They're out of control. Those people are out of control, man. The spinners, I call them.
People out of control in the world, and it's crazy how people don't want to even give it a chance, even to challenge themselves on what they've learned.
Exactly.
So they're living dangerously narrow to the point where you don't want to be around those people in a state of emergency, because these guys aren't going to improvise something that's going to save your lives in an emergency.
In a state of emergency, you and I are going to be the ones to say, "Hey, man, we need to chop all those trees down real quick, because if we don't." We're not going to eat some fucking deer tonight.
Exactly.
I didn't kill that deer down at the creek.
Yep. We're not going to be able to improvise something to survive if we don't think, outside of the norm.
And that's the great observation that I've learned in this Discord, is that there's 24/7 people in here want to talk about everything that it takes to survive on this beautiful earth that we live on.
Right.
Whatever that takes, man, to thrive. And we've all thrived, man. Right. There's not anybody right here now in this Discord that hasn't thrived in this earth. If not, man, you would not be on Discord, bro.
There's a reason why I'm here.
You wouldn't even fucking be here.
Right.
On this amazing fucking Discord that we're on. It's incredible, man. I can't believe we even have this technology. It's ridiculously good. I want you guys to embrace the magic of Discord and all it provides.
Bring people together.
It's amazing. We bring people together. We bring
that whole place I never expected to meet good people here and anywhere. I just thought that I'd get trolled on, I'd get made fun of, but
make fun of. Nah.
Yeah. So I'm glad I made friends here. And
I want everybody to make fun of me. That's cool, man. That's cool.
Yeah.
It's okay, because guess what, man? I'm a comedian. I love to laugh.
Mm-hmm.
We make fun of the most ridiculous things that have been claimed, like the globe. Oh my God. That's a huge claim, bro. what do you got to back up that globe? What do you got exactly? Because we're here 24/7, 365 days a year. If you got something to back up that globe claim of yours, we're here. That's okay, man. We got all fucking
364 and a quarter.
Until they launch my happy ass off into space and prove myself right or wrong or left or right, you know.
Prove it.
Exactly. That's exactly what. Then I'd have to prove it. Then I have to go out that extra way, that challenge. Like, all right, what if I get all the way out there and then boom, you guys prove me wrong, and everybody's on Amawama, you know, looking around like fuck.
Yeah, you've mentioned space a few times now, so you're stuck on this space thing, aren't you?
It's like and you guys did bring up a good point. If we were meant to be in space, we'd be fucking living out there, whatever it is. You know, you guys said that earlier, and it chimed. It rang a bell like an anvil. I was like, holy shit, this is true. We can't survive out there.
Even an easier way. So, you know, like, can this place of space exist, or can we get to this place we call space?
Right.
Well, the space in between things, the space in between me, the space in between you, the space in between this, the space in between that. That's the space. That's what space is.
So the vacuum of space. So if we have gas pressure that's contained, then we have a closed system. So how do you get out of that closed system and go into this place that you call the vacuum of space?
We get out of a fishbowl. We get out of an aquarium. This is how I'm starting to see life. Is we're in some kind of aquarium or some sort of controlled environment. Like things are being
like a terrarium.
Controlled. Yeah, a terrarium, correct. And to see it from that side, Super Mario Brothers, you got like the 2D side level where you're scrolling across the map. Or scrolling forward in a first-person shooter, but everything is pretty much perceived as flat, but with elevation and climbing of, terrestrial changes. You know, it's interesting, it's intriguing, but we're always with our feet stuck to the ground or stuck to the rocks.
Guess what, man? We all live on Earth. No shit, we do. Sherlock.
And that we can't argue about. We can't argue about that. We all live on.
We live on Earth.
You've got to imagine, like you're
with the Earth, man.
We're supposed to be. Our feet are supposed to be facing each other at the moment. Do you think that's normal?
That's so
what's
funny,
crazy is
so funny.
It is. It's crazy. I have a compass here, and it tells me true north is in different directions depending on what I'm around. Like if I'm around the computer, obviously there's electromagnetic fields and a speaker and a processor, and
it's
with
worse in the south too. So
yeah, good.
Got directions that don't even face north when you're in the south.
Right.
So all the directions are all fucked up. And the only way to navigate in the south is either by the stars or with a compass. So you could actually be facing 90 degrees off what the compass says and say, "Oh yeah, that's north there."
Then you get lost as fuck.
Yeah, it's actually west.
Do we have our own compass in our heads, like the way we do. Yeah,
birds have hematite.
Like birds.
Yeah, the hematite.
Yeah. How do we get it? How do we get in touch with that kind of stuff?
By our senses. We open our minds up, or our sense, or we get a bearing based on our inner ear, because I believe there's particulates in our inner ear that are somewhat magnetized, and there's sort of a muscle memory or a push-pull memory to where it's an imprint of where we last were, and we recall that imprint. And wherever north is dictated on like the ley lines or whatever you want to call them, they call that shit. Yeah.
I agree. That sounds about right. Like the memory, the imprint. Because that's what I used to do when I was in my early 20s. I would just I'd go off into the woods, get lost, and just go in a direction, and then I'd be like, "Oh shit, it's getting dark. I need to find my way back." And boom, there I was, back in my car, back in my truck.
That's exactly how, when I was young, I got a good sense of direction. I got lost out in the woods by myself and had to figure out how to get out.
Yeah, just go. Go.
All the streams, the landmarks. Uprooted trees help me too. Yeah. Uprooted giant oak trees help me too because they're massive. They fall. They lift up all this sedimentary shit.
Yeah.
All this, all these rocks, these like stones that look like they're almost cut into a foundation or cut for a foundation of a house. I've seen that. And actually, a buddy of mine dropped me off when we went camping up at Lake Arthur. And he said, "All right, good luck, buddy." And he literally dropped me off without a compass, without anything. I just had a water bottle in my hand. And within 10 minutes, I found the road. I went back. I remembered the signs coming in, and I turned back around. And I walked, I saw the camp, so I chose to go around the camp to surprise him. Then as he was standing there taking a piss by the fire, I just shook him. I hit him with the armpit, fingers under the armpits, and he's scared to death. He pissed all over himself. I was like, he's like, "How the fuck did you do that?" I was like, "Directions."
Direction, bitch.
America taught me, boy.
Hey, you guys! It's been a real joy talking with you guys tonight.
I'm gonna have to tuck it in here soon and probably go grab something to eat and tuck it in the bed soon.
Yeah, me too. I gotta go, but it's like, y'all take care out there.
All right, you guys be safe. Yeah.
Blessings, brother. Blessings, brother, man.
Blessings.
Yeah. Every day.
Yeah. Blessings.
No matter where we are, who we are, we just
blessings, man.
Blessings. Just accept each other.
Accept it. Accept the beautiful blessings, man.
Exactly.
That's how we roll up in here, man. Hey, guess what, man? The earth
wouldn't have it any other way.
The earth presents itself in this most stationary flat plane that you could ever imagine. And it produces that reality every single day, man. Every day. And just go enjoy that beautiful flat stationary thing that you live on, man. It's fantastic.
You guys, thank you all for being grounded.
Ground that shit, man.
Exactly.
Let's ground this shit into the ground.
Let's get rid of negativity in this world. Like we should rebuke the negativity that's killing everybody.
Take in the negativity, ground it, disperse it into the ground. Just take it in. Just take it in. Just take it in.
That's it, man. That's it. You nailed it, man. That's it, man. We'll take the negativity and we will ground that shit, you bitch.
Ground it.
Fuck off.
Then make everything positive after that. Make it all positive.
One thing before you go, Soul.
Yes, sir.
In the machine.
Positive.
So what were you expecting when you came in here?
I was expecting to get completely chewed apart and everything I said would be wrong. So I was like, "Oh God."
So next time someone says to you, "Oh, these fucking," next time someone says to you, "Oh, these fucking stupid flat earthers," what's your reaction going to be?
My reaction would be, give them a chance. Listen, you might learn something.
Good man.
Blessings, brother. Blessings, brother.
Sure, I definitely did learn a lot here so far. And I'm going to have to get over my denial and roll over the stone and be like, all right, we got to do this. We got to figure this shit out. Or just let life figure itself out.
Yeah.
And help each other figure this out.
Let's figure this shit out, man. Because,
exactly.
Hey, guess what, man? We live in a really crazy, twisted world, man.
But it's a beautiful world, no matter how twisted it is.
It's beautifully twisted. It's beautifully twisted. What do you think of that?
Get out there.
Yeah.
It is.
I posted that in the live stream. A beautiful picture of nature that I visited, and you just got to get out there, man.
That's it. You got to.
Hey, I'm the first person, you guys know me long enough, man. I say, hey, man, get out in the real world and check it out. Don't believe anything we say in here, man. Because if you got to the beach, man, and you see a flat, level horizon, you have to admit you see a flat, level horizon. I mean, if you want to deny that you see that, that's on you, man. That's not on me.
Well, that's the thing. Both sides at least agree that you experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Just the other one makes wild claims that you have to believe without any empirical evidence.
Exactly.
I just experience. You don't really have to believe if you just experience it.
Yeah,
So
there you go.
That's it.
Dude, there's not one person in here who would disagree with me.
Right.
Say, hey, that's why we're here, man. It's just to help you experience this beautiful place we live, man.
Present the information.
If you want to deny where you live, that's up to you, man. That's
totally
up
upon
to
that.
you,
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
If you want to imagine you're shooting through the outer space at millions of miles an hour, not just some 1,000 miles an hour. Fuck that, man.
Right.
Millions of miles an hour. You have to accept that, man, if you want to live on your spinning globe.
What do you feel about the thing about Admiral Byrd, his diaries, the things he experienced? How do you feel about Admiral Byrd? Richard Byrd, I think his name was Admiral Byrd.
Instead of listening to his anecdotes, why don't you follow the timeline from when he did that to what happened afterwards?
I see.
That's more telling than what you hear from him. His anecdotal.
You've also
story.
got to. Oh, sorry, Fletchy.
Go ahead.
You've also got to look at when. You got to look at when the diary was released as well.
Yeah.
It was after his death, and how did he die?
Right.
He fell from a window. It's a bit weird.
Right. He was pushed out of a window.
I don't know. I got no idea, but he fell out of a window. So, you got to look at, okay, this is a person that people trusted. Yeah. So, if he dies, then we make up some shit in his diaries, then people trust him.
Bingo.
Could be the case. I don't know whether it is or not, but
just like what Nikola Tesla's research was completely changed around, or wasn't changed around, just was suppressed during.
It was taken.
It was stolen. Yeah, straight up stolen. Yeah. It was murdered.
Well, he was overshadowed by Einstein, who only came up with ad hoc theories, and not even theories, because if you try to, what is a scientific theory? It has nothing to do with just going off the seat of your pants, like Michio Kaku likes to say.
It was working.
He was the only one who was producing. Sorry, he was the only one that was inventing things and producing the knowledge and showing that he had knowledge by his inventions. So you have to look into it and have an investigative mind about it.
He was working for Morgan as well. So
yes,
he came up with these ideas, and they said you can't put a meter on that, so we're not going to put this technology forward. So how much over the time have we lost in technology? I'd say maybe thousands of inventions that could help humanity. It's pretty sad, all for profit.
This wireless technology, this wireless electricity, I can understand where they didn't want the inconsistencies because of the proximity and the fade and tromboning of power. But at the same time, it's a really good way to start, and it's a really good way to help mankind progress and develop onto it. I think it's a sin that they suppressed it for so long, and they took it and kept it from us from developing on it. So we're just stuck with the alternate current. We're stuck with relying on a superior source of energy instead of creating our own locally, domestically, and not have to pay for something that should be free, just captured out of air or energy or transferred through magnetic force. I just think it's...
Hey, let me ask you this, Mr. I'm gonna call you Soul Machine, baby.
All right.
How about that? That's a
Sounds
cool name.
good.
Soul
It is.
Machine. That would have been cool back in the 70s, but that was disco. Anyway, you joined here today, and you've been a member here since today. That's all I want to say, man. Why did you join here today?
Something told me, and also my buddy invited me to try to join and see where everybody stands, and to learn, and to see if you guys would even give me a chance to speak, or even to speak to learn. Then it was I had doubts in myself that I'd be able to be put on the dock here and speaking on the little platform and talk.
Yeah.
And I feel privileged. I honestly feel honored and privileged. You guys gave me this chance. And
hey,
I
it's
mean
an honor and privilege to have somebody like yourself on here. So,
thank you. That means a lot.
Amen.
I've been cut down so much, in the past several weeks by people I thought were my friends and other servers, and I said, okay, I'm going to give something new a shot and see how it flows, and see how we inspire each other. That was all my intentions, was to inspire others.
We get trolled a lot in here, so it's.
Oh, I'm sure
everyone's pretty skeptical about who comes in, and that's why sometimes we're on the forward foot when people come in. It's.
Yeah.
But
you guys are well versed in cutting them up, and it's hilarious as hell. It really is. It's great.
You got like Dude said before, man. You got to have fun, otherwise you'll drive yourself fucking mental.
Exactly. You guys really helped me just drop that ball of tension and burden, and I just feel like you guys took weights off my shoulders and just dropped them to the floor and said, "There, how's it feel to stand with perfect posture, a good posture, and be proud of yourself?" That you guys really gave me that.
It's good in humanity, and
feels like
I hope to see the best in humanity rather than look at all the bad things and think that the world's going to shit. I rather think that it's actually getting better and people are waking up, and there's going to be a big change soon. So,
thank you. I really do appreciate it, and we're going to get through this confusion that the world has brought itself into.
Yeah.
And we're going to survive it.
Hey, I want to talk about the confusion that's been going on for the last 3 years. I don't know if you guys remember 2020.
I do.
I want to take you guys back a little bit, man. Like, hey, man, 2020, like 3 years ago today, they said, hey, man, you can't go to the store and buy some eggs. Like, what?
Because of some control virus. What do you guys think?
Without like putting on some kind of uniform on your face, which
diaper.
I mean, that was a diaper thing that went on your face, and it was like crazy. It was like, wow.
It's some type of Eastern fashion trend.
I just want to say, what's some shit we went through, man? Thank you guys for getting through it and saying, hey, man, this shit ain't right. That's all.
It isn't.
It
was really wrong to do us like that and indoctrinate us that this fabrication of a virus, this lab-made virus,
keep it. Hey, it's Sunday speculation, but
I'll just sorry, mate. I just
on the down low on the.
There's a couple of keywords there that you just said.
Thingies.
I'm going to unmute you, but let's stay off those words.
Stay off those words. Yeah, got to keep it on the Hey, man, I went to this concert last night, and they provided all these beautiful things that made everybody feel cool, man. It was good. It was great. It was this concert I went to. It was amazing.
We just got to learn it.
It lasted for 3 years, man. I swear. And everybody had to trip on the same trip, man.
Right.
if you want to put
it wasn't really cool.
Positive thing, a real positive net on this whole 3 years of hell we've been through, or we can also say that we can also say that
yes,
that
yes, I can.
We survived it. We can say that we've been through hell together in separate places, and we learned to appreciate the freedoms of being able to breathe.
I want to shout out to at least 10 people that have come in here on this Discord and said, "Hey, man, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the shit that went down in 2020."
Right. They gave us.
They wouldn't even be here. I mean, there's at least a dozen people I've talked to. Said, "Hey, man, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have been here." Yeah. And I find that super interesting, man. Super.
Wherever this may have come from, it came for a reason, because we have to learn to appreciate. We had to learn to appreciate. Even if we didn't deserve it, society didn't deserve it, but we went through it and we learned. We learned valuable lessons. And that's it. Keep your immune system strong, stay healthy.
What man means to be evil with, the Creator can turn to good. So.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, hey.
Our Creator is what turns negative to positive.
Dude, that's what we are doing in here. We are turning this negative bullshit into something super positive, man. I mean, it's not even close, man. Those Mongols don't have a chance.
I didn't mean to offend anybody with my key words or anything like that. I was just being funny. Being.
It was just about. There's just a few terms and conditions we've got to abide by, and that's one of them.
They'll shut your server down, or your channel down, whichever it is. I'm sorry. But I don't mean to offend anybody of any ethnicity or any cultures or any right, left, north, south, whichever. It's just we're all one. We're fucking one. And we can't divide, because if we divide, we were conquered.
That's right. 100%. I agree.
And the right and left wing, I've learned tonight, the right and left wing are a part of the same bird. So we got to stay focused.
Shit. No shit. Hey, the wonderful thing about Discord and where we can hang out together and talk about the most beautiful things is that we live on Earth and we can check out Earth. Now, all the political things, whatever, that stuff can be manipulated, but nobody can manipulate what we are standing on, because that's a fact, man. That's a fact, Jack. And if anybody wants to take me up on that one, man, about standing on Earth, okay. I'm here. Hit me up, DM me, whatever.
I added you on here. Anybody that can hear me that wants to speak and hang out, talk about, needs help with computer related stuff, I'm here. Just add me up.
Right on, man. Hey, guess what? Without computer shit, we would not be talking on Discord right now, which is absolutely an amazing thing, man. Thank you guys. And thank all the techs that put this shit together. You fucking guys are awesome, man. Thank you.
Every creator from everywhere that put their mind in, put this together, is enabling us to enable each other to do good things and see the positive.
Dude, I'll tell you what, man.
Just dwell on the politics or dwell on this or dwell on that. We're here to enjoy it. We don't regurgitate, we create. Figuratively or cognitively. Thank you guys, everyone.
Yeah, we don't want to regurgitate. We want to create. Man, what a statement, bro.
Thank you.
That is That's deep, man.
Thank you.
We don't want to regurgitate their bullshit, which is so easy to do.
It is. We parroted. I do it.
Who wants to be the water cooler? Hey, man, did you see the latest thing on the news? It was totally like amazing. I can't believe those people. Yeah, okay.
I could just hear you saying "fuck off."
That's called regurgitation.
Right.
Right.
Right. It is regurgitation.
It's such a shitty thing, man. Those regurgitations of where we live. Oh my God!
Did you hear they're going back to the moon?
I did. I swear, it's called the Artemis. I did Artemis amazing missions from Earth. They went. Oh my God! It was amazing. They went around the moon.
Yeah.
Guess what? In the next couple of, like next year, they're gonna send actual humans around the moon next year.
Yeah, I heard they're going to be racially inclusive as well.
Racially and genderly.
Yeah.
Totally, 100%. They're going to be the amazing people that go around the moon next.
Yeah.
Yes, those people.
Procreation. Just complete.
I think they're going to be. I think Budweiser's sponsoring the
nice.
the rocket.
It's Bud Light. It's Bud Light. You got get it right, Timbo.
Yeah, you got to have
Bud
yeast flavored water.
Who drinks light beer anyway?
Me neither. I would never drink that garbage.
Tastes like piss.
It does. It tastes like watered down piss yeast water, like you're trying to make bread. I wouldn't even put that in my roast for a slow cooker. It's not enough alcohol to do the job of cooking. Oh God, terrible.
Dude, I love this new guy, man. You're fucking killing me, man.
Right.
Hey, guess what, man? I love to laugh at the ridiculousness of the globe. I do. It's so ridiculously insane that it becomes a rocking chair.
If you're ever on late at night, like now, sometimes dude gets on and, pulls out some NASA articles and we have a good laugh at the NASA articles. And
gotta check that out.
Hey, that's on Mondays. Mondays.
Because Mondays usually suck for everybody.
Mondays suck for everybody.
Suck. So yeah, it'd be good to look
forward to. I might
as well
bring out the NASA sucks too, man.
Never a straight answer.
Never a straight answer. Exactly.
Not a space agency.
Not a space agency.
Spaced out.
Hey,
yeah,
man, there's some good stuff coming out recently saying, hey, man, we don't live on a globe. Oh my God, it's amazing. And we're just trying to say, hey, man, that there's these really cool cats that say, hey, man, the Earth's not a spinning ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. What? Those guys are crazy, man.
And just in case no one's told you, are you on mobile or are you on PC?
Yes, mobile right now. I've PC in the other room, but I have to tweak with I'm on Arch Linux on that. And
have you had a look? Have you had a look at the rest of the server? So if you scroll down from live stream where we are, and you go down to additional information.
Yeah.
All the way down there.
Okay.
There's a whole list. There's a whole list of information, articles, experiments, citations, videos.
Yeah.
Everything down there. So you just click on what subject you're interested in, and away you go. I'll see you in 3 months.
Right. It's a big server. I've noticed that. I was scrolling down through mobile, and I think that's what crashed because there was just so much.
Yeah, come back in like 3 months.
Yeah.
After you looked at all that shit, man.
Yeah, but God
Hey, guess
damn,
what,
it was
man?
shit.
Hey, guess what, man? Timbo and I have been looking at that shit for the last 7 years.
Oh, wow. Is that well remembered like the back of your hand? It's a lot
Yep.
to remember.
It's
like
a lot
remembering
of shit, man.
It's like remembering group policy procedures in every setting and patch setting for an enterprise system and local and group, and be like, God damn, that's a lot of shit I remembered. Makes me realize remembering things like an elephant. I'll tell you what. So you got to throw it together and piece it together. Sir?
Well, the reality is that we all experience the earth, period.
We do.
I want you guys to, smoke that one for a minute, because the reality is we all experience earth. And there's nobody that can dispute that from your reality. Now, whether you want to believe you're shooting through outer space, shooting around the sun, or, all kinds of crazy speeds, man, that's cool. Yeah. Get down with it, man.
Get down with it.
Yeah. If you want to just accept the fact that you feel like you're not shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, yeah, that's even better, man. That's better. That's
the acclimatized.
I think that's more realistic, man.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to experience that for yourself. I can't experience that for you. Nobody here can.
But just
you
myself.
have to experience that for yourself. And once you do that, we're good, man. We're good.
If anybody's been on like a cruise ship for like weeks on weeks and end, and at first the deck is moving, the whole ship is moving, and then when you're off of that and you're docked on dry land, and then you feel the dry land moving, or it's like that sea legs theory. That is what fascinates me.
Yep.
And
you would feel the sea legs if you lived on a spinning globe. You would.
You would feel a lot of.
I'm a sailor, man. I know exactly what you're talking about as far as getting off the boat. You're like, you feel it for a couple days, man. You're like, damn.
It took me it took me 2 weeks when I was a young boy. We went on a cruise liner and
there you go.
On a vacation package,
Yep.
And it was interesting. That trip I remember very vividly. Before we went on the cruise, we went to Orlando, Florida, and they had the Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum with King Tutankhamun on open fucking exhibit. That was a trip.
Yep.
My God.
What a trip.
It was the reason for it. My dad and mom distracted security while I kneeled down and touched King Tutankhamun's open exhibit. It was behind cordoned off red ropes or whatever. And I touched that corpse. And I thought to myself, my God, he's been gone for quite a long time.
Yep.
Felt like sandpaper, felt like a stone, and felt like almost like the consistency of petrified jerky. But I thought to myself, this was once a human being with a loving heart that got short-handed, a bad hand of the deck when he was born, and met his untimely demise being deceived by something. I just had this vibe that he was murdered by somebody close to him, that he was set up. And that's the vibe I got right away. From that point on, I don't know if you call it empathy or just educated guess. It was something. And that was an opportunity that not a lot of people would ever have that. But here I was in my 9 Inch Nails t-shirt, wearing Doc Marten boots and goofy baggy pants, and I was a rebel.
I sense a necrophiliac.
No, not at all.
I'm joking, man. I'm only joking, man. But isn't that funny that you get a feeling for something? Yeah. What do you get? Do you get a feeling when you think about flat Earth? Like the whole thing, the whole topic.
I get a feeling that a lot of it's true. I get a feeling that a lot of it has to be proven, but I get a feeling that there's a what if, and it's strong. It's ringing a bell, and I got to
If we lived on a ball of so said dimensions, then we'd be able to detect it, and we wouldn't have these questions. There wouldn't be any questions whether it was flat or sphere.
That's right, Timbo.
Right.
So,
you guys have a valid point supporting your theory, because I got to look into it, because there's something not right about this dimension that we're on. There's something that isn't quite right and balanced right now, especially now. And this may sound like conspiracy theory, but I think CERN.
Right, mate, you're on a 24/7 flat Earth server, so.
Oh yeah, that's true. I can't call the kettle black.
Relax, bro. Relax.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is CERN is doing something really devastating to our reality. Something.
I don't know about that, man.
I wouldn't say that.
I'm a bit of a skeptic with things like that. But,
me too. Me too.
I think they like to make people think that there's like something going on.
I want you guys to think about it like this, man. Do you guys really think that they have a bomb that is a nuclear bomb?
No.
I do not, man.
I think Russia is struggling with theirs, and I think
it's a fantasy, man. This whole nuclear bomb thing.
Yeah, look, I find that the trouble with where we live at the moment, right, is that everything is based on a lie. And what happens when everything is based on a lie? People get, whether you know it or not, you get a gut feeling that something's wrong. So no one's at peace. So when no one's at peace, they start doing stupid shit. And then you've got science telling you that you can do whatever you want because you're God. Yeah?
Right. You are God.
All these new age religions and things like that. So no one's responsible. So the quicker everyone knows the truth, and they start living towards, like a better life and treating people in a better way, then all the problems on Earth are solved.
Yep.
It all starts with one big lie. And if we can eliminate that big lie, then I think that one big lie is the globe. And that's it. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, we got to figure it out.
They lied about the globe. Oh my God. It's so amazing. I can't. Yeah, those motherfuckers lied about the globe, man. They lied to you and said, "Hey, man, you're right here. That's it. You're good. Okay, next, 4th grade. Next." Yeah. They didn't teach you about the geometry, the circumference.
They didn't teach you shit. They didn't even teach you properly about the
fuck all, man. You think you know about the globe? Yeah. They didn't teach you.
They taught you about a
just
solar
give me the
system
fucking radius. You don't even fucking know the radius, man. Oh, we're screwed. We're screwed.
Oh, here's our solar system, and they give you this sun that's just sitting there, and then the planets are revolving around it. But everything's really close together. And then when you look at how far the moon is from the Earth in comparison to they make all these planets and everything look like they're close to the sun. Have you ever seen a 2-scale version of what's going on? What they claim? There was this guy once on a beach, and he had the Earth was a marble. He went up to like sizes of what the planets were. He ended up like 50 kilometers down the beach with one of those yoga balls. He goes, "Oh, this is Jupiter." I go, "What? What's going on here?" Because and they just show you that the sun's just sitting there and the planets orbit around the sun, but the sun's fucking hurtling through the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles an hour.
Yeah,
no one fucking told you that.
Ah, fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah.
That's just one of the movements, like
it's like one of the movements, right? Forget the other 10, whatever. Yeah, one.
And then you got people coming in.
Off.
Yeah, it's just fucking crazy.
Crazy mongoose.
The sky shows me, because the sky makes concentric circles, it shows me we live on a globe. You go, okay, well, why is it fucking moving around in 4 or 5 different vectors? You moron.
Yep.
Sorry.
There's one born every day, isn't there? There's an idiot day, my dad used to say.
There's what?
My dad used to say there's an idiot born every day. Yeah, when he was still alive, he would say things. He had these little sayings, like these old school sayings.
I got a cool saying for you, bro. There's a sucker born every minute, and there's 2 to take them. How about that, man? That's P.T. Barnum, man. I forget you guys know who he is, but
I got a saying for you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's a flat earther. They just don't know it.
Love that one, bro.
I love it. You guys are bold about it. You guys are confident. That's why I like being here. It's you guys are very bold about it and keen, witty about it, and it's entertaining as well as it's informative. Whichever way it may be, it's fun. And if someone can't break it down and say, okay. We grew up believing in Santa Claus. And then when we found out Santa Claus didn't exist, we were offended and we rebuked it right away.
Yeah.
But in this case, we're going in a direction where we're figuring some things out that might be laughed at. I might be laughed at for just being skeptical and joining, but who gives a flying fuck? I'm here with you guys, and we're enjoying our moments here together. And that's what matters. And we're learning. Every day we're learning something.
What I want to enjoy, what I have enjoyed through this discussion of where we live, oh my goodness, we have to discuss where we live for our entertainment, vocation, doesn't matter. If you want to discuss where we live, there is no better place in the world to discuss where we live, man. Because this place will break it down. Hardcore, in your face, scientific, without a doubt, no doubt, explanation of the phenomenon that we all experience is where we live. I mean, that's a fact. Nobody can dispute it. The natural observed phenomenon is where we live, man. That's where we all experience it, man. Where Chicago, New York, Detroit, Ukraine, wherever. Doesn't matter, man. The fact is, we all observe Earth through our own perception. And if you got that, man, you got like 90% of it right there, man. It's boom, no shit. No shit, Sherlock. Sure. We all observe reality through our own observations, man.
Right.
And if you observe flat Earth, or if you observe a globe Earth, man, let me know. Yeah, I'm down either way, man. What do you got?
Right.
Keep it real, man. Don't fuck with me.
Exactly. I won't do that.
If you fuck with me, man, we will call your shit out so fucking fast. Make your fucking head spin. Make your head spin, people.
I would never fuck with you guys because I wouldn't want to be fucked with back, and I'm enjoying you guys' company too much to fuck that up. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's cool. It's unique.
Well, it's real, man. It's not.
It is.
It's not bullshit, man. And once you discover real, it cannot be denied. Reality cannot be denied.
Right.
And that's what we're dealing with here, man. There's a lot of people don't accept reality because of Disneyland and Hollywood and all this shit that's been perpetrated amongst the mental observation of most people, man. Most people, did the Pirates beat the Detroit Lions? And they don't give a fuck all about where they live, man. They don't give a shit. They just want to know if the Boston Celtics beat the Lakers, or the, that's all they give a fuck about, man. The Kardashians produce a bikini shot on the beach, and fuck off, man. I don't give a fuck about all that.
Me neither.
I want to know where we live, man. I want to know what makes this place as amazing.
People made their money based on the coattails of their father and the O.J. Simpson tragedy and all this other stuff. And, I really think that maybe they are wealthy, but you know what? More power to them. But when they have to be the center of attention on the news based on whatever they do, they're living a sad life, and I feel sorry for them. They may enjoy it. They may be making money on it, but I really wouldn't want to have paparazzi in the news and be having my naked body put out there on the internet. And, for all the, you have to be some sort of special unit to enjoy that kind of lifestyle. But hey, there's, I guess, to each their own. I don't condone it. I wouldn't want my fiance, my wife, my daughter, whatever you want to call the family unit, to be displayed in front of the public eye. If I was a father and I'd let that happen, that would mean I'm a really bad father, and I made very bad impression on my children and my family to condone such behavior, to accept money be exploited. Bad.
I think you bring up a great point. Accepting money to be exploited. I think that was a key point that you brought up.
Terrible.
Accepting money to be exploited can go in many, many different directions.
The world is.
Oh my God. We're talking about
Kardashians or Kardashians. I don't want to say shit about them.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Kardashians. The Beatles. And we can go
God bless them. I mean, they do their thing.
To that observation. We can go deep, right? Yeah. So the fact that people can be manipulated through the mass media, through an amazing network of music, video, movies, television, whatever, newspapers,
they're entertaining people. They're doing their job, but it's not a job for me. Yeah.
We have been entertained by these news, Hollywood, doesn't matter, whatever it is, man. Guess what, man? You've all been manipulated by the mainstream propaganda. No shit, Sherlock. If anybody here wants to deny that they haven't been tricked by this motherfucking shit show, let me know. Because we've all been tricked, man. I know I have been 100 times over. I've been tricked by that system, man. The system produces these amazing productions of mainstream acceptance. Yeah, they've accepted it through the mainstream. And that's it, man. If you accept it through the mainstream, man, you're done. And that's why we're here, man, hanging out tonight. Because this is not the mainstream, man. It's not the mainstream. It's something different.
It's something, and we haven't figured it out yet, but we did figure it out. It's because we're enjoying our moment now, and we're figuring out things. We're learning things. Like I keep saying, a repeated broken record, but you know what I mean. We're gathering it all in, but we're not being greedy about taking. We're taking and giving. You know, we're receiving and sending it back out. That's how things work. That's how a well-oiled machine works efficiently. Hand it off to the next person. Their feedback. We do bounce on topics, but it's good to skip the stone across the river to get to the other side and look back, or just to enjoy that little journey while we skipped across the river. Say, yeah, we did that. We're going to do it again until we cover. Until we've had our fun with the river, but we've absorbed the energy and repelled that energy flow. Because if you're a skipping stone and you stop, you sink below, and you get tumbled around, and then you get forgotten about. But if you stay on the surface or stay a little, just skim the surface, but appreciate and respect what's below you. Could be deadly current. Hey, it is what it is. You learn something. But yeah, I just hope everybody a wonderful, wonderful day and night, and hope that I'm not boring you too much here.
Not at all, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
The fact is that you're dead balls accurate in everything you said, because the fact is that reality will present itself, and you have to accept it or you don't, man.
Right.
And that's kind of where you were going, right?
Right. It's exactly it. You have to,
or you don't, man. That's cool, man. I mean, like,
even if you don't, it accepts you. It takes you with it. Yep. That's it.
That's it.
That's awesome.
So accept it or don't, or fuck off or don't.
I love it, or fuck off.
It doesn't matter, man.
It's awesome.
But reality will present itself to you.
It will. It'll tear you. It'll shred you apart.
It'll shred you. Yes.
Yeah. It's like jumping in a damn wood chipper, like I said earlier, feet first. You're gonna feel it on the way down. It ain't gonna be pretty.
Yeah.
So you got to just do the right thing. Yeah.
So enjoy your acceptance of reality, man. That's all we're saying.
Yes.
Or don't, man. Reject it. That's cool.
Yep.
We've seen it both sides. Dude. I'm like, I'm years and years and years into this shit, man. I've seen these guys try to present their gravity explanations or gas pressure without a container, and it's like, okay, bro, what do you got, man? Come on.
Yeah. That's it.
The gas pressure.
That's what I've always wondered. That's funny that you guys joke about it, but it's so serious. I've always wondered, and that's why I said I do not know, because I'm being honest. I do not know. I can't define why we have. I can speculate. Yeah. I can just make something sound pretty.
Yep.
But
me too, man. Me too.
But until we can define this skin of this layer, this container that contains the gas. The Taco Tuesday gas, but the gases are real. But
I think they call it the antecedent, which means it has to be. There has to be a container to create gas pressure.
Yes. Maybe the container is something invisible that we don't see, but it's nothing we've learned in science. Yeah. It could be magnetic fields.
I agree with the
plasmatic. Maybe the center of this massive thing, whatever this is, has got a gravitron. Who knows? Maybe to create any gravity on any flat or oblong or inconsistent surface is to create a gravitron of like a gyroscope. Maybe it is. I'm just speculating.
I love that you're speculating, man. Because guess what, man? This is called Speculation Sunday, bitches.
Right.
So you guys can speculate all you want, man.
Yeah,
I love it.
Speculate until the sun comes up, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Hey, guess what, man? if the sun didn't come up, it would totally be a flat Earth. What do you guys think of that?
It'd be a cold flat one. It'd be a cold Bud Light. Bud Light commercial. Oh man, I went there.
Hey, don't forget, man. Don't forget. Those stars. Those stars are Bud Light beers away, man.
They're flat-chested men wearing bras. I'm sorry, I went there.
You guys are mongos.
I'm terrible.
Shit, man. Men can get pregnant in level curves. Fuck it.
Exactly. I'm menstruating right now.
You guys are gonna get us shut down. Fucking.
I know. We're gonna kill.
Fucking level curves. Shit.
Level it.
Stop it. Stop that shit, man.
Shit, they should have fucking. They should have just described the horizon as.
They're gonna censor us, and we'll only have 20 people watching us right now. That's it.
But I want to say this on the record though. But now that I know it's recorded and replayed and broadcast, I want to say to women that give birth and women who are thinking about giving birth, it changes your life and is the most beautiful thing. And I respect every woman who's given birth, had the chance, or had been given a chance, or even just being who you are. Don't have to empower yourself to be better than anyone because you already are awesome.
Heck yeah.
That's it.
It was I'm going to tell you right now, it's a beautiful experience.
To my fiance that gave birth to my beautiful daughter. She's the most wonderful person in this world, and I love her more than anything. I love my daughter more than anything. And I'll be damned if this world is going to try to Bud Light commercial my kid or my kid's friends or my woman, or objectify any woman to saying that they belong as property. Fuck all that noise. Beat some ass. Kick him in the Jimmy. Yep.
Let me say this real quick, man, is that if you're hearing me, or you're talking to you right now, every single one of you was produced from a vagina.
Sorry.
Every one of you. And if you want to take that up as a, not a truth or something,
right?
I'll take you on all day, every day. And everybody in here will take you on all day, every day. Besides,
like I almost got roasted.
All of us have come out of a vagina. Oh my God. All of us, every single one of us came out of a vagina.
Yep, and every mother that's ever birthed a son has grown a penis.
I like that. That's fucking great.
That's me.
Fuck you, man.
That's
Fuck
me
Jenna.
too.
You're
High
so
five, Flatsy.
High five. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, that's right. I grew a penis, right? I had a son.
Bud Light years away, Simp Cord said.
You like Bud Light years away? That's my original.
Awesome.
Thank you.
That's fucking awesome, man.
I like this guy's name on here. It had me laughing. Oh, God. These guys have some really clever names in here. Like, I'm very new to this Discord thing.
Jenna, I love you,
Very
baby.
new to this altogether.
I love you too, dude.
It's great. We love you. I don't even know you.
Yeah. I don't know. There's been a lot of speculation in the news lately that, people don't come out of vaginas, And it's like, whoa. Wait a minute, man. Time out. Every single one of us have all come out of a vagina. And that's a fact, man. You can't get over it, man. That's like, water doesn't bend.
Right.
Yeah.
Contours. There's static. There's kinetics. There's polarization. There's a lot of things that can make water bend and follow itself.
Wait. You mean to tell me that I can't have a curvizontal horizon?
No.
Damn.
Guaranteed. You cannot have it.
You can only have flat bread. I'm just messing.
Curvizontal though, like curvizontal. It must be curvizontal. You should just call it C curve.
Curvizontal. Right.
Even though where I'm coming from, in my mindset, where I've been indoctrinated from, even me wearing a flat Earth shirt would really fuck with a lot of people, and it would be worth looking at their facial expression. Even if I do believe or disbelieve, it would just be funny as fuck to see
It is.
how people
I'll
and the
tell you.
conversations that would be drummed up.
Hey, I'll tell you from experience. I've gone out on a busy street and put up a sign that says the Earth is flat, and people would come over and talk to me, man. And it is a great social experiment. Say, hey, man. And that's what makes 24/7 Flat Earth Discord so amazing, is that that's what we do here every day, man. Every day. We say, hey, man, you got evidence for a globe? Bring it. Come on, bitches. Come on.
Earlier, it's on my desk.
It's on my desk.
It's on my desk, man.
I got NASA, bro. They got ISS and gravity.
It's even worse. They all say, oh, well, someone's done it. Someone's done it.
Someone filmed it.
Somebody filmed it. It was in the Star Wars trilogy with Star Trek.
It was on Star Wars.
And Star Trek and Star Wars. Totally. Come on, without a doubt. 100%. There's a globe. How can you deny it? It's Hollywood, man. It's Hollywood. How dare you? How dare you question Hollywood? How dare you? Okay, Greta. Okay, fine, Greta. Whatever. Greta Thunberg.
Oh boy. Yeah.
If you guys don't stop like eating like eggs and things, the world's gonna be like bad. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be totally bad. Hey man, guess what?
Chicken butt. It's never chicken
butt. That's
bunch of globy chicken butts.
Nothing but chicken butts. So where are you guys all from? I got the San Bernardino thing. You're from California.
Yep.
Alabama.
Bammer.
I'm in Alabama.
I'm up pretty far up north here.
I'm
a state below New York.
I'm from Earth.
Earth, yeah. We're all from Earth. We share the same dirt.
I'm from Earth. I'm from Southern California. I'm from San Diego.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. But we're all here right now. It doesn't matter what the distance is. We're all together sitting here right now, chilling.
Think about that for a second.
That's it.
These signal waves, the way we're talking to each other right now, these signal waves travel in a straight line for hundreds of miles. How is that possible on a globe?
Wow.
They're
all individual straight lines, and if it's digitized, so we're on a digital spectrum, so that is 100% accurate. It might be relayed to radio frequencies, but those are straight spikes. Yep. Or, there's always a straight line and a curve. There always is. And nobody can change that. I might be getting chewed out by somebody that hears my voice saying that's not true, but it is. You can't draw a curve without a straight line. You can't draw anything without a line. So yeah, we're communicating by wavelengths, and it's almost in real time. Might be a few nanoseconds off or milliseconds off, but you think of it back in the 90s when we had dial-up internet or didn't have internet at all. What did we do? We spoke either in person, or we didn't speak at all, or we emailed, and there was always a lag. It was always like, I'm going to check my email, and the server wouldn't always refresh to let you know you had an email until half hour to an hour later. There was all this lag. You'd be on what was that back then? The push-to-talk services, the early VoIP, that had lag to it. Everybody had
you could write a letter and get a 2-week lag.
Yeah, true that. Snail mail. I mean, this is amazing. Communication is really just bringing people together as if we're right here sitting in the same room.
Can you imagine that there's no delay? I'm sitting here in the south of Australia. You guys are all over the world, and there's fuck all delay.
No delay at all. Exactly.
No delay.
So I'm doing this really cool thing, guys. I'm getting very creative with how
I can't believe this shit, man. This guy I'm talking to is hanging upside down on a globe.
Bro.
Like a bat. That's
I'm
awesome.
talking to an upside downer. Oh my god. This is great.
Yeah. That's wild, isn't it?
It's crazy, Timbo. Help me. Help.
Yep. One thing I want to tell you guys, there was an incident that happened we have Comcast or Xfinity cable here, and they had installed this stuff over at my family's house here where I'm staying, through my chemo process. I noticed there was a lot of lag. I did a ping test, speed test. It was trash, and then I saw their cable bill was ridiculously high. They're paying well above the $200 range for blast internet service. And then I go outside, I look at the entrance line into the house, and I look that the Comcast technician many years ago installed the coax cable around a low shielded entrance line into the house. And we all know science. We know that if you braid a low voltage cable around a close to unshielded line, there's going to be interference with packets, with bandwidth. It's going to mess with the fields of the electrons that flow around the cable, the coax, to give you internet service, however that works. And so I called them up bitching about it. They came the next day. Next day they came in and they gave us a new cable gateway, like a modem, whatever. Gateway, modem, router, whatever you want to call it. And the speed increase was ridiculous. We were getting now like over a gigabit down and some ridiculously fast speeds up, and there's no hiccups in the line now. So that's almost like putting a magnet on your power box to cheat the utility company. But yet when they put that magnet on our utilities, it's called marketing. How does that work? How are they allowed to do it to us? But they corrected the problem, but they were gracious and humble about it. So, you hear what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know if you guys heard me on that one.
I did. Hey.
Sense?
Be very vigilant in these internet connections, because this is amazing what we do here.
Mm-hmm.
And don't take it for granted, man.
Never. It's never a right, it's a privilege.
Amen.
You have to fight for some better internet service.
Got to fight a war for it.
Get out there, man.
Me and Tumbo and Matumbo got to get some battle action going to fight for some internets out on the fields.
Speaking of gigabytes and kilobytes and terabytes and all that, so I got this great meme. Check the voice text.
We'll check it out here.
4 kilobytes of RAM in 1969. We put people on the moon. 8 gigabytes of RAM now. Chrome tab, scary.
Wow. Ain't that something?
Yeah, makes you think, doesn't it?
Wow, that just blows my mind. Like, we've come a long way. But yet it's just out. It's like the same size of, well, it's not really the same size of hardware, but they've managed to allocate those little storage sectors to be that much more efficient than what they did back then. And that blows my mind. That is unbelievable that a computer that only had, what you said, 4 kilobits or kilobytes?
Yeah, 4 kilobytes of RAM in 1969 to 8 gigabytes of RAM now.
That operated things. Just, that's unbelievable that the text was so, well, it was bulky back then. You had like big magnetic spin drives and all this other shit, and you had magnetic tape reel to reel. But it's just unbelievable that the caching ability was only 4 kilobytes. That's, what is that, like 4 letters? It's like 4 letters, right? Each K is a character, correct?
Yeah, and then they managed to call the fucking moon.
Yeah. That is unfucking believable that even happened. You know?
Telephone on a corded telephone, like that, I'll never understand.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy, and yeah, it blows my mind. And even then, the computing power, you're in a whole size room downsized into some portable little device, and the device in our hands is way more powerful than a computer that would fit in a football field back then.
If you look at this meme that I posted, right?
Okay.
And look at this soundboard, this entire soundboard that this operator has to work with.
You could tag me in it so I could hit the little lazy link. You know, the little, I'm new here on this thing. It's kind of hard for me to navigate. You can tag me in it and then remove the tag so I can see it. Mentions, here we go.
Hey, folks.
Hey.
Just wondering, would you guys be up for a discussion with Sisyphist, aka Roland Older?
Sure.
You guys know who that is, right?
I know who it is.
Well, to do so, I'm going to have to unmute him and let him out of the Helio Cult convention.
Oh, sure.
So I just, is there any other gold pluses or mods here at the moment or not?
I don't have any objection to anybody that own the mods. Like, you guys are mods. Yeah, I wouldn't have anything to say about it.
Because I have to like release him out of a restricted room. Then it's I don't know what we'll do afterwards.
Okay, yeah, he can do it now
because I'll have to go. So then he's pretty much going to have free reign of the server again, and I don't know whether the moderators want him having that access. But he seems pretty chill at the moment. Like, we all know where the conversations with him go, but some of you may not have encountered him before and might enjoy conversation with him. He's a pretty kind of complex character, Glober. So yeah, I'll bring him in and you guys can have a chat.
Let's get ready to rumble.
You all right?
I'm about to have to go to bed soon.
Shoot.
Jimmy, you are always holding it down.
I don't sleep, and it's awful. Like, if there's a lot of times where I'm like, I'm not fucking tired, so I guess I'm gonna get on the server. Yeah. Trying trying to earn my way up there, you know.
I got you.
I don't know if I'll ever be a successful moderator on most of these, but I plan on just being on here for a brief moment of time, a couple months, and then pop off, and family comes back, comes home to Europe to get our family back together. We because the health conditions and everything else, and chemo being toxic. This exact chemo is extremely more toxic than they've used before, so it's a health risk for my almost 2-year-old to be around. If I would spit on her, it's terrible. And I want to be able to hug and kiss my fiance, and it's like, I feel like the bubble boy.
Damn.
Beats you up. It tears your life apart, inside and out, and it's a real test of who I am as a human being. That there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Can't wait to see her again, and this is just a pastime, and some people, and inform them that there is a cure for cancer. It's all within ourselves and how we choose to regimen ourselves.
Yeah. I would look cannabinoid therapy and alkalining the body, turmeric and black pepper.
Yeah,
all that good
works
stuff.
Too. Turmeric will keep it suppressed. It'll keep it from spreading. Did experiments with ginger and turmeric.
All right, here's Foria in here.
It helps keep the cancer at bay, but it can still metastasize. But it helps the immune system. I'm immunocompromised, so therefore I'm always like chronic inflammation that can turn into tumors. So each and every person would be treated differently. But in my case, can you hear me? Would suppress it. It would buy me time. But
yeah. I think we've got somebody in here. Foria. Foria, is your mic open?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear. Welcome.
Thanks.
So, how'd you come to the server? What brought you here?
Reddit.
Did you say Reddit?
Yeah, Reddit. Been there?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've observed and heard of it, but don't really get into it.
It's good for debate.
Yeah, a lot of people have it, and it's interesting platform. I've checked it out a few times, and some of the posts were hilarious. A lot of the comments they got their own shorthand inside joke shorthand acronym thing. I don't fully understand it, but I grasp it as you'd have to be there from the beginning to understand how the dynamic of Reddit works. I don't disrespect it.
I get it.
I think it's cool.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I think people on there, they're entitled to their opinion. And, without Reddit, I wouldn't know about a lot of this UFO and UAP stuff, and it's an alternative method of getting news disseminated, but there could be a lot of disinformation, but it's still fun because memes are hilarious and they should not be illegal.
I've got a meme about memes being illegal.
Yeah. I like Redditors. I think they're funny as hell, socially awkward, just like myself, and great.
So why is it? Why do people think Why do people think it's a flat?
I'm not sure. I'm here. I'm not a flat earther, but
I can tell you why people think the Earth is flat is because there was a point where we really stopped trusting what we were being told by these upper echelon folks, and more and more people started going out and testing the physical world, the observable world for themselves. Long-range photography, distances of up to 760 miles, which should not at all be possible if Earth is moving.
You're talking about You're talking about how the Earth's a globe?
I'm talking about reasons why people think that it's flat. I'm talking about people.
What do you think? Is it a globe or flat?
Well, I'm gonna finish with this point though.
What do you think though? What do you
let him finish, or let her finish the point because she didn't get to quite express.
Yeah, it's true, but I want to know what side or whatever.
Okay, well, let me finish with this thought. Okay, let me finish with this thought. Is that more and more people started going out and doing long distance tests over water because it was the most sensible thing to do. And when more and more people started coming back with the same results, like we can see way farther than this 8 inches per mile squared of constant curvature rate. So all of these tests, and everybody starts coming back with laser tests and long distance photo tests, and we're all getting these results that show us that we can see way farther over water, because water, we know because of physical science that water is going to be level on its surface, all across the surface. It's a horizontal equilibrium. The Earth's surface is 71% water, bro. It's only logical. And it's been testable. The fact that we can see that far over water, it obliterates the numbers that they've given us for a globe.
Yeah, it's measurably and utilized, in any aspect. The government, the military utilizes it, and we experience it as flat and stationary.
Does it magnify over the horizontal line, like over the view of vantage point? Does it magnetize the view, or does it just not allow for as much distortion as you would see over land? Does land create
in maritime military, they utilize the flatness of the water up to 30 miles in ballistics. Line of sight.
Yeah.
So that's impossible on a globe.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that indicate that this world is not a spinning wet ball in a space vacuum, right? There's too many things about the globe that defy natural and physical laws. And that's a problem for us here. That's a big problem. Say that again?
Because of the dilemma,
So how long do you want me to let you guys circle jerk, or just?
Well, I mean, I get hold it right there, buddy. Like you could not be inclusive on this because I'm skeptical of the whole thing, but yet I'm being respectful to these people that believe and have more experience debating this with each other. I came here because I wanted to learn something new about their perspective on it. Like, I'm not a flat earther myself, but yet I respect these people and enjoy my time spending with them to joke and to learn new things about their perspective, my perspective. Sort of like unity, instead of saying, oh, circle jerk because I like to deflect. Not going to insult you, but don't insult us or me as a person because I'm here. It's a bit condescending and a little bit immature.
So,
go on.
Anyway,
I'm totally immature. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. I guess go ahead.
You don't have to be sorry for having a sense of humor. I'm just saying that's
you're good. Just go ahead with.
Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to snap.
Cool. It's cool, soul inside.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
No, cool. You're spot on.
Right. Thank you, man.
I'd say
so
go ahead.
Jenna, you got nothing or what?
Go ahead and what? Why do you believe the Earth is a globe? Because I used to.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I wasn't born a flat earther.
Yes, you were.
Then you were too.
No, I wasn't.
We all live on the same Earth. I wasn't born a flat earther. You really think?
What?
Hold up. You really think that people were born flat earthers? No, I was taught the same.
Yes,
I was taught the same. Okay, well, you're wrong. I was not born a flat earther. Yes, you're wrong, because I was not born a flat earther. I was taught that the Earth was a globe, just like you. And after, the whole thing about it is I was much too young. By the time I was being taught that the Earth was a globe, I was much too young to think for myself and question things for myself. You're just given this globe with nothing else to compare it to, and you're told that this is reality, right? That's what happens to all of us. Literally all of us. I don't know a single person that was born a flat earther. So please try to avoid fallacious comments like that.
Yeah, it's all due respect.
I see. Okay, so no one was born a flat earther.
Correct. Nobody's born a flat earther.
And flat earth doesn't make much sense. And don't accuse people of being a flat earther. Yeah?
Okay, just go ahead for you. What do you got to say?
What do you have to say about Earth itself?
What is your proof? I guess we're moving on to why do you, and that was my original question, why do you believe the Earth is a spinning wet ball in a space vacuum?
Because you can't see far enough.
What? No, you can't see far enough. Can you see the text chat right now? Can you see the text chat?
No.
Okay. Do you know where it says live stream? And it's got the dot. It says live stream voice text above everybody's little bubbles on the side.
I don't have perms for that.
You don't need perms just to look at the voice text. You can look at it. So if you just right there above where it says live stream.
I see it. It's not there for me.
Okay. Well, there is this world record.
I guess I could go YouTube, or you could put it somewhere else, maybe Cogdis or whatever.
I could send it to you directly, but you should be able to see it.
Send it to me directly. No, I can't. Somebody changed my roles. I can see. Hold on. What, Jenna, what timestamp?
Timestamp is 36 past the hour.
I can see. Hold on.
Sephoria speaking. Okay, yeah, I'm new to this whole Discord thing. My apologies. My screen was suspended.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Hold on, Jenna. I'm reading.
Okay.
Well, it says what you're looking at is the current world record. That one.
Yeah. You want to read it out loud? Whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me? You
can't hear me? I can hear you now. Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Foria, can you hear me?
It's like a Verizon commercial in here.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we lost you.
The rejoin. But yeah, I would never come into a chat full of people.
Oh my fucking god, I give up.
But just a little piece of
we
insight.
can hear you.
The reason I came here, guys, is just to hear you guys out. Respect your platform because it is yours. You created it. To learn from you guys because there's a lot of scientific data that was very well put and well versed and well worded that I couldn't just debate and copy pasta, and I just wanted to listen and learn and experience laughs and have a good time. People that obviously have an opposing opinion but see things, different facts differently than I do. I didn't want to make I didn't want to make riffs or argue with anybody. Just wanted to enjoy, share experiences.
Foria's having a problem reading stuff while hearing people talk. So everyone be quiet for long enough for Foria to read it.
I'll be quiet. Hey,
Okay, try your mic now.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so I've got some questions for you, Foria. If you can get back on your mic. You're welcome. It's what I'm here for. To try to make it as fair as a platform as possible. Okay. I had a question for you, Foria, which is, why do you believe that Earth is a globe? And if you can show some proofs. I think you can post things in the chat now. So.
Can anyone hear me?
Coming in loud and clear.
Oh, cool. So I don't need to post in the chat. What's the question?
Why do you believe Earth is a globe? Can you show me curving water? Like water curving on the Earth? A real photo?
Oh, yes, definitely could show you curving water. Right? Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about a body of water, like a lake. Can you show me like it curves on the surface?
Oh, yes.
You don't sound so sure about that.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, if the water curves, could I show you? That's what I hesitate about. Maybe you would be like, nah. But there are some very good YouTube videos of water curving on lakes. Yeah, definitely.
Maybe if they have like a fisheye camera, like a wide-angle lens that causes that to happen. But in reality, you don't observe that, and I don't observe that. We see
no fisheye lens. No, that's not what I do. No.
So when you look at the water in your swimming pool, is it level?
Totally level. Like, yes. It in fact defines level.
Right. So the same concept applies to an even bigger body of water.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. That's what water does. That's the behavior of water. That's what water does on its surface.
That's what you wish it did.
No, this is what physical science dictates. This is not mine.
It's not true.
Science.
It's not true.
I can physically.
Why lie?
Yes.
Why lie? Why lie?
I'm not lying. Physical science dictates the water's going to be level on its surface.
You are lying. That's not what physical science says.
Foria. Physical science says the water is going to be level on its surface.
So let's
what is level?
Level is,
what do you call sea level?
Parallel, right? Orthogonal. Level is orthogonal.
Horizontal.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Level, horizontal.
Yeah, let's get away from what water is, and let's argue about words like level, horizontal, orthogonal.
So you want to get away from observable reality of level water?
You do, yes.
No, I don't. I'm on level water. I'm talking about level water here.
Yeah, you're trying to dodge.
No, I'm still on level water. Is
No, you're not.
is water level on its surface or not? Is water level on its surface or not?
You've moved on. You've moved on to dictionary words.
No, I'm still on. Does water seek level or not? Here we go. Take 49 seconds and watch this video.
No, I'm
yes,
not
it
going to
does.
take any seconds to watch your troll. No.
That sounds like cognitive dissonance. No, I don't want to look at this.
Of course
it could destroy my it could destroy my indoctrination. Don't let me look at it. I can't bear to see reality.
I hear you. You're okay. It's all right.
That's how you're coming across.
Okay. You're okay. You're okay.
Yeah, you are too.
You don't have to worry.
Yeah, I don't have to worry because I know
a home here. You have a home here. We can rehabilitate you. The truth is not that scary.
Did you come here to troll? Did you come here to ask questions? Like, why are you here? What's your globe proof? That's I asked.
Oh, my globe proof?
Yeah.
I don't have one.
Okay, so like, what's the radius of Earth?
4,000 miles.
4,000 miles? Okay, 39.59. That's fine. About 24,000 miles around. But do you realize that there's far too many time zones for that? Like, far too many time zones?
I don't realize that at all.
Okay. So why would you come in here being kind of like snarky and being weird when you don't have any proof of a globe, but you're wondering why?
Did you watch the Netflix thing with the guy and he had the laser compass or whatever it was, and then he shined the laser compass through the holes and it didn't work out? I mean, Netflix. What is it called? Do you want me to get the name for you?
Yeah, we know what it is.
We know what it is, and
what is it called? That's what I saw. That's what I watched.
You talking about the ring laser
behind the curve. And dude used a laser compass and shined it through some cardboard or something, and it proved globe.
That doesn't prove a globe.
He used a laser compass and shined it through holes in cardboard over miles. What else could it prove?
Wait. If he shined it through like a laser through holes in multiple panels of cardboard and it went all the way through for miles, that proves that the Earth is flat.
What? No.
Prove that the Earth is flat.
If the Earth was flat, it wouldn't have shone through.
Number one, it wasn't a laser compass, it was a laser. Number two, his collimator melted before he was able to actually do this observation. So get your facts right before you start. Get your facts right before you start spewing them over the internet.
Who are you jumping in?
Thank you, Effie Batman. Thank you, Effie Batman, because I hadn't watched it, and so I don't know about that. So thank you.
So you don't even know what you're talking about, but you're here.
Trust me, I've heard about it.
Fair enough. Got it.
I've heard about it, but the whole thing is the laser tests over water.
Laser tests over water trigger you. Effie Batman, are you serious?
No, my God, no.
Effie Batman, are you the serious person?
Do you have 2 ears? Do you have 2 ears, or like?
Nope, just one. I was stripped of the other.
It must be attached to the front of your face.
Are you asking me a question?
Yep.
What's the question?
The question was, how can you support the laser tests that went through the cardboard and proved the Earth was a globe? Why are you here saying they weren't laser tests, or weren't cardboard, or didn't prove?
number one, for a laser to work correctly, it needs a collinator. The collinator focuses the beam into a point.
That's just not
If
true.
you
about
leave,
lasers.
if you
Lasers
leave,
don't require collimators. No.
yes, they
False.
do
False.
require collinators. They are built into all lasers. Now, if you leave a high-powered laser on too long, the collinator gets hot and it melts. Okay? Now, Jeren from Jerenism turned around and melted his collinator in his laser, and the beam was not a single point. Okay? So just watch other videos where they explain what actually happened, not the drama that the producers of Behind the Curve are trying to get you to believe. How does that sound?
He already said he's got no proof.
It sounds like you just yell, I guess. And
I'm not yelling. I'm driving at the moment.
Jenna's like, go, go, go.
I'm just glad that he had seen the whole thing. I hadn't. I have not had time to see the whole thing. Okay, so that's just the only difference. And I probably would have learned that. But that's the whole thing. Is while Batman was talking, I was shutting up and listening and learning.
Oh, gotcha. But when I was talking, you were doing what?
Waiting my turn to talk.
So when Batman was talking, you were learning, and when I was talking, you were just like, "What can I do to defeat this guy?"
No, I'm trying to get.
You're cute, Jenna. You got your beliefs. And
thank you. It's not a belief, though. It's not a belief water seeks level on the surface.
Belief. It's a
It's not a belief that water seeks level on the surface.
You have no evidence. It's a belief. Get it.
No evidence. I just
over it.
Remember what I showed you.
You showed me nothing.
The long distance.
You showed me your
275 miles. 275 miles.
That's it.
275 miles.
That's the Guinness record. That's in the books. That's the guy who won.
Yes, but
275
couldn't explain why I can't see 90 miles. If Jenna was serious, Jenna would say why I cannot see 90 miles.
I can tell you why you
jumps
with your own eyes.
Everybody yell louder. Good job.
I'm trying to ask, with your own eyes, see 90 miles with your own eyes or with ocular assistance?
Own eyes.
You cannot see 90 miles with your own eyes.
Well, yes, you can.
No, you cannot.
Yes,
you cannot. No, you can't.
No, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
And you can see.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. You cannot.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No. You cannot see 90 miles with your own freaking eyes. And depending on the weather conditions, don't
make an asshole out of yourself.
And depending on the weather conditions,
asshole out of yourself.
Can I finish talking?
No, don't make an asshole out of yourself.
You're not saving me from making an asshole of myself because I don't make an asshole out of myself.
Gemma, he's about to say that we can see the moon, which is supposedly 254,000 miles away. It's just rubbish. Okay? I just took a trip to Thailand, and there was an island off the beach where we were staying, and the island was a mere 10 kilometers off the shore, and I could not see it because of the conditions. Yet another time I was in New South Wales, and I took a clear shot of an island and a lighthouse with my iPhone off the beach.
What the fuck are you doing?
Okay.
Yeah. That's with your own eyes. You can't see across this Earth plane 90 miles with your own eyes. It's just not happening. It's not happening. It's just not happening.
I agree. You can't see 90 miles. You can't see it from an airplane. You can't see it from a tower. You can't see it from anything. 90 miles. That's
you can see. Watch this, though.
Nope. You cannot see 90 miles. You can't see the moon. You can't see the Eiffel Tower. You can't see nothing. You cannot see 90 miles. You just raged on me like motherfucker.
You
cannot see 90 miles.
I can
shut the fuck up and admit you can't
Don't tell
see
me
90
shut the
miles.
fuck up when I'm speaking, okay?
Who cares?
Who cares? Then you shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up.
If you can see 90 miles with your own eyes, Earth is flat.
Want to speak about the Earth?
What, Sasha?
What, Sasha?
What, Sasha?
Okay, we cannot see 90 miles. That's good. Okay, listen.
You
this
can't see 90 miles.
Okay, good. But listen this. Can we see drop over distance after 10 miles?
So
can we see? It's a simple question.
Yes,
can we
it
see
is.
the?
Can you see 90 miles?
Can we? Okay,
It's
I cannot.
so simple.
I cannot see 90 miles. Okay,
Never,
good.
never ever. Not from a plane.
Never ever.
Not from a lighthouse. Not from nothing. Right?
Okay, good.
No,
now.
not okay. Good.
Okay,
you can never see 90 miles.
My question, please.
Oh, please. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Can we have now that? Can we see 10 miles?
Apparently not. We can't even see 90 miles.
Can we see not 10 miles?
Apparently not.
We cannot see 10 miles, you're saying.
You're saying.
I'm saying that I can see the 10 miles.
Oh, okay.
You should
yes,
look up.
Okay, good. Can we see on 10 miles drop over distance?
Yep. If you say we can see 10 miles.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Can you show me where we can see?
We cannot see, apparently.
No. Let's stick with what we can see.
No,
that means we can.
With
let's stick what we can see. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Be with me. Only be with me. Be with me, please. Can we see? Drop over distance after 10 miles. Yes or no? Can we see drop over distance after 10 miles? Yes or no?
You tell me. I will go with whatever you say.
I'm telling you we don't have we don't have drop over distance after 10 miles.
Okay, do we have it after 90?
No. We have no drop over distance whatsoever.
We don't have
That's the
any
whole
drop
point.
over distance on any distance.
I see. So the Earth isn't flat.
So my question
you guys
is
are
this,
shouting at me,
can you
Earth is
answer
not
my
flat?
question,
What the
please?
fuck is going on? Why is this a troll? Why are you shouting?
Foria, I will continue with you if you answer my question.
Okay. Ask one question and I will answer.
One question. Drop over distance. Where it is?
It is exactly where you see. Look out.
That mean if I go to the beach and if I look to the one island and if that island is 10 miles, that means that island should to be covered the 66 foot of the curvature.
Then yes. If you go to the beach and you look out over yonder, you see drop over distance. 100%.
Yeah. When I go to the beach, I don't see the drop over distance. There is the flat surface.
You're lying? Because
I'm
you're
lying.
Not making,
okay, if I'm lying, if I'm good, but you said that I'm lying.
No. You're not going to come in here and shush us. This is our home. This is our home.
You said that I'm lying.
Do not
That's
shush
cool.
I didn't finish. Maybe you're not lying. Maybe you aren't lying.
Maybe I'm not lying. If I'm not lying,
maybe you're just misinformed.
If I'm not lying, listen, but this is important.
There are many reasons.
If I'm not lying, that means that you can check it also together with me if you want.
No, I can't. Because you might have made erroneous measurements. Who knows? You're lying,
maybe I did it, but now it's on you. Now you need to do that measurement. For example, you go to the beach.
Oh, maybe you're lying, but
but listen, this is very important. Did you ever go to the beach?
Yep.
Did you ever measure the drop over distance?
Yep.
No.
Yep. And it is there.
Yep.
Now you are lying. But I will say you are lying. Okay, you are not lying. Now, if you have not now here, tomorrow, Can you post
Okay, wait,
all of that?
whoa.
Can you?
know what?
This is very simple. No, don't shush me.
No.
Don't shush me. I didn't finish.
You're right.
Don't shush me. I didn't finish.
I'm lying.
Don't shush me.
I'm lying.
Good. That means that you are lying.
I have been.
Now, if you're lying,
You can't even shush.
you are lying.
Even when you win.
You are
Even when
lying.
you win,
You
you
can
can't
stop the fucking speak.
You can.
I
If
see.
you're lying.
You don't
You
care
can
what I'm
fucking
lying
stop to
about. You
speak
don't
if
care
you're
what I'm
lying.
lying about. You just want to shout.
Gloria, you just need to be intellectually honest with yourself.
It doesn't matter about what I.
Yes,
I say
it does
I'm
matter.
lying. I say I'm lying, and dude just wants to shout louder.
You know
You
what
are
you're doing?
lying, you are saying.
By doing
Are
that,
you
you're
lying?
gaslighting. You're kind of gaslighting the whole thing when you do
Are
that.
you lying or you're honestly, intellectually honest?
Are you lying or not? Did you actually measure this supposed drop over distance that absolutely nobody else can find ever? You'd be the first and only person. So did you really find this drop over distance? Did you actually measure it? Or are you lying? Just be honest. That's all it is. It's real easy.
He doesn't need to answer. We know the answer.
I know.
You didn't measure, man, anything. And if you measured, you will be surprised when you start to measure. But you didn't measure anything. And that's what we can see and what we cannot see. We can see 1,000 miles from aeroplane. Yeah, and it's flat. Unfortunately.
He says he didn't make careful measurements. You didn't make any measurements, dude. Stop. Just stop. You've got no proof of the globe. You already told me you have no proof of the globe. You got no proof. You got nothing. You've nothing that you've observed, nothing that you've gone out and tested for yourself.
Shush. Learn geometry. Don't shush people. Learn geometry. It's easy. There is a radius. There is a numbers, and then you have drop over distance, and it's easy. You can do that on the small ball, on the big ball, on the enormous ball, on huge ball, on every fucking big ball.
Yeah, and for you, don't go shushing people in here. This is our home, and when you're new to this server, it's like you're a guest in this home until it becomes a home to you. So you would not like it if somebody stepped up into your home and shushed you. So please show that respect. You're in our home. Please don't disrespect it. And don't disrespect us. Like I said, this is our home. You're not going to disrespect somebody in their home. So if you want to come off mute, and maybe you can tell me.
Jenna, it's better not. See, it's there. He knows now. He can measure it. He can try it. Don't worry about us. We are believing, we are believing that water 6 level. We are believing in reality. What is that beliefs? It's very dangerous to believe in reality.
I'm telling you. Don't you dare believe in reality. That's very dangerous. It's very dangerous to think for yourself, and it's very dangerous.
We believe in sea level. Every country calls sea, even Switzerland calling sea level, and Switzerland has no sea level, but they have mountains above the sea level.
Hey, Sasha, you know what's more dangerous than free thinkers? Free thinkers that group together.
Yeah.
That's what they fear the most. Nothing to fear except fear itself.
It's not our cult. It's not our belief. Earth itself, it's fault. Water, it's fault. Go to the beach and say, water, why you doesn't want to curve? These people are saying that you are flat. Please curve. I want to prove them that you are not flat. But there is people saying water is curving. But water is saying, water doesn't say, water is behaving. And now it's on you. Do you want to trust people who saying that water is curving, or you want to trust water itself? I am trusting water. I don't care what people say. And I trust natural law.
I've been pretty civil for you. I don't think I've been. Have I been uncivil this whole time? Anybody? Let me know. I just asked, like, it started off bad when I wasn't even done talking. You first out the gate wouldn't even let me finish talking, and then came in about, are you just gonna continue on with your circle jerk? Like, that was real disrespectful. Like, you came in disrespectful. You threw the first disrespectful shot across the bow, buddy. Don't even try to play that game, because now you're trying to gaslight me, and I'm not gonna have it. Don't do that. You'll just get banned.
He can go and learn that he cannot see 90 miles. He cannot see 90 miles. And nobody can see with eyes.
Yeah, that's why I asked him, with your own eyes? Because you can't see 90 miles with your own eyes. But through a camera, through a really good camera, you can see fucking Baja from fucking Texas. I posted a video of it. Nice infrared fucking filter lens. Dude's like 25 to 30,000 feet up. And you can see Baja from Texas. 760 miles. How? Tell me how that's possible on a globe with the 3959 radius. How is that even possible? It's not. It's just not possible. Shouldn't even be able to see should not be able to see Baja like that. Modern technology is destroying the globe. You know, the globe's really busted from the inside out. Like, literally from the inside out. Let me see. Here's your problem with the globe. It's broken from the inside out for you. If you're seeing this in the chat, all of this is relevant and checks out in the physical world. But you cannot have an Earth core of nearly 10,000 degrees when iron stops being magnetic. It's just 1,400 degrees. It just doesn't work. Yeah, you're in a spiral for you. You're like waffling and spiraling.
I agree. These guys are just throwing anything out to defend. I'm throwing out the sea level and the flatness of the reality.
He doesn't understand, Sasha. He doesn't understand what this molten coil, has to do with the Earth. The magnetic center. He doesn't understand the physics. That's why he says it has nothing to do with Earth, because he doesn't understand the physics. Wow, dude. It's just showing you that iron's magnetic until it reaches a certain fucking temperature. And they want to tell you that Earth's core is magnetic and 10,000 degrees. It can't be magnetic past 1,400 degrees. As you can see from the bottom diagram, once it reaches that point, it stops being magnetic. It's a flop. The globe is broken from the inside out, literally.
Does he has also proof for the molten iron core?
because we scanned the Earth and it's showing inside its molten iron core. With the X-rays. We cannot prove molten iron core because we have pseudoscience who proved the molten iron core because of that Foria, you know. Just believe me. No, Foria, you don't need to believe us. You go outside and then you check if Earth is curving with a given rate. That's the point. Not you don't need to believe us. Nothing what we are saying, but you can check it. And if is that not true, you can say, look, I every time when I go to the beach and I make a video, there is a drop over distance, and there it is, 100 feet, 200 feet there, and that's easy, you know. But we are telling you there is no drop over distance anywhere. That's the problem. And now you don't need to believe that. You need to say, okay, I don't believe them. Let's go to check it. Gloria, nobody wants to convince you about the earth. You need to do that on your own. It's funny. It's very funny for you. It will be funny to live with reality and to reject reality. You know, that's the best thing. Watch the television and that's all right. Believe the space that NASA picked live stream. You know, you can see the live stream globe. Believe in that and everything. It's okay. And do never ever check the reality because you will be surprised. But if you want to still to live on the globe, don't check reality. That's my advice. Because that's the only way to stay on the globe. Do not check reality. Believe in science, what is pseudoscience, but that is big story. Who is scared, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Miggy.
Does anybody know why Foria's muted?
Euphoria.
Reasons.
He lied a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Probably best if you muted me.
Why?
History.
90 miles.
What?
We can see 90 miles with our eyes.
Of course you can.
He has he made the measurements. He made the measurements with the drop over distance. He will not show, but he had that, and there is a drop over distance. He didn't say what distance and what drop, but doesn't matter. He said that he has that.
Sasha, that's not what I said. But also,
okay.
I should be muted. Sasha, you're wrong. And I should be muted.
I will ask again. On 10 miles, there should be drop over distance. And I said there is not. You said it is. And you said that you measure it. And I said, can you show us? Tomorrow even, not today, if you remember. It could be even after 1 month you can come.
Can you hear me? I cannot show you 10 miles. I fear my setup. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I cannot show you 10 miles.
Okay. If I can show you 10 miles, Foria, on that 10 miles, it should to be drop.
No.
A little bit one, not big one. It's a little bit one. It's like a 66 foot of drop, you know?
Yes. You know if you showed me 10 miles, then flat Earth could not be. I agree. Yes.
Okay. In which case is fear?
No.
In which case is fear?
Are you going to debunk flat? Because that's all
I'm not debunking anything.
I offered you. I offered you.
I'm not debunking anything. I want to realize.
So you do not know. Okay, go ahead.
I know. Do you know? Do you know how big Earth
I know more than you. Yes.
Okay, you know more than me. How big Earth it is?
Big.
How big? What is the dimension? What is the dimensions?
Very big.
What is the dimensions? What that mean? Very big? Is it 100?
I just said
100,
very big.
100 meters. 100 meters.
Very big.
What that mean? How big it is? You said that you are clever than me.
Big.
I know the dimensions. Do you know the dimensions?
I don't care if you know the dimensions. Very big.
But that it's very important because of dimensions. I'm here, not because.
Very important.
Do you know why I'm?
It's
do you know why I'm here?
It's
do you know
only important to you.
Only to me. No, it's important for the Earth to be here.
You're not trying to.
No, it's important to. Listen. It's important
not trying to be honest. You're
okay. Does Earth have dimensions?
Okay, so you agree.
Does Earth have dimensions?
You're a liar. Go ahead. Meters.
Does Earth has dimensions? Relax.
Use meters.
Okay, I will use meters. Does Earth has dimensions?
Yep. Earth has meters.
Dimension.
4,000 meters.
4,000 kilometers.
Oh, yes. 4,000
43,000 kilometers.
43,000.
Okay, yep. 43. And what is the radius of that in meters or in kilometers?
43,000 light years.
You are trolling now. You are spiraling shits now.
Oh.
Because you said light years.
4,000 years.
4,000 years.
4,000 years.
Okay. And why milk is in August?
What?
what years?
I can't hear you.
Why milk is in August?
I don't know. 4,000.
Train?
Yes.
Similarly?
Yes.
2.5?
Yes.
If it's circulating?
Yes.
And the result is?
4,000.
4,000. And if you mix?
Yes.
Then it's yes. And this is like obvious now.
Yes.
And this is content for this server.
Yes.
Are you interested about information?
I'm interested. Yes.
And what is this information?
Knowledge.
That means, Miggy, can you stop this bullshit? Because I cannot.
Sorry. What did you say, Sasha? What do you need?
Can you stop this bullshit? Because I cannot. I will stop him, but I cannot.
Who, rolling my boulder? He's been here before. He's an old school Glober, Sasha.
Well, Foria.
Yeah, he's rolling my boulder. That's who he used to be.
Well, it doesn't matter the name, but to speak about, to be, I can be nihilist. I show you how to be nihilist. He's saying yes, I'm saying bullshit words, and we don't have dialogue. It's a bullshit. If you want, I can continue, Miguel, with bullshit.
No, I mean, can let Flying jump in, Flying, if you want to come in, or if anybody else wants to.
Here before, but I'm wondering, Foria, why are you calling Sasha a liar? What's that about? You refuse to accept anything from him because you call him a liar. So why is that?
Oh, why am I calling Sasha a liar?
Yeah.
I guess because he didn't say anything that he was willing to back up. No other reason. No other reason than that.
Any reason coherently?
Back up what?
What is the lie?
I couldn't hear anybody. What was the question?
Are you drunk right now?
Am I trolling right now? No, not trolling.
Are you drunk, inebriated?
Oh, no, not at all.
I saw you say something about wine, so you might be drunk.
Oh, that's an old joke, but yeah.
Why are you here?
Why am I here?
Yeah.
The same reason as the first time I came here, because I don't want to be in an echo chamber. And
are you going to the church? For example, if you are whatever you are,
the question was why am I here? And the answer is hardcore. I want to be exposed to people saying very different things than what I believe.
Okay. Do you believe in God?
I said no.
Okay. Are you going to church to expose yourself and saying people that are you not believe in God? Are you exposing? Are you exposing yourself in the church every Sunday and coming there and saying, "People, I'm here because you are wrong." You are doing that.
No, but
no. Why are you not doing that?
Because I already did it.
You already did it. And what happened to you?
About the shape of the earth?
Did you arrest?
Sorry, too many people talking. One at a time, I guess.
Did camp police arrest you?
Say again, Sasha.
Did somebody arrest you if you did that in the church?
No.
You said that you did it. No, that was good from them then. How finished?
And not just one church. What you say has happened thrice. 3 churches.
Okay.
All right, Foria. So, how convinced you are that you are living on a globe? If you had to give a percentage.
Percentage that I'm living on a globe. 99? 99.
99. And you're like so curious about other people's opinions on this matter. If you view them as opinions, even though from our perspective they're not opinions, but you view them as such, but you're so interested even though it's only 1% of something different from what you believe.
Yes, but awkwardly, I guess. Yes.
All right. So what's that 1%? What's the 1% which is like making you consider, oh, maybe I'm not entirely correct, or is that just like scientifically you're saying that because you can't be sure always about anything?
Both. There's that part that what you said. I can't be scientifically sure, so therefore I'm not a man. Water doesn't boil, whatever. Like, you get it. And then the other half is
You're not a man. What does that mean? You're not sure you're a man. What?
I thought. Okay, so let's go there. Let's derail the entire conversation and talk about gender.
I mean, I just didn't understand what you said. I just wanted clarification, but never mind. Just continue.
Oh, I thought that I could say certain things and you would know them because you're in the discussion, and so am I. But
yeah, I just joined. As I said, I just joined like recently.
Yeah, like, me too. I just joined tonight, actually.
I mean, like 10 minutes ago, you were like talking to people previously, so I'm not really aware of what you talked about today.
Yeah, I joined like 20 minutes ago. So,
Roland, you've been here for a long time. I know that. You know that.
Yeah, but apparently we're playing games.
Oh, I'm not. I know you've been here before. I don't care if you believe the Earth's a globe. I'm just saying you've been here for a while. That's why I put AKA Foria, AKA Rolling My Boulder. In case people don't know who you are.
It is true. I've been here. Oof.
You've been here
What do you mean playing games? What games are we playing?
Oh, what is it? About a year and 2 months now. So
yeah.
What are the games that we're playing? You said we're playing games. What does that mean?
I don't know. I've been here about 14 months.
Why do you say things which have no meaning behind them? What's the point of that?
Huh? What do you mean?
Like you said, we're playing games. Why did you say that?
You are playing games.
What's the game we're playing?
You're like. Okay.
No, I'm curious why you're here, and we're trying to get to the bottom of that. But like, why is that a game?
Oh, why am I here? Fair. Same reason as a year ago. I'm curious, and I don't want to be in an echo chamber. It's the exact same thing.
But you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Yes. How you are not? Who is in the echo chamber?
At least Mayhem, Helio, Indio, they've all said things to me, challenged me, made me doubt. So I'm not here as an echo chamber.
Like, who is in the echo chamber?
You, maybe.
Oh, I am, but you are not.
I don't know. Are you?
I don't know. Are you?
Here? No. 0 people here support Globe.
Why we should to support Globe?
I don't know. Do you go to what is that?
Gem Panda.
Yeah, that one. Gem Panda. And the other one. MC Toon. Gem Panda.
Yeah, I was on Gem Panda like 2 or 3 times, and that was enough. If you want, for kids also.
What made it enough?
I will make announce now. If you want to learn about harmony, respect, love, go to Gem Panda server. That's the most intellectually honest server in the world.
No. That's not true.
Yeah, I was sarcastic. Yes.
Gem Panda is not. No.
Yeah. But it's not a point of server. It's a point of reality of the Earth itself. That's the point.
But why would you say go to Gem Panda for cuddles? Is that what you said?
No, I'm saying don't go there.
Oh, I see. But go to Gem Panda if you want like flames. And look. How about this?
How about this? Let's really check reality.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. But you, not me, because I did it.
No, you, not me.
No, I did it. I was in Croatia, man. I did it. So many. There are so. No, I did it.
I did too. I did it. So we're both done.
Okay, great.
Everybody's done.
Good. That means you have drop over distance, and I don't have drop over distance.
Right.
Okay, now it's these things. You need to show me drop over distance, and I can show you not drop over distance.
Yeah, you need to show me some certain cities.
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 Can I show you a country?
No, you can't. No.
Can I show you a lake in Bolivia?
No, you can't.
Why? Why I cannot show you a lake in Bolivia?
Because you can't show me a thing that you wish to show me. You've got to show me something contrary. Do you get how it works? Like,
I want to show you the Adriatic Sea. I want to show you Adriatic Sea in Croatia. I want to show you.
How it works is just like something that adheres to the math that should not work in the globe model.
Exactly. Flying gets it. Why don't you?
I do get it, but like I'm saying that also that adheres to what Sasha's saying because he's also taking those calculations into consideration.
I know you get it. You and me are on the same page. Sasha's the one that's like.
Oh, we are on the same. We are on the same. Don't shush me! I told you that.
Just breathe.
But how are you saying we're on the same page if I'm on the same page with Sasha as well? So I don't think we're distinctly on the same page here.
You can say you're on the same page as Sasha, but you agreed with me, and Sasha needs to put his hands on his belly.
I haven't really even understood
where I need to put hands, please. I will put my hands
on your belly. Just feel your belly breathing in and out.
Okay, and then where we will go with this argument?
After you've done that, we'll go wherever you want. We'll be
okay. We are going now to the measurement. To the drop over your belly. We are going now to the. Yeah, breathe. Man, don't shush me anymore because you will be muted if you shush me one more time.
This is not relevant at all. We don't need this at all whatsoever. This doesn't accomplish anything. So why are you doing it? What is that? What does that do? Nothing.
Are you talking?
And I can be like you. I can be an asshole like you, but it will make only mess and people. Yeah, but put your hand now on belly, please.
I already have.
Put your okay, great. Now let's speak about drop over.
I'll do it.
Yeah, drop over distance. Okay.
Yep.
How much drop over distance we have on 10 miles?
10 miles. 10 miles is too short.
Yeah, it's too short, but still it must be some kind of drop.
8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, that means 66 of foot drop. Why?
Whatever you say.
I'm not saying that. That book saying that people who's saying that they are science, they are saying that. I'm not saying anything.
Yeah,
I read that.
Too short for our test.
Did you read Sasha? Whatever, I will not tell you my surname. Sasha did this. Sasha wrote the radio. Sasha, I didn't do that. I only used that math and I put it in reality and doesn't work,
Right. That's why I said, scale. Doesn't matter in what we're talking about right now. So
the scale doesn't matter. That means it doesn't matter what kids are learning.
10 miles? No. I said 90 miles, and you said 10 miles. So go ahead.
90 miles.
Whatever you have to say about 10 miles, I don't care. It doesn't apply.
What about 50 miles?
Sorry, 50? No, I said 90.
Wait, why does 10 miles does not matter? If there's drop over distance, every mile, a mile.
Don't care, flying. Don't
care. Why do you not care, though? Why? If there's actual drop that's visible.
Because you're manipulating.
What are we manipulating? I mean, if there's an object disappearing behind the curve.
Let's be honest.
Let's be honest, yeah.
Don't bullshit me, I won't bullshit you. Fair?
But we're not bullshitting each other.
Okay, what's you're bullshitting me.
Okay, but how? By saying that we are
because you're saying a thing. You're saying a thing over 1 meter. I can just multiply by 1,000, and then I'll know what happens at 1,000 meters, and that's bullshit.
We're not doing that, though. We're not doing that. We're calculating the exact distance.
Yes, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
We're exactly not doing that. We're not going further than we have to. We're not calculating further than we have to.
Okay, so explain to me.
Foria, how much
flying.
is...
Okay, flying.
Foria,
flying.
No shush this time. No shush. No. I said no. I said no.
Yes, but I said
Did you get me? I have 55 years old.
I want to talk flying.
Did you hear me? No.
Want to talk
no shush this time. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Did you hear me? No. No this time. No, you will be quiet and wait my turn. You will be quiet and wait my turn. Okay? You will be quiet and wait my... No, man. No this time. Wait my turn. Okay? Now, how much geometrical horizons, how much distance it's with your height? Let's realize that one, not 90 miles. How much we can see with your height on the globe Earth model?
I don't know. I can't. I'm laughing.
You are laughing. That's good.
Because that was
how much? Yeah, it's funny, but the question is still on the table.
Funny.
How
much? So he's clearly not able to have a civil, calm conversation.
I can have
he's just here to troll and shush. Dude, I'm going to shush you.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever you say shush, I'm going to mute you because you're not being very civil. Yeah? So you can lose the attitude and we can actually have a conversation if that's what you want. If you're just here to take a shit, I'm just going to remove you, right? Because you're not supposed to be here in the first place. So would you like to just have a calm conversation? Can you leave the attitude at the door and can we just discuss the Earth? Yeah? Is that too hard?
Nope, it's not too hard.
All right, carry on. Just try and be respectful, please. Thanks.
I will try.
All right, so what is the trouble with 10 miles observation? The drop at that distance should be about three stories worth of a building. So what's the problem here? Can we not see that? Can we not observe 3 stories worth of a building disappearing? What is the issue at 10 miles that you need 90 miles?
Is this question directed at me?
I mean, who else is disputing these calculations? You are.
Yeah, because you can't see 90 miles. I don't get...
But we're not talking about what we can see. We're talking about what we can see and what should be measurable as having drop of 3 stories high. So we can measure this building should not be visible. If it is visible, then hence there is no curve. So what's confusing here?
So are we talking about Black Swan oil rigs or
oil rigs, both
Eiffel Tower observations or Havana
in the water?
Which things do you want to exclude?
Let's talk about the Black Swan. I mean,
there's so many things. Oh, Black Swan. Okay.
Black Swan. Yeah.
All right,
so what's your problem with the Black Swan? What was exactly the problem? You're imagining the horizon to be where it's not.
No, I created an anti-meme for the Black Swan. So no, I don't care about that.
And what is the anti-meme? What is that?
Easy. That you can see those things proves the globe. I mean, there are other.
How does it there the globe? There should be.
You want to shout louder.
I mean, how does it prove the globe if they should be hidden?
You don't want to let me talk, right? So shout louder.
I can let you talk, but you're just not making sense. Okay, they should be hidden behind curves.
Of course, it won't make sense if you don't hear any of it.
Because it's like a stupid premise in the first place. But okay, I mean, I'm going to let you speak. You can tell me the stupid thing that you want to say.
There you go. Old dude gave the classic Black Swan. Yeah.
All right. So where do you see the horizon here? Where does it meet?
It's unimportant.
Why is that not important? It's the very definition of horizon.
Because from the same video, there's another frame.
Assuming there is only one video of the Black Swan.
Yell over me.
It's the only thing that's ever been recorded of Black Swan.
Yell louder. Yell louder.
But is that your assumption that this is the only thing that we've ever seen of these oil rigs?
You wouldn't know because yell louder.
I wouldn't know because I haven't seen. You're just talking about the picture. You just said that.
Yeah, because you don't listen.
Okay, please tell me. Please enlighten me.
Okay. The old dude frame. Do you see it in the chat?
Cool. Yeah, I do see the picture that's in the live stream.
Do you know that that's one frame out of an actual video?
I do know that, as I just clarified also by telling you that there's multiple videos of multiple oil rigs.
No. I'm just talking about the one video that old dude posted. Do you know that's one frame out of a video?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and do you know that other frames are completely incompatible with flat Earth? Yeah, old dude grabbed grabbed a frame that he thinks incompatible with the globe, but other frames in the same video are incompatible with.
Do you also understand that the water between the first rig and
do you get it? Do you get that? Maybe it's not flat or globe.
No, I get it because I've seen the video already.
You get it. So you agree it's not flat.
That's not what I agree with. I agree that I have seen the video and I have seen that I disagree with you. That's what I've seen.
I see. So you see evidence, but then go back to your.
But what is the evidence that you're telling me here?
The video evidence. Obvious Byte.
What is the evidence with the video?
Look at what Obvious Byte posted.
And you do not see the horizon after the last oil rig there?
It doesn't matter. But
it matters.
Byte posted is not compatible.
You said it's not consistent.
It's not compatible with flat.
How is it not compatible if the horizon is after the second oil rig? You're not telling me how it's not compatible. You're just saying it's not compatible.
He thinks claims are evidence.
It means nothing.
It doesn't matter about after the second.
It means zero things, mate. Tell me how it's not compatible. Explain how. Because you're just saying it's not compatible. That doesn't say anything.
Okay.
It says nothing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
All that's really doing is saying nuh-uh.
Yeah, I don't want to do nuh-uh. That's awful. I would not want to be the recipient of nuh-uh. So let me do better.
All right, the floor is yours.
Okay. The point where the oil rigs intersect the water seems to move around, which is not what should happen on a flat Earth. Also,
what is that? Can you clarify that?
Someone said the floor is mine, but I guess that's bullshit.
I just want to understand what you're saying. I just want clarifications of what you're saying. I want it more clear to see it in my mind.
Okay, so the oil rigs meet the water, whether it's globe or flat, and that point where the iron meets the water is only actually consistent with the globe. It doesn't make any sense.
How is it only consistent with the globe? Tell me, please.
Oh. Is it hard for you to use different models and then test whether they're valid or not?
Horizon is behind the second oil rig, so I don't know what you're talking about.
So how much math do you want to do here?
Can you use your eyes and see that the second oil rig?
No, I guess not for you.
In the horizon, because the horizon
seems that your eyes have misled you, much like many optical illusions.
Oh, so I have to imagine things. That's cool. I mean, you can explain anything away.
I don't know. I mean, there's lots of optical illusions out there.
You have a belief. I mean, it's awesome that you have a belief, but
I'm sorry that you fall for. I'm sorry that you fell for them.
I'm sorry that I fell for
It's not my fault that you can't discern reality. That's not my fault.
You can discern multiple videos of the same sort on different weather conditions that still show the same result.
Yes, exactly. That's like watching,
That's like
watching six
different
different magicians do the same trick and going, "Oh my fuck, magic must be real." Because you saw it a bunch of times.
Magic is the thing that you're imagining. You're imagining something that's not actually.
That's what you are basing your religion on.
That's your religion. You're imagining something.
I'm sorry. It's not cool.
It's not religion to see something and see it to be fact. You're imagining that it's not that. You're the one that's religious at this point.
Okay, I'm the religious one. Got it.
I'm glad you agree.
I totally agree.
Coolio.
Hey, Flying, you're a flat earther, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the tag because you didn't have that. You only had VC verified, so I'm gonna upgrade you.
I'm not a flat earther.
No, we can tell, dude. We can tell.
I wasn't talking to you.
Cool. I just didn't want any confusion.
Well, believe me, there isn't any. All right, I'm removing the VC verified.
I was worried.
Valued flat earther. See, did you want CogDis so you can go to the CogDis room? It's
Yeah, sure. I'll take that. But do you have to remove the value? I kind of like that color, but I guess the other color will supersede it.
What do you want the green?
I mean, I like the one that I had, the color, but it's just going to change to the dark blue. So whatever.
Yeah, it'll be dark blue from now when you type in the text.
No, that's...
Hey, Mayhem, what is a shower stall earther?
What? I don't know. I've never heard of that. But
look in the chat.
I am. Live stream voice text, or where are you at?
Ooh, I don't know. No, I don't think I have.
Shower stall earther, that's you believe that there's no container. Grass pressure that we have in this system.
Somebody gave me space herpes. It wasn't me, dude. So I'm just saying.
I don't mind space herpes.
No, I didn't give it. I didn't give it to Flying. Flying, you don't. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't need space herpes. Please take that out.
I didn't give it to you, man. So, all right, you got valued flat earther and CogDis VIP, so you can go to CogDis.
I belong in CogDis.
You definitely do, dude. You've showcased it.
See, Flying agrees too.
I mean, not in the same way as others, but yeah.
Shower stall earth model. That's not even a thing.
But dude said it was.
The shower stall basically means that there's no roof, so it's the pressure is there, but there's no roof. There's no container.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard of it, so has it come across my
Mayhem is such a dude. You're so civil.
No, I'm serious. I haven't heard it. Like, well, if it has been presented to somebody in here, it wasn't me.
Yeah, but even in here, you're just
okay. I know now what you're talking about. That other guy that was in here. Freaking hell! What was his name? He had like a 4 and a C on his.
Probably Roland.
No, I can't think of his name. I mean, it doesn't matter, but I know now. But that guy was just taking the piss. He didn't really say. I mean, yeah.
What does that mean? Taking the piss?
He's bullshitting. He didn't really like. None of that was something that he was meaning. He just come in here trolling, having a poking fun.
That's what I do to the Globe servers.
They probably ban you for that shit too.
No shit. Yeah, they do. Still fun.
How long you been out there, Snowboarder?
Oh,
you're in some change, right?
A little over a year, yeah. Year and change. Oh, and I've changed a lot too.
Yeah, you were a bit different in the beginning. A bit more staunch.
Staunch? No.
Yeah,
passive, I'd say. Worried.
Worried. So you use multiple flat Earth servers, globe servers. Is that what you do?
Say that again, Flang.
Do you visit like multiple globe Earth, flat Earth servers specifically for that discussion?
When I found flat Earth, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, and it was ugly. So yeah, I guess.
And you would say now you know what
it was
doing.
A train wreck. What's that?
So no points, but you still don't know what you're doing. It's like just repeating.
Kind of true. I don't know what I'm doing, but
what are you trying to do? First off,
a good question.
It's a good question, isn't it?
Any personality problems with ego, narcissism, something?
When I first found.
Did kids bullying you in a school when you were young?
Did what?
Did kids bullied you when you were young in the school?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so also. I'm so sorry.
Thanks.
What I think for is happening that like you're 99% sure, as you said, of this thing being real, but somehow you're still so entranced by this topic. It's because within yourself you know that what the true reality is, and it's nagging at you and it doesn't let you go. So that's why you keep revisiting the subject. That's why you can't stop really talking about it, because your soul knows what the reality is, but you're fighting it, man. You're fighting it. Please stop fighting it.
Not bad on the assessment there, Flying.
I can't stop fighting it, and 0 people here have offered anything in terms of
Well, nobody can offer you anything tangible if you just imagine the opposite of it.
Oh, contraire, mon frère. Whether it's me versus globe, me versus flat, few people offer any actual anything. Like, they just say stuff like what you said. They're like, oh, you're a troll and blah, 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 so why don't you change your mind?
I didn't say you're a troll. I didn't say that.
No, you didn't say those words. You did not say those words.
I didn't actually mean that as well. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean you're a troll. I think that's like you have a belief within yourself, but like there's conflicting feelings you have, and you're not really agreeing with yourself. You're convincing yourself of something you don't really believe in.
Could be.
You're unmuted, Big Root.
Do you ever listen back to conversations you have, Boulder?
Say again?
Do you ever listen back to conversations you have? Specifically in this server?
I have, yes. Some of them have been good, and others not so good.
How do you think this one went? Out of 10.
I'm not embarrassed tonight so far, but the night, I guess, could change.
I don't think you've listened back this conversation, though.
Well, how could I have? It's just happening.
Maybe if you did, though, you would feel embarrassed because it was pretty embarrassing.
Oh, I don't get embarrassed by facts about Earth. I only get embarrassed when I, do stupid shit like agree with Quantum Eraser.
You didn't present any facts about Earth.
Yeah, but what?
Not from your paradigm, anyway.
Well, next day it's agreeing with Quantum Eraser that is awful. So
again, what was your response to Sasha asking you the dimensions? It's big. It's super big, really big.
Sasha's a troll. That's my response. The Earth is a globe, and not just a globe, but I mean.
Well, you can keep saying it, but whenever you talk about it, you can't really guard that position. So
yes, I can. Yes, I can.
I told you, he thinks claims are evidence. They all do.
I think evidence is evidence.
So if you say you're a millionaire, you're a millionaire?
If I say I'm a millionaire?
Well, if anybody does that make them a millionaire?
Sure. Yeah, it does.
All right, I'm going on mute.
Are you a millionaire? Obvious.
Yeah, see, this is why people think you're trolling, because now you're just saying that whatever you say, that's what you are. That's not how it works, right?
He's on the defensive. He feels like people are playing games with him, and he's just gonna agree with anything because he feels like everything that people say is like a trap if he answers what they want him to answer.
Flying knows what's up.
Well, yeah, Flying. You've been
Flying.
You got him in your sights, bro. That's pretty good.
Flying is spot on.
Yeah, dude. If I had to say something like, Flying, your assessment tonight, spot on, bro.
Yeah, I'm quite good with psychology.
Me too, Flying.
Yeah, seriously. Props, bro. But
so there you go. There you go. He's got a Mayhem is Flurf, and Boria Roland is anti-Flurf, and you got +1 from both.
Why would you feel such a basic question is a trap, though? If you weren't in this topic and someone on the street asked you...
You can't be so stupid.
Okay, you agreed with his psychological assessment of you.
Obvious troll gets troll tag.
Yeah, no problem.
Old dude has a question for me. Have I looked into shoaling and tidal bore height change yet? It still doesn't sound like it. No, I have not looked into any of that.
Was that a challenge in the previous time you were here?
Not sure. It's there at 06 past the hour.
No, I see it, but I'm just saying, did somebody challenge you with that in your previous?
I do not know what shoaling or tidal bore means. So,
well,
sorry.
Well, I remember.
I can look it up.
Something else. I remember something else from the previous conversation that we had when you were here, because you were saying that flat or curved surface was a false dichotomy. But then you couldn't present us with what the third option would be. Have you thought about that?
Flat or curved?
We were talking about whether the surface is flat or curved, and you said that was a false dichotomy. But that means
the surface as you observe it is level.
Yeah, so it's not a false dichotomy. So it's not a false dichotomy to say that the surface is either curved or flat.
Weird conclusion, boss.
Why?
It's level. So check yourself on that false dichotomy.
No, I'm checking you because you were the one claiming that it was a false dichotomy the last time.
It is.
Okay,
it's
so what's the third option?
It's level.
What's the third option?
Level.
Yeah, that would be flat.
No.
Yeah, that's what level means.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. You might want to consult the dictionary.
Okay. You win.
Yeah.
You win.
I posted it in the live stream. I posted it in the live stream for you. Be quiet and read.
No, you didn't.
Thanks. Yeah, I did. This is from a dictionary, dude. No, you're not going to shush me. I'll just mute you. I already told you if you shush anyone, I'm going to mute you. So that was it, Roland. Bye-bye. He just can't behave himself.
I just want you to breathe.
You're like the most weird combination of mellow but not mellow at the same time.
It's wild, like asking somebody to just take a breath and they get all pissed off.
You're getting really boring now, mate.
I'm not here to entertain you. Sorry.
It's the least you could try to do, though.
Not really, because...
This is why I brought it up, because he spiraled on this the last time as well. Because we were talking about the surface is either curved or flat, and he brought up level, and he wants to say level is curved. So that's not a third option.
Level
that's
is
the second option, curved. Right?
It is curved. That's the definition.
So it's still not a false dichotomy if you can't explain what the third option is.
Level is defined as curved.
Or fourth option, whatever.
Level and curved dictionary. Breathe. Learn something new.
Oh, Roland, you want to try again without the shushing? You were trying to say that level was curved, right? Which, like, okay, but then that's the second option in your alleged false dichotomy of flat versus curved.
What? Level.
The issue was
the same.
The issue is the surface flat or curved, and you said that's a false dichotomy because it's level.
Are the same.
Yeah, but then you mean level as actually being curved, so that's not a false dichotomy.
Level and curved.
That's not a false dichotomy, is it?
Oh, I see. You're saying is flat level / curved. Right.
That's what you're saying. I know level is flat.
Right.
You're the one saying level. Well, level is flat and curved at the same time.
You don't know level is flat. You don't even know that.
That's what level means, dude.
That's how you worship? What do you do on Sunday? Level is flat.
You're just gonna troll again? Is that it?
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Just remove you.
Oh, well, I guess, but what is? I don't understand. I don't understand.
I actually did a few construction jobs, right? And when we had to make sure things are level, they were not curved.
They were curved.
No, they weren't. We had to make sure that the floor was level.
Level
which means
is curved.
You don't make a curved floor. That's silly.
Yes, it does. What do you mean it's silly?
Oh my lord!
So now you're saying that construction workers, when they make things level, that they build curved floor. We just
shout louder at each other. You mute me because...
No, I muted you because you were trying to shush me like a child. Okay. That's not going to happen.
I shouldn't shush.
You're not going to moderate the conversation.
Fine,
here, so stop that.
I shouldn't shush.
No, you shouldn't. It's quite rude, actually. Yeah.
It is. I was...
Okay, so can we get back to your claim of...
I was being rude on purpose.
Constantly interrupting is also rude. So can we get back to your claim that when construction workers make things level, that they're actually curved? Can we see some curved floors in buildings and stuff? Thanks.
Oh my God, yes. And yes, definitely.
All right, let's see it.
Do you
let's see evidence for my claim. Yeah, that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, okay. So bridges, are they allowed? Probably not, because they debunk everything you say.
No, they don't.
Oh.
No, they have to curve bridges to account for thermal expansion. It has nothing to do with curvature.
Thermal expansion.
Yeah, I never heard of that.
You're the cutest.
Oh, it was so cute. Yeah, open Google, type in bridge thermal expansion. Go nuts, dude.
I know more about thermal expansion than you, I promise.
Sure. So you don't know that the bridges account for it? They have to.
Look, if I know more about thermal expansion than you do,
yeah, but you don't.
Then I must also know that they account for it.
Okay, so the bridge being curved has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth beneath it being curved.
See, look at you! Oh my God, you're so.
Yeah. If you're just gonna be a troll, dude, I'll remove you. It's really simple.
Then remove me.
Okay.
Because I'm not gonna agree with you.
If NyQuil was a Glober, that would be him.
If what, Flying?
If NyQuil was a Glober, that would be that guy.
NyQuil? The medicine?
Yeah, that puts you to sleep.
Oh. He has some ASMR tones in his voice, so I don't know.
I think you washed that NyQuil down with some scotch or something.
Anyway, Donkey, a lot of people don't know that video that I shown you.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, damn, like 100% of. Am I talking?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought it was lagging. But 100% of the Navy in the water. That's crazy.
Yeah, they're on watch 100% of the time. So there is nothing that in the waters they don't deal with.
Wow. Okay. So these people, they do a great job. No. So they do this so that we can never go beyond it, and it keeps the propaganda right.
So this on that video, it's called a show of force. You know, like when certain armies they march down like roads with like their tanks and all that. That's a show of force.
Yeah.
It just shows you something to be intimidated with, like, you know, don't cross us because we got the manpower and we got the technology and whatnot. So, and this way, this video was like, it's kind of like propaganda, but at the same time, it's telling you, like, we're everywhere. Like, you know, you can't just go places. We're always watching. And it showed you the percentages, like as the video was scrolling, and then towards the end, it shows the aircraft carrier, like with all the planes and helicopters and all that stuff. So if they're 100% on watch and they have the manpower, it's like, yeah, you think you're going to try to do something on the waters? You know what I mean? Like they can dispatch anywhere in the world, like planes and things that they need to, if they need to show force. So
quite an investment that they put into that.
I mean, it's the military, bro.
I know you don't want.
It's not like a fucking daisy chain of battleships all around the 60th South.
That's what I thought it was.
This way.
No, they don't need to do that.
I typed it in text to you, but there's not droves of people attempting to go to Antarctica. The people that want to go to, like regular people that want to go to Antarctica, they go through the the official route. They go the tours or they get authorization or whatever. Like rogue people attempting to go to Antarctica without government authorization, they're only going to set off from a few certain locations, which would be like South America, Africa, the south of Africa, or Australia. So these are the primary points they need to monitor, and they can more than do that. Then they just keep a general eye on the kind of more open waters, the Indian Ocean, South Atlantic, all that. So you have to think of it in proper practical context. The only people with real inclination to go and explore Antarctica are flat earthers, and while I don't think we're a small demographic in the world, we're not the majority of the world population. We don't have the critical mass yet to do it properly. And any rogue flat earther, well, not rogue, but any singular flat earther that attempts will quite easily be stopped.
Well, so something I would point out is even if you were to somehow like dodge the Navy and end up in Antarctica, then what are you going to do, right? You're talking about very inhospitable conditions. Like
exactly,
diesel fuel freezes, right? So what are you going to do?
Yeah, I was kind of like imagining like maybe take a plane and then just somehow get lucky and pass through them, I guess.
No, it's like that. Yeah, think about it, man. There's such a thing as radar. They could detect certain planes, like in certain regions. Like, I don't think that's far beyond the scope of technology, right? Like, obviously, people can utilize that technology to see who's on the oceans. Like, if they're gonna find out certain ships and people that are traveling, they're gonna know. I mean, he's just not going to make it like to where. So, anyways, leaving from a port of any place, you're going to have to there's paperwork, then things that need to be filled out. So, if somebody was making a trip, they would know from the port that you're leaving from that you're going in a specific direction. Like, there's trails. Like, you can't just all of a sudden jump on a boat and go somewhere and just try to defy, any of the.
They'll know ahead. Basically, they'll know ahead of time.
Well, if they really wanted to, they could trace you all the way back to the port, because you had to leave from the certain place. And then with whatever boat you were leaving and the agenda and everything. So it wouldn't be too hard to figure that out. But also in that video that I was showing you, why would they mention they're 100% on watch? What does that even mean?
Imitate you. Basically to put fear on you.
Of course. That's exactly right. It's a show of force. That's all it is. And the aircraft carrier at the end of the video was just that. It's like, look at all the technology and stuff they have on there. It's like, yeah, you think you're going to get far? It's a show of force, man. That's what they do.
Yeah, let me just grab my little Cessna and see how that goes.
Yeah. Turn around. You're like, no, I'm going to keep flying. Who would do that? Who would actually do that?
The only way I could see that working is you would need hundreds of planes at the same time from multiple vectors and directions and locations trying to get there. They might have an issue with that because then they're too many to shoot down at the same time.
And that's just getting there, though.
Yeah,
you did a whole mission plan to actually survey.
Okay, we braved the U.S. Navy and other stuff, and now we're on the most inhospitable continent on the earth. Yes, okay.
I have a question. So I read the Wikipedia page on the treaty system thing. They say you cannot put any military there. You think that's
not actually hold on, because that's not actually quite accurate. What they're forbidding is military activity, right? Which is different than having military there. When they're talking about military activity, they're talking about two countries that are having a conflict are going to duke it out over there. That's not allowed. We're not allowed to do that. But they do have a lot of military personnel there, in support of the science expedition stuff that they say is there. Right? You have military bases there, like McMurdo.
Essentially,
there's military personnel at McMurdo, like always.
Okay.
So it just hurt people falling over this. Oh well, you're not supposed to have any military personnel or equipment there. It's no, that's not true. What they're forbidding is specifically military activity, not presence. Just want to
again remember we're listening to the words of people that telling us the world's a globe. So They'll do what they want.
Of course. I just mean like when they say in the treaty that they're talking about military activity, they're not saying like, oh, no military person is allowed to be here, or we can't have any equipment here that belongs to the military. That's not what they mean.
Yeah. Is there any other treaties that they already signed and did the same thing like Antarctica? Or that's just like the only one?
Yeah, not really. It's like one of the longest standing treaties with so many different countries that don't seem to agree on much otherwise. But yeah.
What about like new countries? Like how long ago was this one?
This was 1950 or so, 1956.
What about like South Korea? They're on that too, or no? Because South Korea came a little later than 1959.
I think the list is on the wiki, is it not?
Yeah, I would have to look that up, to be honest.
No, I mean, if you're willing to just look at the direct measurements of Earth is flat and the case is closed. But if you really wanted to break it to the whole world in one fell swoop, Antarctica is the key, you know. Trying to get around it is supposedly... Going around the Antarctic continent in the globe model is, 16,000 miles around? But if we... Obviously... Not in the globe.
No, they joined in 1986.
So yeah, we're not in the globe model, and getting around the Antarctic coastline, like circumnavigating it, would probably be a massive distance. Again, we've got Captain Cook's expeditions to kind of reference from, but we don't really know the true validity of the claims there. But it would stand to reason that it's a significant distance in the flat model paradigm.
Yeah, like you have to refuel a couple of times.
Yeah. So if you could do that, you know, you just get like two ships or two planes, both start go opposite directions, and then meet up. And then just record how much distance you covered, and then you'd see, well, this is well off. It's not 16,000 miles, and we're like 30,000 miles each or something like that. I don't know, I'm just throwing out numbers here.
Have you seen that, the way that NASA, I think, mapped the shore of Antarctica? Because they actually say it's a lot more than 16,000 miles.
How did they
came up with a number that's actually larger than the circumference of the Earth. But their like explanation for that is like, well, the shore of Antarctica is not like a perfectly straight line, right? It's very jaggedy, like it's going up and down like a zigzag. So they measure all that.
Is that like the coastline paradox, though?
Yeah, a little bit. I'll see if I can find a link.
Because yeah, that just would never make any sense on a globe. At the lower latitudes, you have smaller circles. Because yeah, with the coastline paradox, you get that on any continent, you know. You can measure the coastline and come away with crazy numbers.
Yep.
They're not realistic whatsoever.
Yeah, I just put the link from NASA. They're talking about like 33,312 miles.
Interesting number.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are assuming that it's ice all around the whole way. Maybe there's not ice in some places. There could be some places you can just go through, like a river or something.
So, what are you saying about this article, Martov? I mean, 33,000 miles perimeter. Bigger than
I was just saying, like that's the number they came up with as the circumference for Antarctica on the globe. Right, taking into account the irregularities of the shoreline.
Calculated the flow of 33 of the continent's biggest glaciers. (2010) The earlier mapping effort had included the rocky outcrops and sometimes icebergs as part of the ice sheet perimeter. So they're adding in shit. This is not even part of the continent. Just that, I don't know. Don't know what to think of this. It just seems silly.
I never said it wasn't silly.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it against you, man. It's just their endless kind of spew of nonsense that comes out that never aligns with reality. That's what I meant.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Because it's even worse when you're talking about space and stuff, though. Because, like, I don't know. I feel like it's part of the brilliance of what they've created, because they can just keep making up new things and pretending that they're having new discoveries until infinity, right? Because you're in this endless space. So now we discovered that the moon is actually in the atmosphere, and we discovered that this is actually wrong, and they can just keep going and going and going.
Yeah, they can, because nothing they claim is ever asked to be verified or proven. And the biggest thing it facilitates it is just the coming and going of generations, you know? Older people die out that have sat through their pattern of bullshit and recognize it. And the new generation is fresh, and they just tell a new set of stories and lies. It's yeah. So they can just keep going on, yeah, forever. And as people are slowly getting, less and less capable of mind, it's just easier and easier to tell them rubbish. I think that's an important context to give newer people to the topic. Showing them how these lies have just been said over and over in a different way for a long time.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think the clearest example would be like they're promising for new moon missions and moon bases and all that since the 70s. And it's just the can's kicked down the road constantly. And then, we're 2020 odd now, and we've got like new generations come up and they've changed it over from the moon to Mars, to keep it fresh. And all the younger people are falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. Because they don't realize that they've been saying the same old shit for 50 years and nothing ever comes of it. That makes sense?
Yeah.
It makes sense because the young ones come here and they brag about, like, we're going to go somewhere. We're going to go, just wait.
Like they did with, climate change, It was global warming for like 20 years, and then it shifted, the term was climate change. And you just need to change the term, and people suddenly disconnect from they're like, oh, this is not part of everything they said about global warming. That's a different thing, It's obviously not, but they get like a separation in their mind, and it works.
Yeah. What's really funny to me is like before the global warming, they were warning us that an ice age was coming.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like first you're telling people for a bunch of years, oh yeah, we're going to have a new ice age, blah, blah, blah. Everything's going to be frozen. And then it's, oh, no, it's going to get hot and everything the ice will melt and water level will rise, blah, blah, blah. Then it's like, oh, well, we're actually getting like record colds in certain areas. Like, okay, we'll just call it climate change. And then, well, now anything is possible, right?
Yeah, you just put a fresh coat of paint on it, And put your new puppets out, Greta, all that nonsense, and away you go again. People just fall for it.
Yeah, and like when you have it like a vague term like climate change, I don't know. It's like you can claim anything now. I mean, like I can claim there's climate change on a daily basis. Right?
Exactly, climate changes every day, constantly.
Yeah, although like I don't know, I'm not as old as some other people here, but I do feel like there's different, I don't know, seasons and cycles and stuff that I had when I was a kid. Like the winters here are very different now.
We don't know what they're doing with the weather.
We used to have snow like every winter, almost every winter, and now it's been, well, I don't know, it's been like 15 years at least since we had any decent snow in the winter. So something weird is going on. But yeah, like you said, they've had to make treaties agreeing not to mess with the weather. So yeah, something's going on there.
Yeah, we know they're tampering like hell with it, and we don't even know fully what they're capable of whatever they let us in on,
and then they're
is probably the low end of it.
The solution is to tax us.
Yeah, that's it. But this is one of the great final scams, because this is the one that's going to tax your existence, and then it's going to lead to notions of, we can't allow everybody to exist type of thing.
Yeah, it's like, how dare you exhale all this carbon dioxide?
And we're seriously going to have to do something about population control and all this, and we're not there yet, of course. They're definitely trying. They've got their feelers out, and they were, we know 2020, that was what it was all about at the end of the day. But another couple generations, they'll be able to sell that stuff to the public, and have them follow along if things continue as they have been. Which is, that's scary.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I said something like this a couple of days ago. Like, I think we're already at a point where, like, if you get all of the media and whatever to, like, say that we've been invaded by pink leprechauns in flying pancakes in the sky, if you repeat that for a couple of weeks, the majority is going to believe it, right? Because they have videos and stuff. Oh, you shouldn't go outside. It's dangerous because the leprechaun people will take you. So don't go outside. Don't look at the sky. Within a couple of weeks, you would have people like terrified of going outside and looking at the sky and being taken by the pink leprechauns. I think we're already at that point where the majority would just believe it.
You're absolutely right. It's about just repeating it. Just keep making it real, and it becomes real. Just keep saying it. Because over here, like during 2020 stuff, like we would just go in the store and just like it keeps playing in the store, like do this, wash your hands, put on a thing on your face, like watch out with the distance between each other. Like it just keeps saying that over and over and over until it's like total brainwashing. Like you don't even need to know anything. You just believe this hidden enemy is out there. Anybody coughs, that's an enemy as well.
Repetition, the most basic form of mind control. I wouldn't doubt it, Martov. You could tell them anything and they'll fall for it. Just come up with a few videos
not
to repeat.
Everyone, obviously. I mean, obviously people who are like sort of somewhat awake and asking questions will not immediately buy that. But I think you could even get half of those people on board with enough effort.
If ever comes a day where I have to sit across from my friends and try and convince them that there's not flying pancakes and pigs in the sky, I'm out, man. I'm done with waking people up. And
but the curious thing is, like, as soon as they stop repeating it, it kind of wears off. Like, you can see people returning back to normal life right away. Couple of weeks, they just forget about it, like as if it never happened. They just go back to it. It's like, okay, the mind control is not there really anymore.
See, that makes me think that the majority of people know what we're saying to them is true, but because of ego and all the other psychological things going on and the desire to fit in, they just go along with it, no matter how ridiculous. But as soon as it goes away, as you said, they snap out of it.
The big thing is also, I think, just not being ready to deal with confrontation. It's just like, it's easier to just give up. It's just go along with it.
Obvious. I think that's the whole purpose to NASA. They have to breathe life into this conspiracy, because if they didn't have these missions and these ideas floating around, people would literally just forget, and they wouldn't. So they're breathing life into these. Every rocket is a breath of the lie. But I think it's interesting. Yeah. But I think what's interesting is NASA. If you add an L, so we've took an L, yeah. If you take an L to NASA, you get nasal. And if you look at a rocket with the shuttle on it sitting on the launch pad, a rocket with a shuttle on it looks exactly like a nose. So symbolically, I think NASA is breathing life into the lie, and that's its whole purpose. And the rocket launches are just breaths that they take.
I don't know, man.
That's a very interesting observation, man.
That's a stretch, I think.
I'm throwing it out there.
Maybe it's represented physically like that, but definitely they are breathing life into what they do.
That is true.
Right there.
That part is true.
If you Google NASA rocket and you find the picture of the image with the shuttle, with the rocket on a launch pad, tell me it doesn't look like a nose, a human nose. And NASA is the root word of nasal.
I mean, I'm looking at a bunch right now. You can't really see the similarity too much.
Any specific one, Root?
Yeah, let me share more of a traditional picture of a rocket with the shuttle on it.
To me, it looks more like they're sending dicks into the sky. So it's like they're fucking with people.
That's what it looks to me too. Like it's phallic. And also, have you seen, like, for the SpaceX stuff, they also jerk the camera around, so it looks like, there's stuff happening. It's like it's in motion. The phallic object is in motion.
Yeah, I've sent a picture of just the outline of a rocket, a NASA rocket. Do you not see that being a nose, or at least resembling a nose?
Where did you send it?
In the live stream voice text.
Oh yeah, my bad. I was looking in the lobby.
No, I don't really see it, Root.
I don't see it either.
Looks like a syringe.
Yeah. Well, it's even got lobes. The thrusters of the lobes.
Okay, I get how you're seeing it, like from the bottom, yeah, okay.
Oh, the whole thing? Okay, I thought you just meant the tip. Let me have a look now.
No, the whole rocket with the two boosters on the side. The nasal. The NASA nasal.
I don't know, like, what's the logic for adding the L, though, at the end? You can add any letter.
Because we took an L. We took an L with NASA.
You think that term existed back then when they made that? Slang for taking an L?
I honestly believe that, like, when something's true, there's all sorts of weird... like if you record speech and you listen to it backwards, you start hearing, like, truths about this person, more related to that person. I just feel like the truth is just layered in, you will see little weird similarities, symbolisms, etymology will match up. I think that's just a sign of something that is true.
I mean, people just say that the NASA stands for deceive, Nasha or something in Hebrew.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So for me, it's like if they're going to play etymology games or something like that, it has to be like probably one thing at least, like not two things at once.
Well, if something's true, it's got to be true on all levels, right?
I suppose.
I should have really bought this up on Sunday, to be honest.
I mean, I guess if we have no Globers, it's kind of free for all.
But yeah, I just think that links into the idea that they have to breathe life into this idea. Every moon mission inspires some little kid, to take an interest in space. and it's all part of the deception. Without these moon missions, without them launching, I think it would die.
I mean, of course, always these people just when they come here, one of the first things they say, "Oh, just go SpaceX, like go to SpaceX, become an astronaut, and see space for yourself." That's what they say to us.
Yep.
Yeah, SpaceX is another big example of them recycling. It's like, 60s to 2000s or 2010s was NASA. And NASA's just like covered in all this kind of suspicion and rubbish surrounding them, so they rebranded to SpaceX. We were talking about this yesterday, I think, in depth. And the new puppet, Musk.
Who's the old puppet? Barney von Braun?
Couldn't actually tell you. I guess it would have been like the moon mission astronauts. They were the big spokespeople. I don't know how many appearances they were making back in the day, I imagine a lot after the fake missions.
Yeah, it was for a time. It was like constant tests for the moon and stuff. Like it was all the time.
It was kind of different. Like 60 odd years ago, it's like the population wasn't so specifically controlled by one single kind of idol, but now it is. They only need one person for each kind of section of life, to be a spokesperson for it. So Musk is the spokesperson for space and all that, and fucking going to Mars, and of course we had like Bill Gates being like a pseudo fucking doctor for the last 3 years.
Yeah, and then we have
can't think of any other off the top of my head, but
They also have the enemy character, which is Trump, right? The guy that may say some true things, but also he's the bad guy. So whatever he says that might be true is seen as the words of a madman.
Yeah. And remember, like, the means for getting information out to the masses is completely different nowadays as well.
Oh yeah, if the bad guy says fake news, like, then everybody's like, oh, he's saying it, therefore the news aren't fake.
Yeah.
I put it to you that Musk is the new Trump.
Yeah, but like kind of the other way around.
I bet you Musk.
On you go.
I was just going to say, I bet he starts talking about draining the swamp or some shit next.
Yeah, there's kind of a trajectory. He's like the man of the people.
He is playing that role, yeah.
It's like they have to provide us with somebody to be the representative, of that idea, drain the swamp, represent the people, free speech. So,
yeah,
it failed with Trump, so Musk is the new guy.
I don't think it failed with Trump, it just petered out, he played his role.
Yeah, it went according to plan, just according to plan, because he was the bad guy. He was the bad guy saying all that, some of the good stuff he was saying as a bad guy. So you just say, the bad guy says the good stuff, and you dismiss all the good things. So the news are real, actually. It's not fake news. All the news are real. Just believe the news.
Yeah.
It's like in Scarface, you have that scene. You need people like me. You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say, that's the bad guy.
Yeah, man. That's it.
But yeah, Elon Musk is definitely propped up as the ultimate humanitarian, He's the one leading the charge, giving us real science and real exploration, and now he's also dipping his toes into making sure the masses get real information and real unbiased platforms like Twitter.
Also,
it's just ridiculous. The cars and all that as well.
Augmenting our brains.
I love how you couldn't say unbiased platforms like Twitter without laughing.
Well, that's what he's doing right now. He's like cleaning out shop. You know, he is draining the swamp from that platform. He's just not said the words, but that's what he's implying to everyone he's going to do.
Yeah, people will. This is what I mean. They make you come up to these conclusions. People who are innocent will think, "Oh my God, Elon Musk is the man, he's the savior. I've come up with this idea myself because I can see what he's doing over here. I can see what he's doing over there." It's bollocks, man. We all think we come to these conclusions by ourselves, but they do this to us to make us believe we've come to these conclusions.
Yeah, people seem like. They see him as the everyday guy, like their friend. Like, our friend is going to take care of it. Like, he knows what we want.
A man of the people.
Yeah.
He's a total fraud, man. Everything about him is a lie. Never came from rags to riches, you know. Family was well off to begin with. He didn't contribute much to the creation of PayPal. He didn't. You know, he bought Tesla, the company. So, like, he didn't fuck all. And obviously, he's doing nothing with space. Just creating shitty rockets that blow up.
There's no way he's overlooking all these things. Neuralink, SpaceX, Twitter, his cars, Tesla cars, whatever else he does. All these things at once? Really, dude? One guy? Come on, man.
Even his hairline
it's just the mascot, you know?
is a lie.
Is it? Has he had surgery?
His hairline's fake, I know that.
In what way? Has he had, like, transplants or talking wig? Or...
Yeah,
there is a picture where he's transplant. There's a picture where he's basically balding.
Actually, yeah, he was balding, like, back in his mid-20s. I did see that picture.
I mean, but that's fine. I mean, it's not the one thing I'm gonna, like, make fun of.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's like, fine, you want to fix your hair, it's fucked up. Go for it.
No, I just mean everything's fake about him.
But yeah.
Everything.
And then when you actually go and listen with any kind of criticality to his interviews and what he says, it's like, he just reminds me of being like 20, sitting around with my friends stoned and talking all this bullshit. Like, what if we're fucking, you know, just a brain in a jar and it's a simulation? It's like, it's just shitty fucking stoned conversation. That's what
he reminds me of Goofy from Donald Duck. He just comes out there like, he's just all lazy. His shirt's open, like he's kind of unkempt. It's like he's out there, but this is what we're doing, man. It's like so stupid.
You know, and his demographic is all the kids sitting around getting high right now anyway, so when he starts speaking, he's like, oh shit, man, I think like that too. It's like, you're right, because it's just garbage chat.
I think he's a top actor, to be honest. If you ever seen that speech of him where he's talking about AI and his grave concerns, I tried to warn them, but they wouldn't listen. Like, come on, man. He's an actor.
AI taking over the world and killing us all is such a fucking saga, man.
I mean, Don Pettit proves that you don't have to be a good actor to fill those people. You're just there. You show up and read the lines. That's all you gotta do.
Don Pettit's just a joke on us all. It's intentional, I think.
Yeah.
I specifically chose him for his inability, to put it politely.
Because the the more stupid things we believe, the better the lie is. The more convincing the lie, because the stupider our minds are to believe such a stupid thing. It's just they're rotting our brains. I mean, not ours, because we're not in that basket, but the general public. They're just rotting the brains of the general public. So just accepting all the stupid stuff.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about him conspiracy free at the moment, but do you think there could be anything to do with Van Braun's book having a guy called Elon lead the human race to Mars? Do you think there could be anything to that?
That's a coincidence? Come on, man. It's not a coincidence. That's 100% planned. In the book, he leads them to Mars. Like that's not a coincidence.
Yeah, it's no coincidence. How many people in your life have you met called Elon?
Yeah, 0.
None. I thought it was a product of something when I first heard of Elon.
None for me as well, you know. And then a guy called Elon, you know, gets to this position in life, you know, makes the company SpaceX, and then it's going to lead everyone at Mars. And that's in a book 60 years ago, written by the head of NASA. Okay, yeah. Just a coincidence.
Like, if you're a Glober and you do that, how do you dismiss it? How do you, like, rationalize it? Like, just...
Oh, it's a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Yeah. How happens.
All right, what about, and I'm going to be very careful, but this is related to the topic and we'll touch on it quick. What about the book that was written about Wuhan 2020? I won't say too much.
What was written?
I don't know about it.
In fact, forget it. Conversation for another day then.
Yeah, I mean, this is a subject. This is like a bad subject.
What was the most recent event? The Ohio train derailment, and then they had a movie on Netflix or something. Yeah, I didn't really look into it. Don't really care if I'm paying attention to the low-level stuff. But I saw it in passing. Yeah, it was. What's the word? I forget when they encode it in movies and all that. But they did that.
Predictive programming?
Yeah, predictive program. That's it.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in that. Like, I think it's easy to forget about that, especially when you talk to normies all day. We tend to talk about things from a really innocent perspective because we don't want to seem paranoid. But I think you've got to remember, like, all this stuff, you know, you have to keep this in your mind when you're talking about these subjects because it can kind of convince yourself out of these possibilities, you know. It's easy to be very innocent in your thinking because you want to be diplomatic, you know. I think the level we're at and the place where we're at, all the world's a stage, man. Can't forget that.
It's very difficult to explain predictive programming to anybody that's just not seeing it for themselves, you know. So it's like you want to just kind of... Oh, they've seen it, yeah, but they don't know they've seen it.
Yeah,
they've seen it, but they haven't seen it.
They haven't seen it.
Yeah. It's like, I like the analogy of the third eye. It's like, it's very apt. It's like the mind's eye. If your mind's eye is closed, then you will not see anything.
Yeah, like when the eyes are open, the eyes can see, but the mind is blind.
Well, you have sight and then you have vision. Two completely different things.
On the abstract level, yeah.
But you know, the people we're dealing with, they can't even see their own flaws, let alone seeing how things are working for real externally. And that is the big problem. They don't see their own flaws in how they think and rationalize and react to things. To ever say, oh, wait a fucking second, I seem to be in like some kind of hive mind here. Maybe I should not do that.
Yeah. It's like short-term gratification. You know, it gives them a lot of benefits short-term, I think. Ignorance is bliss.
It's not really, though. These people are constantly outraged and upset about something. What's bliss about that?
But I think the lack of understanding or overstanding, however you want to put it, it allows them to reset really quickly and forget about things. You know, things they haven't seen. You know, when you've seen something horrific or really like intense, you can't unsee it. I think if you've never seen anything, then you've got nothing to haunt you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
So I think in that sense, ignorance is bliss is kind of true. If everybody around you is in the same boat.
Yeah, we just compare it to animals who just operate on the base instincts, like they're just kind of just going through the motions. So in that sense, it's just whatever is in front of their face. It's just happiness. Like you put food in front of their face, they're just gonna eat it. It's like, okay, this is my existence, but I can't see outside myself.
Yeah, that was a good summation there, Flying. I often wonder if everybody is supposed to wake up. I don't think they are.
Yeah, I do wonder that as well. Like, is it like just not possible for some? But I don't know.
Well, I think about like GTA, right? And what if every NPC that's supposed to be an NPC is actually a sentient character, but then you just have GTA Online, which is a fucking shit show, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't, it loses all the immersion of the world and all the intended story that's trying to be told by the creator or whatever. And then I look at the world and wonder what would happen if everybody was woken up. Now, I don't think it would be a shit show like GTA Online.
Online, you still have those NPCs that like still.
Do we not need these kind of like mindless droids that just pull the levers and fill out the paperwork for anything to really function? You know what I mean? What would happen if we don't have any of them people?
I mean, yeah, I get it.
Everybody just wants to live in the woods and, you know, be with nature and be in tranquility, and I don't want to build societies and industry and all this. You know what I mean? So
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I mean, people have different passions. I think technology could be a passion of somebody that they could pursue.
Certainly, but you have to admit that some professions are completely mindless. Once you know how to do the job, you're just on autopilot, you know?
Yeah, of course. For that sort of paradigm that we're living in right now, like the big cities, like it's difficult to imagine those keeping up without people doing like ditch digging and all that. Because otherwise, like if you realize you don't have to do that, you wouldn't really do it.
Yeah, nobody would do that.
Unless it was like for the betterment of your own kind of tribe. You have your own neighborhood, and within your neighborhood, you do it for them, right? It's like for your family, you would dig a garden, like you would do that, but like not for somebody just in the street, a random person.
I wish I would do that, but I know I won't.
But again, it's not to say that we need the societies how we are. We need to be as built up as we are. we need to constantly pursue new technology and all that, you know. That's just like a paradigm now. It doesn't need to be how life is. Could quite well be just small communities all over the world of people that are awake to the truth and just want to kind of live in harmony and just do what you need to do to get by and just kind of enjoy existence with each other.
Yeah, but you can't help but ponder, and maybe there's another way that it could work. If you do maybe segregate people in tribes that care for each other, to do these things for each other, maybe it would be possible. I mean, tribes is a primal, primitive word, but it could mean something more advanced.
Is it though? Is it really that primitive?
I mean, whatever you say, that's what people assume that you mean, usually. Because let's say, like, all of us got together and made like a society, like a small society, an area where we build houses and all that. Like, wouldn't we care to take care of each other's kind of vicinity? Because we also live there. We maybe barter between each other. Like, I think we would care about the whole area. We would help out each other. Maybe I'm like too selfless. I'm like relating to myself. I don't know if everybody's like me, but yeah. Like if I go to fish and I have a surplus of fish, I'm not gonna like throw it out. I'm gonna find somebody to give it to, ideally. So if there's somebody there to give it to, then that would be great. And you set up that sort of an environment, then that's a great environment to be in, where you have a symbiotic relationship between people that live also their separate lives, but at the same time, they help each other. Not to be confused with socialism, where, you know, you have everybody is expected to be on the same playing field, you know. There's no competition, any of that, but like, yeah.
You just call it friendlyism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a good world to aim for, I think, Fly. And that's how I would go about living my existence. I would take care of my own first, and then whatever's excess, people need it, can have it.
Yeah, so like as it translates to from forest, you can go to something more advanced from there. I think it's like it doesn't have to be like just off the land and homestead type stuff. It could probably just be more advanced and still maintain that that cohesiveness of the unit.
My original point was just that I don't think we can have what we have right now in the Western developed world, like the magnitude of it.
Perhaps.
Without sleepers.
But a lot of what we do have is like kind of pointless. Like we have all these factories which like just kind of they're there just to sustain a certain thing, like a job that sustains another job. It's like,
yeah, and they're just producing fucking stupid, meaningless products. It's literally a product to waste money on, you know. because you're bored in life.
Yeah.
So the entire industry of that alone is just pointless, yeah.
Yeah, sorry to come in out of the blue. I had a phone call. I can't remember who I was talking to, but someone said something about tribalism. The only reason why I challenged that was because there was a study done, or some sort of study that I read about how men in general operate best in small groups, in small tribes, and very small villages. And there seems to be more cohesion in society when we are in tribes. But I don't know how you ended that discussion.
Yeah, we just went on that like it doesn't have to stop at something like a homestead, just a simple living situation where you just have a couple of homes. It could maybe work on a bigger scale, also, and retain that cohesive unit at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the bigger the city or the town, the less respectful the people are to each other.
Yeah, certainly. But maybe there's a way to just keep that somehow, to not happen that way.
I would agree with that. Generally what it's saying there, Root. The smaller scale people are more cohesive. It's specifically saying men there. And then it's got me thinking, I wanted to say that like a smaller group of men and women would be more cohesive, but then I kind of think of hypergamy with women and the kind of bias of one man kind of being the mate of the whole community.
I think polygamy has its place though. In certain communities.
I said hypergamy.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Well, I mean, I guess that's how it was wanted to be. The women are kind of designed to go that way and do them things. Polygamy, again, remind me, is that's multiple wives, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. There's quite a few cultures that you see it a lot in. And I mean, I've seen on interviews and stuff like that, really happy couples. It seems to work for some people.
But like, I'm not sure. I don't have enough experience with observing those sort of situations. Like, it could like seem just happiness for a fleeting moment, and maybe if you observe them for longer, like maybe it falls apart at some point. Like, I don't know. I'm just assuming it, but like, I would feel like it wouldn't work. Just from my personal experience with women, like, they just kind of really get jealous of another woman at some point. I don't know.
Yeah, that's always there. I think the ones I've seen, that jealousy is always there, but the male has to manage this very sensitively and has to have like a very fair routine. But yeah, I don't know. I've seen a few interviews, I've seen a few documentaries, and it seems to be big in some cultures. You know, and people seem really happy because these girls then have got little girlfriends they can chill with, and also the guy isn't going around sleeping with other women. So it kind of, if the woman has accepted that this man is going to cheat, or this man, you know, needs other women in his life, it's something that these women accept to a certain degree.
Yes, but also in those sort of relationships, you usually have one woman that's kind of taking the priority. Usually, like, there's going to be some unfair element to it, and the other woman
the main chick.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. Like, even if you're trying to treat them like equally, it's just gonna happen. Either it's gonna misinterpret it that way, but it's just gonna happen some way.
Yeah, one of them's gonna be better looking than the other, and then one of them's gonna piss you off more than the other. So you're gonna start having favorites.
But like, even if you don't, they're just gonna perceive it that way. Like, nobody is biased towards the good times. Everybody's biased towards the bad times as far as like what's highlighted in their mind. Like, they're gonna remember, like, oh, he's spending time with her. That's
yeah, right.
Remember, in these cultures, the women, they're not Western women, so it's difficult to compare. You know,
yeah,
Western women could definitely not sit in a group, you know, sharing one man. That would be a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, agreed.
But the women over in them cultures, they have a different view on what it is to be a woman and what they think their place in the world is and all that type of stuff. And hierarchical structures, how they regard men, you know.
Yeah, there was
I
this
would at
one
least
guy.
say that these women do recognize that the man is the provider, you know, which Western women...
Oh, yeah.
Western women recognize it, but they exploit it, and they don't give the credit due to the man, the respect.
Yeah, 100%, bro. But there's one guy who was in a polygamous relationship. He said you have to like approach everything very carefully. Like, even if he pours champagne, he found that if whoever he gave the first glass of champagne to, the other girls would get jealous of her. So he has to pour his champagne in a way that they take their own glasses at the same time. Like, and he says it's just weird, all the little things you have to take into account.
Pour it into a big bowl and slide it across the table, man.
Yeah. Things you wouldn't believe,
see that shit, like that tedious little fucking things like that constantly every day. That's not worth it, man.
Okay, you can do that with two glasses, but what do you do in the bedroom? Do you slice it in half at the same time? Like, what do you do?
You gotta be like, what's his name? Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen.
I don't know what that.
Yeah. You need some. You need a lot of stamina. I just put it that way, because you've got double the work every day or every couple of days or whatever. You literally would have to have sex every day of your life to keep them both happy.
I'm feeling that this is a perfect example of be careful what you wish for. Every man runs around like kind of like, oh, I wish I was surrounded by 10 fucking models and they all, you know, worshipped me. It's like, no, you fucking don't.
For me, like, the ideal is just one. That's what I like personally as well. Like, it just coincides that that's what they prefer as well in our culture. But I just like the personal relationship, the intimacy with one person. That's what I think.
Remember when we were originally talking, I was talking about people that are awake forming these small communities. So we're talking about people that recognize you don't be greedy in life, and that a deep connection with one other person is better than, you know, a bland connection with 10.
Yeah.
So even if there was this kind of the highest valued male in the community, he wouldn't act animalistically about all the other women desiring him. He would just pick one and be content with her and just refuse the advances of the other women. And the other women can cry about it, or they can pick from the other males. You know?
It makes sense, yeah. Although, I mean, if the men like do see it, that the woman craves the other man, there's going to be resentment from the man. So it does create some friction in the tribe.
Yeah, because my question was going to be: are we just being, are we just sticking with one spouse because that's because of jealousy and all these things? But if you could have, let's say, multiple wives without any jealousy and any repercussion, I'm sure most men would probably pick that. You know, is that one-on-one thing, is that special just because of the jealousy or because of the repercussions, or is that special? You know, I'm just saying because I feel like men are different to women in that respect.
For me, it's just the intimacy. But if I was like 15, I would pick like two. And if I was 15, immature, I would pick like two women in a second. Like at that time, I would have just picked two women. But right now, I have the perspective and understanding what it means to have the intimacy and just the connection, the strong connection between two.
Is that are you kind of appealing to like our desire for variety?
Yeah, like the men's desire to conquer and sort of, the detachment that a man can have.
Yeah, but again, that's operating from your base instincts, That kind of mindless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we are men, right?
Yeah.
So, like, let's say men are more hardwired to want to conquer and, sort of thing. Not saying that every man has to do that. I'm just saying, like, if there were, and we understand with sociability and being civil, we understand the repercussions of, adultery and things like that. But what I'm saying is, naturalistically, just as a man, would having two wives be appealing to a man more than a woman, for example, having two husbands? Or would you think there's no difference there? Or all the same?
No, of course there's a difference.
Yeah, there's a difference, yeah.
I
would agree with what Flying says, the younger and more immature you are, you probably desire more women. As you age, you'll probably desire less.
Yeah, because your flesh stops thinking for you as much. You start to level your mind more so, and you start to think more.
Yeah, but as the pussy gets old and dusty, you're still going to have the same desires, mate, And you might love your wife to bits, but you're still a man and you'll still be attracted to what you're attracted to.
True, but it's at that point when you get that connection, you're not just attracted to the flesh anymore. You're just attracted to the connection too. It's just like even hearing their voices just drives you crazy.
This always seems to be like the foundational roadblock to like spiritual enlightenment within communities. That there's always there is that requirement to breed with the best available women. So even if you're 40, 50, you want to make more children, you're gonna want to go with the younger ones in the community, the 20-year-olds, if it's about making new life. And then that just presents a whole host of social problems that we're discussing.
Well, I believe men are hardwired to find younger, more fertile women attractive in general. In the same way, women are built to find men who can protect and provide more attractive, right? That's just natural.
Yeah. But that holds us to this kind of animal world of the world, that we can't conquer that.
I don't think it's an animal world. I think it's like similar. I think it's similar fractally to God. Like the father is like the teacher and also the kind of the one that takes care of the family and also inspires the woman in a way to look up to him.
To lead? Yeah, because that conquering spirit that a man has, I think, plays out in the way a man is and the way that they move and the way that they act and the way that they present themselves and they interact with other men, etc. And I just think that even though you get feminine men and you get more masculine men, I feel like there's an underlying sort of driver that sort of, men need to or want to lead more. Where I feel like if you get a very feminine woman, she won't want to be with a man and lead, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think like eventually no woman really wants to take the wheel. They just kind of want the simple things like pick what we're gonna eat today. Like they always want you to think. Like they just want you to decide.
It's like the only time a woman will actually take the wheel is if a man is unable to or refuses. Pretty much.
Yeah.
She has to, right?
Yeah.
But if she has to do that, I argue that she'll probably start to resent you or look down on you.
Oh yeah,
she will. Yeah, definitely.
Good long-term strategy. No.
Women want you to decide everything, but eventually they'll complain that you don't give them any power in the relationship or something like that shit. It's like, you can have as much power as you want, but you fucking put everything on my shoulders. It's one of them things, like, you'll fucking never understand women because they're just insane like that.
No, I think it's rational. It's like you just kind of make them understand that they have a role as well. Like they have power over you in a way too. Like you do listen to their guidance in a way. Like they have consulting power that they give, and you're not gonna like just dismiss it. You're gonna listen to her. You're gonna take it into consideration because you respect them.
We are describing traits of an immature woman at the end of the day, though.
Oh yeah.
Or Western woman.
Yeah, so.
But I think it does fall.
Desirable women, maybe they are physically, but that's just temporary.
It does fall on the man to like teach that, to not be like that. So I think every woman who's like that, that's at the end of the day, that's the failure of some man that she became like that.
Yeah, but a woman that is about herself, she will have no problem partaking in making decisions about whatever with you, and she'll recognize that you have strengths for certain things and vice versa.
Yeah.
And that's the order,
Yeah, I think if we're all honest, I think the only thing for me personally that I want from my woman is just for her to be quite feminine and like a bit more agreeable than, let's say, my brothers or my friends. That's all I ask for, really.
Be in your corner, right?
I do actually. I do enjoy when she challenges me, but at the end of the day, I need that ability in myself to actually be able to show her that she's wrong if she's wrong about something. So I do appreciate that she doesn't just lay down and like agree to everything that I say, like without question.
Yeah, because you just go in circles, and I get, I don't know about you guys, but I get frustrated if you have to go over the same point again and again and again, and just because they're combative or they're just arguing a lot, I just feel like that's a sign that they're not on the same page with you, So I just think that's a sign that maybe that's not just them. That's a sign that there may be a problem between the two of you or something. So I don't know. I just feel like if she's agreeable, then it's a sign things are going well, But if she's not agreeable and arguing, then we've got some sort of problem somewhere.
I do think there's a spectrum of agreeable. It could be like more playful nature or just like inquisitive form of like just pushing back just to see like, oh, okay, what's the answer? I just want to know why you're doing this. Like not to oppose it, but just curious. Why is this the decision that you're making?
Yeah, but then obviously you go through it, you can demonstrate logically your point, and then basically they have to, you get to that point where they've got a choice. They can either agree with you because they now see your point, or they can start thinking up of other reasons why they don't have to or don't agree, I think if they start going that route, it's like for them, it doesn't matter what's true or not. They're just kind of challenging you,
Yeah, that's it. Exactly that. It doesn't matter what's true.
I think it does matter what's true at the end of the day. Like, there's something behind that. But if something doesn't matter, it's true. There's something behind it that does matter. Like, at the root of it, something is forcing them to say that. So, at the root of it, there's some reason for it.
Well, it's just what Root is describing as like ego wars, basically. But that he's not partaking in it. He's trying to resolve it, but she just wants to keep it going, essentially. And this is what we deal with the Globers every day. We're just fighting their ego. We're not engaging with their rational mind in any way because we're not getting through to them. We're just engaging with their ego, their identity, how they label themselves, how they want to see themselves in the world, what tribe they want to be a part of. That's what we're fighting most of the time. Haven't even gotten to the constructive part of the conversation.
Just don't want to hear it from you.
It's like basically as if they're your children, but they don't want to listen to you because they're not your children. So they're going to just dismiss you.
Yeah, I don't want to look at a fucking woman that looks at me like a fucking father, though.
I mean, I don't want a woman, like, all she sees me as is, like, a father figure. That would be awful. Like, that's the only reason she likes me. That would be awful.
But not like some weird fucking daddy issues thing. Like, no, I'm just mean, like, she's so incompetent, she needs a parent still in her life.
Well, there's a lot of that. A lot of women that grow up without a father, and they're just sort of looking for a replacement for a father.
Yeah, and in that dynamic, they get lazy, you know, like a kid whose parent, like, when you live at home, you're very lazy and you expect your mom and dad to clean up after you and shit. And I think spiritually and mentally, if they see you as a father figure, they don't take accountability. And I just think that's not a good dynamic to be in, because then you're going to be telling off your partner. You know?
Yeah, and there's this just kind of automatic kind of tension and rejection when it comes to a parent and a child dynamic, you know?
Yeah.
The only way to have a parent-child dynamic with someone who's not actually your parent or child is to be in some kind of immature state of mind still in life. And when you're in that immature level, you want to just fight your parents constantly and reject what they're trying to say, even if you know they're 100% right.
Yeah. Because you just want to be independent, like rebellious. Like,
it's just that fucking teenage angst bullshit, you know, but they're 30-year-old.
Doing TikTok videos to music.
Lol.
I swear to God, man, like, I hope I never get split up with my wife or get divorced or whatever, because some of the women that I can see online and on TikTok are literally like teenagers at 35, man.
Oh, yeah, bro. And not to mention how unvirtuous they are.
But when they do say there's plenty of fish in the sea, that's true. Like, you can find sensible women out there.
Yeah, definitely. I think you naturally will find them, seek them out yourself, if you're for real.
Yeah.
I'm actually a bit extreme because I've put it to myself that I never want to see a woman I'm with twerk. Because for some reason seeing twerking makes me think of a gorilla. And I never want to be like, oh, okay, I'm with a fucking gorilla.
But be careful, bro. You don't want a girl who can't twerk.
Yeah, you kind of... Damned if you do, damned if you don't, eh?
Just saying, you need some ass.
Oh, I never said I don't want her to have some ass.
Yeah, but, I know.
I can get a good idea of what she can do with it without doing it, you know? And I can enjoy it in plenty of other ways. Just for the love of God, don't fucking do it that way.
As once quoted by Ludacris, you want a lady in the streets but a freak in the sheets.
That's a good combination, yeah.
You guys are clowns.
Yeah.
You love it.
Good combo. So how many of you guys have partners that are flat earthers?
My girl is a flat earther, so,
I'm not in any kind of thing right now. My last partner she was open to it, but not interested. I said I'm not in any type of thing right now.
Oh, okay.
But my last partner, she was open to it, but not really interested, Entertained it, listened to it, did see the sense in it, but didn't take her own interest and go and research things by herself.
Is that why she's the last partner and not the present?
It's a good chunk of it, actually.
I was going to say, part of it.
I said I don't need to be with someone that's as passionate about all this stuff as I am. But, you at least take it serious a little bit.
Yeah, it goes a long way.
Show good interest, it's your world as well. It's where you're going to bring your children into, our children, whatever, You should care a bit. Need to see a bit of that.
Yeah.
My partner's the same, to be honest. She believes it when, let's say, I'm talking about it. She'll agree, she'll believe. But I think if I bring up really technical things, or if I bring up little sort of side things to do with flat Earth, it kind of boggles her brain a bit. So I can tell she's not quite there. She doesn't believe the flat Earth in her soul, but I think she doesn't care enough to argue with me, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Which for me is fine, because I've always said I don't need my partner, my missus or whatever, to talk to me about philosophy, politics, or anything like that. I've got my dad, I've got my brother, and I've got a friend for that. So, I speak quite logically. So I'd rather have them conversation with my boys, if you know what I mean, rather than my partner.
Well, I'll give you an example here. We were together for a few years, and it was through 2020. And I was, of course, deep dived into everything that was going on and knew what was going on immediately. And then, of course, the jabs came along. And I just couldn't stop thinking to myself, if we had children right now, and they were all 3-4 year old, the government's starting to get pushy about trying to, with your children. And you're showing no interest to this stuff, I'm going to be fighting you on this, and it's not something I would want to be fighting you on. And so is that going to be the future of us? You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%.
It's like, this is a really important thing. And if that hypothetical was actually the real situation going on, you'd need to be paying attention.
Yeah, because it's not just flat Earth. It goes into many other things. It goes as a line into many sections.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just diet alone. You can sit and argue about what you feed your kids if you're not on the same page.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just that's a whole nother thing as well. And
which is why
if they're arguing with you on what to feed the children, they're probably not feeding themselves right, and taking good care of themselves.
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying I'm no poster boy for perfect health. I've got some bad habits and stuff, but I just do research and do try to change things slowly in a better direction.
That's a perfect way of putting it, because that's what most people do. Especially as they get older with their diet, just slowly make changes that improve themselves. Doesn't happen overnight normally.
Yeah, it's usually after a health scare, I've noticed.
Yep.
But I think this is why it's so important, like, to recognize who is, like, if you're interested in a topic and you've done your research, then your partner should really sort of step aside and let you lead on that. And if you've got a certain lifestyle, then you kind of have a responsibility to be able to explain it to her and have your reasoning for stuff, and then she should let you lead, If she's not interested in the subject and she still wants to argue with you based on the news or something else, then maybe she just doesn't listen to you,
That's why I kind of prioritize loyalty over love. Because as long as you're in my corner, as long as you trust me, and you're willing to follow, if you're unsure about something, as you're saying, if you're unsure about something and you're willing to follow me on it, because I'm more sure about it, then that's good for me. But you can imagine with a woman that's not completely loyal to you and doesn't quite trust what you're about, and she has all her kind of normie friends yapping in her ear, or her family or whatever. And again, going back to the 2020 thing, every other fucking idiot was saying, "Oh, just fucking go and get the thing," better safe than sorry, and all this nonsense. You constantly got them influences, so yeah, your partner needs to be sure in you, need to show that loyalty. That's important for me.
Yeah. I think you need a good relationship with her parents as well. I think that goes a long way.
Oh, always, it's family.
Like, if you can influence her mom or her dad, then I think you can kind of influence her a bit better.
Yeah, that was never going to happen in my case. Her mom was very hard-headed.
I feel real because my girl, like, she gets it. She even during that time, the 2020 time, like, when they made her take the thing in the arm, like, not made her, but like told her that she have to do it, otherwise, like, you can't be in this school. She quit the school. She was like, "I'm not doing it." So she gets it. I'm so glad about it, and I feel so good. It's like so blessed.
Legend.
Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah. She can make a stand.
My wife actually got fired as a teacher. I laugh about it.
Did you say your wife's systems?
Sorry?
Who got fired as a teacher?
My wife, yeah.
Your wife, yeah.
As a public school teacher, yeah. It's actually pretty funny. Actually, normally when I talk about it, I tell her she's been terminated for misconduct, because that's the technical. And it's like, I laugh about it. It's pretty funny. I find it funny. She finds it funny now, but at the time it wasn't really all that funny. But who do you know who actually has gotten fired for misconduct?
Is she working as a teacher now? Again?
Yeah, she got her job back. She's only doing 1 day a week though.
Oh, she got a job back with the same school.
Yeah, the government let up and they let her back. And she decided, yeah, I can do 1 day. But you know what happened out of it? She's now homeschooling 4 days a week. She homeschools our kids, so yeah, pretty cool.
Oh, that is really cool, mate. Yeah, really cool.
Blessing in disguise, eh?
We're forced into a situation that we feel is the best anyway, so yeah, pretty cool.
I'm going to bail out, guys. It was good chatting. Have a good day.
Oh, good day, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Have fun.
I like this. Like, we had this conversation, but somehow we were able to tie it into flat earth at the same time.
Yeah. Well, my wife was a flat earther because of the whole stuff that was going on as well, which is cool.
Yeah, systems. You tied that in really well. Sorry, mate. Go ahead.
That's fine. I said that was like a big eye opener for people. A lot of people woke up during that time in some capacity, at least.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I call those baby truthers because those guys, they, from my experience, they're like one topic, sort of. They're awake to one topic, but like they're not ready to take the next step, and they're kind of stuck around this subject.
Well, yeah, there's a larva stage, so to speak. So I was in that stage myself at some point. So there's going to be progress, I believe.
I hope so. I
would say that's a fair generalization, but in my wife's instance, I would say it's not really the case because she's, always the 9/11 stuff was what, she used to get me into that. Yeah, so
she already had it in her then, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's interesting. It's interesting stuff, like how it changes like that.
Don't know about you guys, but I noticed a lot of the people who woke up to that moved into the Q stuff, and that's where I've got that negative sort of attachment to the new baby truthers, because a lot of them are talking about child trafficking and Joe Biden and Trump and Nasera Jassera and all this stuff that is really speculative.
Well, the first thing is not. I mean, the first thing is definitely happening. Like the first thing, and it's not something that we probably should ignore too much. Like, it's something that's worth speculating about. Also, like, because if it is happening, that like you don't want that to be just a speculation. Like, you want to take care of that.
You're talking about the 2020 thing, right?
No, like the first thing you mentioned, the child trafficking stuff.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, I know, but it seems to be connected to other ideas that sort of lead back to like white hats and savior of mankind, and it even goes as deep as aliens and the Galactic Federation of Light and Saint Germain and reincarnate, all this stuff, and it just seems to be sweeping a lot of people up, And I'm only probably concerned about it because I think my dad has got caught up in it a little bit, and it's highly annoying.
Would you say it's fair that Flat Earth is normally not the first sort of conspiracy truther thing that most people come across? I think that would be a fair statement.
Definitely, yeah.
100%, yeah.
I find it funny if you think about all the conspiracies that you're quote unquote into, that you subscribe to, and you've given enough time to think about and talk about to your friends and whatnot. Flat Earth is the only one that has the concrete evidence where you can say, others have evidence, right? But it's still very speculative and, you can't really test it for yourself and stuff. Like, it's like a video you have to watch or something like that, whereas Flat Earth is something you can go out there and you can test for yourself. You experience it every day.
Yeah, I think I do. I think that the evidence that Flat Earth has, there's also that level of evidence in the medical industry. There's also that level of evidence in the banking industry, and there's also
correct.
But there's also that level of evidence in history. Right. Primary sources in history don't match up with the story we've been given and the timelines. So I think, if I was one of those conspiracy theorists, yes, but I'm really about evidence, and I think there is that level on a few subjects, quite a few subjects.
Yeah, I would say that's true. Just Flat Earth is unique in the sense that you can. I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, there's the whole. Like, all you have to do is go to the shops and read the back of a packet to figure out they're trying to poison everyone. But like, who's they and all that sort of thing. Like, what's the long-term agenda? That's all speculation. But you can see that they're blatantly trying to poison people. or at least don't give a shit, and they're just purposefully just putting it out there for profit, like at the very what best case scenario.
Yeah,
but Earth is pretty unique.
Yeah, and I have no problem with speculation. I only have problem when people start saying, right, this is what's going to happen. Someone's going to save us, and all we have to do is wait, and don't worry. It just reminds me of that age-old trick of control. And it just stops people from thinking for themselves, you know? The people who are into these subjects are no closer to doing any like research themselves and proving things to themselves. And I think that's why Flat Earth is so different, because the Flat Earthers, they're focused and fixated on being able to prove things, you know? And I think that's the difference to me between Flat Earth and all the other subjects. It's the community. The community is amazing, man. Like, unbelievable.
Because this is the one that kind of makes you get the whole picture. Because you can have bits and pieces, and you still like not put together quite as a person from it as well. Because like you don't really get how it works. You too much speculation at that point, and you're hoping for things like, as you said, like a savior will come and drain the swamp. Like somebody out there will put Hillary in jail and all that, like stupidity.
Yeah, mass arrest. All these ideas they are true conspiracy theories. You know, they're not actual. There's no evidence. As soon as you get evidence behind something, and there's enough evidence to break the original narrative, then what you've got is no longer a conspiracy. It's like a debate, or it's an open discussion. You know, I think a conspiracy theory is just pure speculation, and I think that's not good for us.
It's also like premonitions, like prophecies.
Yep, stuff like that. Stuff like that really fucks us over, man. And I don't mean to knock religion either, but religion has been hijacked to do it as well.
I don't know if it messes us over, because like the people that don't believe in these things, like they think this about us anyway. Like they think we're all loons that believe in these things and don't in that sort of way. So it doesn't change that much, I think.
It's scary. They think we're the conspiracy theorists, when in reality, you know, we don't like conspiracy theories as flat earthers. We don't even want to talk about them because it discredits you.
I don't know if that's true. I mean, I really disagree with that. I feel like we like to talk about them a lot.
We do, but I mean, for example, in here, you can't speculate too much, and this is how the flat Earth community represents itself.
As far as like when before open eyes of others, it's like, okay, let's play the part of put the suit on. Let's be civil here.
That's it. If you're speculating, it's not considered civil, is it?
I would say that's the culture here, but flat earthers in general, as a large group, is definitely not the case. Which I think this place is good because it's trying to fix that in a sense.
That's also the environment. This place is like conducive for that sort of thing, because we're teaching new people. We need that. Like that's the requirement that we actually need. We can't fill their heads with speculations too much. We have to stand on concrete things.
But this is rubbed off onto the community, and every time I hear a debate or every time I hear a new flat earther pop up, it's almost like they know the score, they know the rules, they know how we do shit. You know, obviously you get people pop up who do speculate and do go down the garden path, but in general it's like an unspoken rule amongst the good flat earthers, and I just think there's no other community in the conspiracy pool that has this level of accountability. You know, that makes me proud, to be honest, to be able to say, right, yeah, flat earther, you know.
Yeah.
I'll invite somebody here if they disagree, and let them feed them to the wolves.
You have that confidence that, like, if you send somebody here, it's like placing a piece of meat in the aquarium with piranhas. Like, they're gonna get devoured if they say some stupid stuff.
Yep. And if it wasn't for this place, I wouldn't have confidence to call myself a flat earther. So, to me, it's the standard that needs to be held.
Especially guys like Jedi and Mayhem. Like, when I listen to them, it's like a black belt with 3 notches. Like, it's like, what the hell? Like, they're just running circles around these clowns. Like, it's admirable, actually.
Yeah, the way they do it is impressive. It's almost like Flat Earth has become less about Flat Earth and more about being able to think logically and independently, and that's beautiful.
Yeah, because we have that solid foundation. You have the solid foundation, and you can make solid thoughts thereon.
Yep. Give you a foundation of truth to build from. And I love how every good flat earther will say, don't believe anything I say. Please don't believe anything I say. Go and check it out for yourself. Can you prove that?
We want them to realize it for themselves. Like, think for yourself. Please do. Please think about it more. Don't just assume.
Yeah, right. Super genuine. It's like the only serious conspiracy theory. Everything else is a game.
Well, only a part of it's really a conspiracy. The hiding of it and whatnot. The part where you can go out and measure it for yourself, it's not.
Yeah,
not a theory.
Yeah.
I mean, once you realize that it's very malicious in the way that it's hidden, that the school curriculum teaches the opposite of it. Like, it's obvious that it's not even a theory, that there's a conspiracy here.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Just got to make the call, guys. Back in a bit.
No worries.
What are you doing? We're going to go back home.
What's up, Bloodsticker?
So, sorry about that. Didn't realise I was unmuted as I come in.
Oh, good, Blood. How you doing?
Very well, thank you.
What's new?
Nothing new under the sun.
At first I thought you were talking to him in like British slang, but then I noticed his name is Blood.
Yeah, I'm British.
Like British like to say, like, at the end of their sentences, blood, sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it wasn't that. It's Bloodsticker, but for another reason. Oh, I'll get up. See you in a bit.
So you don't have any roles, Blood, besides PC? As in, you don't. It doesn't say whether or not you're a glober or flat earther or on the fence.
Oh yeah, I'm neither. Yeah, I'm neither.
You're neither.
Oh, I don't know what this place is, mate. No.
So you don't think it's a globe, at least?
A globe? No, it's scientifically impossible, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, if it's scientifically impossible, then it shouldn't be an opinion.
I hear what you're saying, and at first I was I wanted the role on the fence or globe skeptic, but if you were to tell people you don't believe it's a globe, then they're going to label you as a flat earther anyway. So, in my opinion, you might as well wear it.
That's not flat. How can they label me something that I don't believe in?
So what is it then?
Sorry?
What is it then?
I haven't a clue. The furthest I've flown across to Australia from the UK. That's about the furthest I've been. So I've not been across the earth to know the full dimensions.
Yeah.
But I can only go with what I can test and demonstrate for myself. I know the surface of liquid water at rest will form a horizontal plane of reference. I know about finding levels, horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know the full dimensions of the Earth. I've never been. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. I've got ideas or whatever, but I keep them out of discussions.
Well, speculation Sunday. Still Sunday for about another couple hours. So.
It's Monday for me, mate. It's 12 noon Monday.
Yeah, for me it's 2 p.m. Monday.
It's got to be Sunday somewhere in the world for another hour or two. And now's your chance. No one's here anyway.
What?
Is there an ice wall?
A circle. Not in my opinion, no. No proof for domes, ice walls, anything like that. I think the AE Gleason maps are false. I don't believe you could stand in one place and everywhere in every direction would be south. I think that's ridiculous. So yeah, I don't. What can I say? I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a globe earther. No.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Not trying to hold you to anything, just trying to pick your brain a little bit because it's not a position most people take. So appreciate your honesty.
I cannot defend the flat earth whatsoever. In my opinion.
Why wouldn't every direction away from north be south? Like if we do have
the place on Earth, and if you follow or believe you live on the Gleasons or whatever map, north being the centre, if you were stood in the centre, every direction would be south.
Yeah.
Seems ridiculous to me. North to south, east to west, they're not straight lines.
Yeah, of course, but like we're not nobody's saying that east and west aren't like east and west. Nobody's saying east and west is south. Like even on the Gleason map, which I don't believe is real either, but I haven't heard of a flat earther say that like there's no east and west.
Well, can you go west and end up east?
Yeah, of course, because you just go in a circle.
Not in my opinion.
No, you're not going east. You're going easterly.
Yeah, see, straight lines again for me. North to south, east to west. If I keep going east, where am I going to end up?
You're going to end up south. If you keep going east, if you have a compass, you point it north.
East.
But I'm only going east. If I keep going east, if I'm in the centre, and I just go east.
So we're going to describe what you mean by going east. So if you have a compass and you point it north, and then you figure out where east is, and then you walk in a straight line.
Yep.
Then you're going to deviate from going east.
Why? I'm going in a straight line east.
Yeah, exactly. Because
if you keep going east,
I'm using the Gleason's map as the idea that we're talking about. So
just use a compass. Also, like if you use a compass, if you go in a straight line east, it's gonna keep turning. Because you have to correct for east, then you have to turn towards east.
I haven't done it myself. Have you done that?
When I flew from Australia from the UK, I had a compass on me, and when you're flying in that direction, then the north should change. Your compass should kind of turn a bit, but it didn't. It's not. North was that direction. So, in my opinion, the circular maps are nonsense. That's just my opinion.
Well, also, like, you can't really tell what exactly is the path that the plane is taking.
Can you prove an aeroplane flying over the... oh, for fuck's sake, lose my words.
You can see the landmass, I guess.
State line.
You recognize the land.
State line. Can you prove a plane flying across the international date line?
The what?
International Dateline.
I don't know what that is.
So, could you fly from Australia to America east? Could you fly from Australia east and end up in America?
Why not?
I don't think you can. I've not seen any proof for that, in my opinion.
Actually, I haven't looked into it, but I assume that you can.
Yeah, I have.
I haven't heard that people would bring that up. Pretty sure people would bring that up. Like Globers would bring that up.
Well, your globe sits together somewhere, isn't it? I mean,
it would be the same on the globe. Like as far as Australia and America, it would be also like you're going east and you can find Australia if you're dipping a bit, right? Southeast.
I've never found proof you could fly east from Australia and end up in America or end up anywhere past wherever. Can't go that way past the international dateline, in my opinion.
Either way, if you're going to have a flight path, it's not going to be proof in that sense as well.
Sorry, say that again.
Like if you have a flight path, you're also not going to have proof in the sense that if you don't trust the map, you might as well not trust the flight path as well.
Yeah, it's very true.
I guess the hard part there is the flight path you're on has to be projected on a man-made map. Like you have to trust that map, I guess.
Yeah, so my flight when I was going to Australia, they give you a nice little TV. Every seat's got a TV, and every now and then they show you this big ball and where you're flying. And there was a few anomalies from my own travels. I had a compass, and this, that, and the other, and there's a few things that were a bit off.
Yeah, in my experience, that's highly inaccurate. Like, I've been on the plane and then you'll get to your destination and it still thinks you're somewhere else and you're traveling at 800 kilometers an hour or whatever the speed may be, which I found really bizarre. It's happened to me a couple of times, and I've only gone from Sydney to New Zealand, so it's only 3 hours, so that's not much. But I've done that trip a fair bit of times. It's normally that, it's because I leave that on because I find it interesting. Yeah, found a lot of anomalies there.
I've found any long distance flights I've been on nighttime, I've had to have the windows closed. I like to do time lapses out of playing windows for everywhere I go.
That'd be
I had
cool.
a few problems when I went to Australia. They didn't want me to have my windows open. You have to have your windows closed for these really long flights. It was really strange, but I managed to get a camera in it was an emergency door that had a little round circular window and you could close it. It had a little thing on it you could close. So I put a time-lapse camera in that window and then closed it and then looked back on that and the certain places where we're supposed to be I was flying over. I wasn't. I was flying over mountains and stuff. It was quite strange.
Yeah. There's that bullshit, I hate that. That's terrible.
Yeah. So I can't. It's not a globe, and I can't defend flat Earth. No. Level is horizontal, provably. There you go.
No, so you've made some interesting observations there. At least that's really cool. I like that you've been able to do that and show that to yourself.
Yes, mate. Yeah.
We definitely have to probably agree that anything as far as the compass is concerned on the whole scale of the Earth can't really be proved by us. So we can't assume too much there.
Are you saying that when it's pointing north, you don't even know if it's pointing north? Is that what you're saying?
We do know that, but we don't have a tangible north as far as nobody really been there. So in relation to the rest of the plane, we can't really tell what east would be there and west.
It's an interesting point.
But still, the presupposed motto, which really we don't believe in the motto really. So the flatness of the surface that you do see, like that's still flat, doesn't change how the compass works. So, like, if you do identify as a flat earther, you still adhere to that law that whatever you do see is flat at this time. So,
yeah, I mean, looking at the Gleason's map, I would say it's purely speculation as well, obviously, but it's more accurate than a globe map would be, especially as an Australian with a compass that points north on the bottom of the ball. It just seems ridiculous.
Has anyone here looked into the Diomede Islands? Small and large Diomedes. The sun,
no idea what that is.
For each island, times and things like that. Anyone done any research into that? No?
I have no idea what that is.
Great. Either side of the IDLs, international day lines. Alright, no worries.
No, man.
Cool.
Do share then.
I barely heard that. It just screeched in my ear. Sorry, what was that?
Oh, I just said do share. Is there something interesting about it? Those islands?
Yeah, it's just the sunrises for each island. They're only so far apart, yet the sunrises can be hours apart. It's quite strange. There's a few anomalies there to look at.
Yeah, I have heard about that, actually. FPV Angel talks about it.
He does, yeah. I'm on conscience.
You'll need to explain that a little bit more for the slower people in the class, not naming any names. What does that mean? What's the observation being made there? You said that there's...
I want Bloodsticker to go into it because he's clearly done research onto it, but just to give you sort of heads up, that international date line that you see running down the so-called globe, there's a lot of anomalies with flight times, sunrises, sunsets.
Yeah.
Everything doesn't seem to match up than what is sort of registered on the on the internet and stuff like that. But go into it, Blood, because I don't know much about it.
Not too much. I was just intrigued to see if anyone else had looked into any of it. That was all.
I enjoy the British guy calling him Blood.
All right, Flat Day.
Hey, what up, bro?
All good in the hood, bro.
How's everything with you?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. We were just talking about the international date lines and all the anomalies around it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I don't trust anything they say or do.
The flat map or the globe? I mean, both of them are probably both the same, but like the conventional, the horizontal one, or the one that's blown up with the north hemisphere, or the one that has the smaller northern hemisphere.
You're asking what?
I'm asking which map, with the blown up northern hemisphere or with the smaller northern hemisphere?
What about the timeline?
I mean, as relating to what we're talking about as far as the date line.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm only coming in the conversation. I don't really know what you guys are talking about.
No, I'm asking them.
Oh, okay, my bad.
They said like a map. So which map?
Yeah, I don't know. I keep going quiet because I want Bloods Thicker to talk because he brought it up. But if you just Google the international dateline, I think they are just using the traditional globe like map.
So that's the indicator of like okay. So that's okay. This is basically where the time zones will go wonky.
Yeah, you can put them on different maps, but yeah, it's set up like every time I've seen it, it's set up like the positioning of a globe rather than a.
That's for the
missile map. Yeah, it's for the globe, but that's what I mean. This is another proof that the globe is broken because that line, that date line there that you'll see if you go to Google Images, is not sort of where the sun sets and rises. Is not in line with that. I mean, there's like. Apparently between like I think it was Canada and sort of the tip of Russia, there's like 4 hours difference in what we should be seeing in the sunrises. Like it's way out.
Oh yeah, because they stretched out the northern part and just scattered the time zones. Scattered the time zones between the bigger lands, so they like can give 3 hours to Alaska. I think I'm understanding that correctly.
We have a Fresco in here. How you doing, Fresco?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, thank you. What's new? What brings you back?
Nothing's new. I don't know. I was just bored, so I joined.
You're bored, so you thought, what are these weirdos talking about now?
Yeah, literally. No.
Oh, it's like last time I was in here, we had a good conversation. I might go back in there.
Well, I don't know. I feel like it's very hard to have an equal conversation when everyone is a flat earther and you're the one person that's not.
I mean, we can still have a conversation,
but it's not really one-sided. I mean, it's not equal. I mean, like,
I'm not just a flat earther. I'm a born again flat earther.
Huh?
Whoa. I'm a born again flat earther.
What?
He said he is a born again flat earther.
Yeah, born again flat earther, 1491er.
Okay.
It's like people say they're a born again Christian and stuff like that. Comprende?
Yes. Is Big Root? Does he believe in the flat Earth?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he can pretend for you if you like, if you want a friend.
So there's no one here
Have you got any friends that you want to bring along? More than one? Or do you just like...
Well, it's quite late here. So, I mean...
Whereabouts are you?
In New Zealand.
Oh, New Zealand. You're my neighbor.
Mama, don't let your baby.
You're roboting hardcore. Actually, kind of were having like a conversation before I came in, so like you kind of broke up the conversation, so it's your fault.
What was the conversation?
About nothing very significant, really. So I'm just gonna. You want to explain to us? So there's a gap of 3 hours, but Russia and Alaska, even though they're close by?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
I haven't heard about that or looked into it, so I don't know.
So what's the claim? What's the eastern side of Russia is so close to Alaska, but the sunsets are completely, or the sunset is like completely different, like times apart. Is that what's being said?
It's almost like they're different sides of the map.
Okay.
No, they're like on the same side, like as far as the east side of Russia. And Alaska is like right beside each other. So it should be like seamless. It should be 1 hour difference, but it's like jumps 3 hours instead.
Does the Gleason's map match it better or not?
Yes, it does. It's smaller, so they don't have to account for a stretched land beforehand. So that's why the rest of the lands match. But as soon as it comes to Russia and Alaska, that's where the difference shows.
On the globe, like projection.
Yeah.
Interesting. To check that out.
There is a video about it on the time zones section. I think there's a French guy explaining it from Taboo Conspiracy.
Blood's posted one as well, but yeah, I'll save it in my YouTube to look at later.
So Fresco, like how convinced you are in the globe right now? Is it 100%?
100%.
Yeah, so like what are you like doing here if you're 100% committed to the globe? Why are you here with these stupid flat earthers who believe that are stupid?
I just like to listen to what you guys are saying.
But why though? Like just is not a reason. There's a reason behind it.
It's interesting.
Why is it interesting? It's also not a reason.
Because I never hear anyone with your perspective.
Is it
I
like
don't know any flat earthers in my life.
Is it like when you're driving down the road and there's a crash on the side, you have to slow down and look at it? Is that what it's like?
Yeah.
Take pictures. Point.
I'm trying to remember your argument last time. That was I talked about maybe a week or two ago. Trying to remember what you were.
About the moon.
Yeah, we talked about the moon a fair bit, but I don't know if that was your original point.
What was my original point?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to remember. You said that no.
I don't know what it was.
You said that no flat earther has a good explanation.
Yeah, for the moon thing. No one has a good explanation for that.
Yeah, I've never been here and heard.
What moon thing?
So what's the argument of the moon? Explanation for what? Something in the sky? Why do we need an explanation?
No, I just said if the earth was flat, the moon would start from being small to big when it's above us, and then back to small as it moves along a flat plane. But it doesn't. It stays the same size because the earth is a curve. So it
Why do you assume it stays the same size if it doesn't?
It does stay the same size.
We've never seen the moon
in one night. In one night, you see it from, like, obviously, as it's circling the Earth, it changes distance, but each circle is about the same. So,
have you never seen the moon on the horizon? Just above the horizon. It's literally twice the size of the moon in the sky above you.
When it's right above you, it's the same size as when it's on the right of you or the left.
You'll see what happens to the things in the sky when it's above the horizon, no?
What?
You're not seeing what happens to the moon when it's just above the horizon? You've never seen pictures of it being so large, no?
That's different. That's like that.
So it appears large. It does appear larger and smaller at times of the day.
No, I'm not saying. Those instances are rare. I'm just saying every single night it should do this if the Earth was flat. Every single night it should start from being small to become bigger and then back to small. That should happen every night if it was flat.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just trying to see if you've seen what happens to things as it comes off the horizon, like especially the moon. I'm surprised you've never seen that, looking twice the size as it is when it's above you.
And there's lots of times where the moon looks bigger and smaller. But I'm just saying, if the Earth was flat, it should do that.
No, it shouldn't, because you're assuming what it should do. You don't know what it is. Why are you assuming what it should do?
If it was flat, it would do that.
You don't know what it does, though. You don't know what there involves about it. You're just assuming. You're just placing the moon from your story into this story, which is not a story.
Okay.
That's all you're doing. So, you don't know anything about the moon, really, unless you believe in the accounts of other men, which, you're welcome to do, but you don't know yourself.
Yeah, I've done that for 30 odd years of my life. Just believed anything. Crazy times. But we do not know a lot about any of the luminaries in the sky, never mind the moon. A lot of people still believe it's a giant rock falling, getting further away, 5 centimeters each year.
Yeah, Fresco does.
Crazy time.
How do you go from looking up at the sky and just thinking, oh, that's a rock, dude? In the sky, there's a rock. That's asinine. That's insane, psychotic, I would even say.
Yes.
It's the third cracked rock from Sunset Strip.
But I can relate. I used to believe in the same thing. I used to be the guy then. I was the Globey. So I used to look up at the... Oh, that's a rock in the sky, dude.
I was a massive fan and everything. Loved it all. Believed we were going, space, blah, blah, blah. Oh my gosh. What a farce.
Speaking of the moon, I heard all the Globers like that book, The New Moon and Twilight.
Yeah, give the chat. Hi.
What's up?
What's happening?
Just chilling, I guess. I'm kind of tired. I haven't slept too much, so my energy is fleeting. When it's nighttime on my end, that's when all the Globers like going like one by one.
That's right.
One after another. Yeah, like tonight it was like all the time.
Anyone ever heard of the...
Okay, somebody speak. Two of you wanted to speak. One of...
Go ahead, bro.
You can speak. I mean, I wasn't speaking. I was just mediating. I was saying like one of you wanted to speak, I thought.
Hey, I thought you were vegetarian. Now you're talking about the meat you eating?
Since when did you think I was vegetarian? You just made it up for the joke, man. You can't force a punchline.
Yeah, force the punchline, bro.
I call that outreach from where I come from.
What do you call what does a pirate do at a Jewish funeral?
Please tell me.
He's sitting shiva. Shiva me timbers.
I don't get it. Like,
no, sitting shiva? They sit shiva, you know?
No, I don't know what it is. What is that?
Oh, at a Jewish funeral for a week, it's called sitting shiva.
Oh, okay.
But a pirate would be sitting shiva me timbers.
Makes sense. I don't know the Jewish lore that much, so things go over my head relating to them.
Bro, you better go out and pop a dreidel then, homie. You know what I mean?
I don't know even what that would entail, but...
Copping a dreidel? Go out to the Jewish ghetto and try to cop a dreidel for $20.
I mean, we don't really have those over here, I think, in Europe, in my country. Unless we do. I mean, I might not know.
Dude, it's so foggy right here, we couldn't even see in front of us. Like, probably 10 feet. That's it.
What is 10 feet?
It's just so foggy right here where we're at.
Oh.
Southern California.
I mean, you should be able to see across the whole of Earth at all times. So.
Oh, I know. I know, especially from SoCal. Well, I have seen the Black Swan once or twice or a million times. Every day I pass by it. Every day since I was a little kid, I passed by it.
And you see the both platforms?
Yeah. Unless it's like unless the fog's like really, really bad. But that's pretty much you can see it all the time.
Oh, man, yeah. Refraction, dude. All the time, refraction.
Oh, yeah, all the time, yeah. Atmospheric inclusion and diffraction and yeah. The second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth law of thermodynamics, and don't forget the double-blind slit, Fulcrum's pendulum Cavendish experiment.
That, of course, relates to that. Of course.
Yeah, we got satellites and theodolites up in this bitch. You know what I mean?
We should tell our hunters at the casino. They were offshore casinos out there.
Fresco had to deafen herself. She couldn't take it. Just like too much brain blowing is going on right now. It's just like I can't deal with it. I'm gonna become a flat earther if I keep listening to this. I can't. I have to escape.
She already is a flat
for a couple hours the other week. She didn't concede a single point. She's very stubborn.
It doesn't seem like she even wants to like argue about it. Just like throwing things out and like, oh, I'm right.
Oh,
I think, therefore, I'm right.
You know, contrary to popular belief, bringing up flat Earth to a chick who's a globie isn't the best way to, you know, start the date off, and I've learned that recently.
Really? Tell us more. What happened?
It's like something you have to bring up later, certainly.
Yeah.
I think it's better you got out of the way quick.
Yeah. I'd rather just get it out of the way.
Well, yeah,
I think I would have.
It's like
I would have had a better shot if I told her I had AIDS or something, you know.
Well,
I need details. Tell me what happened.
Well, so I started, you know, seeing different chicks after my girlfriend from like 7 years left, right? So this one chick, I was already laying down in bed with her, you know, just talking to her, and everything was going cool. And then I don't know why flat Earth was brought up, but 5 minutes later, she's like, "Just get your stuff and leave." I was like, "Damn, all right."
Oh, lol.
Wait,
why did she talk about it in the first place? Were you wearing a flat Earth shirt?
Probably, yeah. Well, I have it tattooed on my knuckles, so she said something about, I can't remember what it was, but it got brought up.
So in her mind, you were not only a flat earther, but somebody who's like so far gone that like you have it on your.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wait, you were on a date, or you were at her house?
I was at her house. We just skipped the whole date part. I mean, I just went straight to her house.
Oh, okay.
And I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling kids and that dog. You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah. So I pretty much lived my life like a flat earther my whole life, even though I didn't care one way or the other about what shape the Earth was or anything. Like if the first person who came to talk to me about that was my ex-girlfriend, and she's like, "I think the Earth is flat." I'm like, "Dude, get away from me! I don't have time for this shit." I mean, I don't even know what you're talking about. I didn't care.
That would be weird. Somebody else bringing it up first for me before I got to know it in real life. That would be strange.
That's what happened.
Ask him what was the thing that made them switch over and go, "Okay, I really think the Earth is flat now." What was the piece of evidence for them that made them decide that the Earth is flat? Or
what was it, you guys?
Oh, can they hear me?
No, they can hear you.
Oh,
you guys hear him?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Another person on the same mic. Okay.
Yeah. Me and him are sitting in the car right now because it's raining outside. But he wants to know what was the defining thing that you heard or saw that made you know that the Earth was flat.
We see too far.
Yeah, for me, it was like a gradual thing. I just kind of doubted it until it was nagging so much in my head. I just had to go and test it.
Oh, okay.
It was the seeing too far. It was just there's no going back once you figure out there's no curve because you can see too far. It's like that's everything, and then the rest of the other stuff that hooked me in was the cool stuff, like the moon landing was bullshit and all this sort of stuff. Like that's the fun stuff. But yeah, like you just seeing too far was it. It was enough.
Yeah, I already had the moon landing. I already had disbelief in the moon landing before I came to flat Earth.
Have you guys heard of a thing called the lunar wave by any chance?
Yeah.
I think I have.
What's your opinion?
It's like this really interesting thing where it almost looks like the moon is a hologram or something else.
Are we roboting?
A little bit, but you're understandable.
Okay. I'm understandable. The things I say, they're understandable.
So before the ADD kicked in, you were saying something.
Oh, the ADD. It's so funny. Don't forget the H.
Yeah, weren't you saying something? I think you were saying something.
Oh, go ahead.
About
yeah, this. I was talking about the lunar wave phenomenon. If anyone hasn't seen it, it's I think the guy is called Crow 777. He films the moon with his own high-powered telescope and capture this phenomenon where it looks like almost like like when you throw a pebble in water and it creates ripples out, but it's a single horizontal wave that like distorts the moon and it goes from the bottom to the top. I think just distorting like this weird single ripple across the entire moon and at a pretty steady pace. And it's not his it's not his camera glitching out or anything like that, and he's caught a things flying in front of it as the wave is happening, so the thing flying in front of it doesn't distort at the same time. If it was the machinery or the technology actually distorting it. So I mean, if there's something up with the moon that I'm not sure what it is, and I don't know, it just seems like if it is kind of something that more ethereal or technology or something, it'd be pretty hard to land on it.
So it disturbs the moon itself, like the picture of the moon?
You have to see it.
I think I may have seen it, because this sounds familiar. But yeah, I would like to watch it again.
Crow 777 is the channel who first found out about it, as far as I know.
Yeah, and the cool thing is he's gotten someone to do it with a different set of equipment from a different part of the
exactly
Earth at the same time and record it at the same time. So it's like, because that's the first thing I thought, like, we have to get this from two different pieces of equipment in a completely different country, and they did it.
Yeah, and I don't know why like these other space agencies aren't talking about it. Like, I mean, it's crazy. Like, I mean, amateurs are able to pick it up and corroborate that it's actually a real thing. Like,
bro, the space agencies don't talk about anything that's real.
They're so ridiculous.
True.
I asked the guys on the ISS, what part of a little boy do they like best? And they said they scrap the chrome. No, they tap the chrome and they scrap the rest. Fucking crickets.
I was looking I was looking for a video. That's why I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, it's all good. Have you guys seen? You guys know Flat Earth dude who comes on this channel? He posted a video on his channel of you can actually see a Satelloon crossing in front of the moon. It's pretty cool.
Oh man.
Huh?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, Humble H, you have a similar picture to the girl that was in the chat recently. Are you like
she doesn't. The Humble H doesn't have any roles, like even to voice chat, so I don't think they'll be able to unmute themselves.
Yeah. If you want to talk to us, actually, you could go to Get VC Verified. Just ping a mod in the voice verification section. Oh, they went to the voice check-in.
Yeah, they got to ping someone though. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anyone here to ping. Can Silvers do it? I can't remember.
Yeah, Humble Age, you have to ping someone for them to come. Like, there's a section called the voice text or whatever for pinging above the voice check-in. So this doesn't relate to Flat Earth, but I signed up for Quora with my Gmail account, and somehow, coincidentally, it gives me notifications about questions that people are posing, and they're kind of relating to my thoughts sometimes, which is strange. It's like overlapping with my thoughts. Almost makes me feel like, a higher power is speaking to me, like, oh, you want this answer, this question answered? Let's see what people say about it.
Read your mind.
Yeah. Well, of course, that's not really what's happening, but some cool coincidence like that always makes you like feel like you're living in I don't know what, even like a book or something. It's been pre-written already.
systems.
Hey, Frisco.
Okay, so did you become a flat earther from this Discord or before this?
Before.
Okay. Why? What made you?
We can see too far.
Is that why you became one?
That was the main reason why I would say I know it's flat, because we can see too far.
Like further than what we're supposed to, like what they tell us the distance is to the horizon.
So if we're living on a ball, that ball has a radius and it has a curve. And no matter how big the ball is, there's going to be a curve at some point. And we've been told by experts, scientists, so-called scientists, NASA, all, that we're on a globe and there's a radius to the ball. Essentially, the ball doesn't have to be perfect. They say it's an oblate spheroid. Either way, it has to have a curve. And I haven't witnessed it. I've never seen it. We can see too far. We can make long distance observations that see well beyond what the curve should be. And that's basically it. So,
but what about the refraction in the atmosphere?
So, what about it?
But that makes it possible to see, like, like with there's lots of things that can bend
light.
Yeah, and you can sometimes see slightly further than what the supposed distance is supposed to be.
Yeah, okay. So have you seen the Black Swan image? Has anyone been through that with you?
Yes.
Okay.
I know it. Yeah. Okay.
You've seen that. So when you talk about refraction, especially around here, people are going to ask you what type of refraction. Is there a formula for it? How can we prove that a particular object that we can see too far is being propped up by refraction? So, for example, like the Black Swan, which you've seen before, is that refraction that we can see the horizon further than we should be able to see it, including the two oil rigs? Is that your reasoning as to why we can see too far in that particular example?
I mean, there's lots of, I don't know the specific reason because I feel like that would be lots of different, like heat sometimes alters what we can see, and yeah, but refraction.
Yeah, so just saying that it's refraction that can cause it, I would need to see some sort of, I guess.
But I feel like there wouldn't be just one equation.
No, of course not. Over a long distance, it's going to change the different temperatures and that. But air as a medium, which is what we're going through when we're seeing what the light's going through when we're seeing too far. For it to be able to refract enough for us to see an extreme amount of distance, you do realize that that's going to have to keep changing in a gradient sort of fashion, all the way from that point where we can see too far. Say, for example, in the Black Swan example, I wish I could bring it up and show you, but like the one on the left-hand side, which is further, we can see that, and we can see the bottom of it past where the geometric horizon should be, and you're suggesting that refraction is allowed to do that.
Yeah, there's so many different things in the atmosphere. Like light doesn't travel straight in air.
Yeah. Do you have an example of how we can prove that that's why we can see too far? Is there some?
I don't have a specific one, but I'm sure I could Google one and find it.
One of the issues with claiming refraction for the Black Swan is that even the first platform should already be behind the curve. So claiming refraction doesn't really fix it, because there's not that much of a mirage. Even if we give you the allowance that there could be, and if there is, even though there's not, but even if there was, it's still not enough.
What do you mean not enough?
Because the distance that the first rig is away,
to be a refraction.
Yeah, because the distance that the first rig is away is already something that should be behind the curve at that elevation.
So you think there's a limit to how much refraction there can be?
I think it's very obvious that when you claim, people that do argue refraction claim it's very close to the second platform. They don't realize that actually it's way further than that, where really they already shouldn't be seeing it.
But you're never going to be able to tell how the air is going to
see the fallacy in that? Don't you see the infinite way to excuse away any sort of observation that is flat? You can always say at any distance it's refraction. Can't you see the fallacy there?
Well, you can't see, like, from Australia, you can't see the UK.
Of course we can't, because the moisture in the air, of course, compounds and creates a fog, an opacity that can't be pushed through.
Well, past your perspective as well, your angular resolution, you're able to see, and even the camera, it's well past the limitations of our eyes and our optics.
Yeah, but at a certain point, even the camera can't push through the fog.
And if you look at Black Swan as an example, it's the amount of refraction needed to see 9.41 miles. Like, I would love you to show me that. It's like you're claiming that's the reason. So I'd love you to show me, like, even just a formula as to how much refraction that you would need to be able to do that.
Also, refractive index is a varying thing. So on different days, it should be different kind of refraction. But somehow, in some way, there's not only a single instance of the Black Swan observation. There's multiple, and we have the same effect. We have the same outcome. So what gives? Are we coincidentally finding the day where it's the same kind of refraction every time?
Well, I don't know if it is how many times that it's been tested that you've seen the same.
Done multiple times, multiple videos.
So I guess the point is, you in this particular example, you've got the Black Swan. And you're saying that we can see too far because of refraction. We've got all the measurements. I posted it in the live stream voice text as well. We've got all the different measurements. We've got the observer's height and stuff like that. So surely there's a calculation or something that you could give us, seeing as though you're you're saying that it's refraction that could prove and tell us, hey, this is the amount of refraction that is happening to make us be able to see that far or take a picture that far. There's got to be some sort of formula or something like that, or another observation from a global perspective showing you that refraction can make you see past a curve.
You see how it says at the bottom the maximum distance allowance for the sphere is already 2 miles, 0.73. So the first platform already should be behind the curves. The flame refraction at that point is...
Yeah. But I'm not sure why you would. I mean, last time we talked, you accused us of hand waving off the fact that the moon doesn't change overnight and things like that. But this seems like a bit of a hand wave to say that we can see too far because of reaction. Do you understand what I mean? So we're going to bring this as an argument.
Any problem with just saying the word refraction? It doesn't really do it justice. It's just hand wave in that sort of way.
It's not really hand wave when it actually could be refraction. Well,
okay, you're assuming it though. Let's say it could be. Is there some way you can substantiate that? Is there a document or another observation from a global perspective with all the numbers and calculations and showing us how refraction works?
And showing us also this very observation without as of a drastic refractive index, just showing how the first one disappears on a different day.
So talk us through what you've linked us to.
It's all about refraction. It explains it.
I mean, just explaining a refraction, it doesn't explain how it happens here.
Huh?
Explaining refraction, defining it, does not explain how it correlates to reality in this particular instance.
Why not? It gives you an equation. That's what you wanted.
An equation is an equation simply without basis in reality until you insert variables that are relating to reality.
Well, there's so many variables though. That's obviously the basic equation, but like, how can you create an equation?
Variables should be relating to reality, not just saying so many variables. So your logic is so many variables, therefore we're living on a globe.
I mean, this is only one way to show we're living on a globe, but yeah.
What part of this document that you sent me should I be focusing on?
Huh?
That proves why we can see too far, in particular with the black swan.
Yeah, can I make a comment? This document is about Snell's law. Snell's law is not applicable to this situation. But Snell's law, well, I'll tell you why. Snell's law models a well-defined boundary between two mediums, right? Such as the interface between air and water. It's a well-defined boundary. You got air on one side, water on the other. This is all air. No well-defined boundary. And it mathematically does not work. Not equivalent, mathematically equivalent to, say, the way they actually do it, to actually, quote-unquote, model a curving ray path in what they call a gradient index medium. They use something called Fresnel's principle of least time. And if you try to just insert Snell's law into it, they don't give equivalent results. So what you posted has actually nothing to do with what they call terrestrial refraction.
Have you read the article, Fresco?
So there's refraction as a general phenomenon, but then there's terrestrial refraction as a specific phenomenon while observing the Earth, right?
Okay. No, I didn't read it.
I generally...
Of course you didn't read it. Of course.
Yeah, I know, because you just asked me for an equation. I don't have an equation off the top of my head, so I just sent you that.
Like, you're just believing things, and you're just, like, whimsically just showing us what you believe, and you haven't even...
You asked for a refraction equation.
No, I did. I asked you for it, but just to appease my point, you found an article on Google and sent it to me. Do you understand how that's kind of disingenuous?
But, like, it's an equation.
You could just say, no, I don't know. Let's move on to a different topic. Maybe both of us don't understand refraction. But instead of doing that, you sent me an article about something and you haven't even read it.
Well, I mean, what we really want, right, is this black swan observation. Commonly here, refraction causes it. We want the evidence that refraction can possibly cause an observation like this. Because this isn't like off by a little bit, this is off by a lot. The horizon is 10 times too far, and it's supposed to be blocking the bottom to these oil rigs that are a mile away, but it's more than 10 miles away. Now, you can say that the reason is refraction, but we need the actual evidence for that. Not just refraction exists generally as a phenomenon. Yeah, we know that. Eyeglasses exist, lenses exist. They're based upon refraction. We know refraction exists. In this case, in this particular case, what's the evidence that refraction can cause this observation? And this isn't the only one. There's like 13 I know of, and there's a whole channel that goes to this location and films oil rigs. They've been doing it like 3 times a week, going on like 4 months now.
Okay, but if you search refraction, like atmospheric refraction, and the horizon, there's a lot of articles that talk about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of articles claiming the same claim you're making, but if you read the article, there's no evidence in the article.
Well, what evidence would you want?
Okay, so what you would do is you would make a physics model, and then you would test it, right? You'd go out into the world and you'd do measurements and test, see if your model actually predicts reality. And then if it doesn't, you know your model's wrong, and then you go back and you try to make another one, right? Maybe include different variables, exclude other variables, do better measurements, right? And then you keep testing the model, see if you can make predictions, which, you know, because when you say refraction can cause this, you might not realize that you're making a prediction.
Okay, but you make other predictions too, saying the Earth is flat with your claims.
That's an observation. Well, that's what we observe. I mean, it's not really a prediction. It's just like an observation of reality.
Yeah, but you've never been to the ends of the Earth. You predict
Who said there was an end? Is like if I say the Earth is flat, I'm saying there's an end. How does that make sense?
Okay, so what is at that? Okay, but if it's a flat surface, there has to be edges.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
If you have
do you think that the Earth goes on forever?
Shoreline to the lake, is that an edge? What is that? It's just higher elevation that contains the lake.
A lake, yeah, it's contained, so it has edges to a lake. There's edges of a lake.
Okay, edges is a weird word. Just like say higher elevation. It's more honest.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that we think the Earth is like a disk floating in space?
I don't know what you think.
Okay, we don't think that. If I asked you,
we don't believe in space, so.
Well, yeah, that's. Is it a belief?
What do you mean you don't believe?
Is space a belief?
Well, it's real, so I don't think it's a belief. Yeah.
How do you know it's real?
Because people have traveled into space.
Anyone you know?
There's lots of things that you believe that nobody you know discovered it.
Yeah, and there's people that think they saw Bigfoot. In fact, more people say they saw Bigfoot than claim that they've been to space. Okay. A lot more people. It's not even actually close. So over a period of 70 years, 600 people claim they've been to space. Thousands of people have claimed they've seen Bigfoot. Tens of thousands of people have claimed they've seen UFOs.
It's a lot easier to accidentally think you see something out in the forest than to go to space.
What does that even mean?
So many people think they've seen Bigfoot. There's so many...
Well, is the default position when someone makes a fantastic claim that you automatically believe it? Is that like, or are they
what?
To provide evidence for their claim?
If somebody makes an extraordinary claim, does not that require extraordinary evidence? Or you're going to just take people's word for it?
Space is definitely an extraordinary claim.
I can't think of a more extraordinary one.
Okay.
Other than like swimming at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean or something. Well, I mean, it's an extraordinary claim. So, and I'll tell you why it's an extraordinary claim. In all human experience, when someone drops something that falls, they're claiming they go to a place where that does not happen. When they let go of something, it doesn't fall, it just sits there. So, de facto, it's an extraordinary claim. Because it's contrary to all human experience of reality.
I don't think it's a claim when you got proof that it happened.
What's the proof?
What is the proof? See some, please.
What do you mean? They've documented it. They've videoed it.
Give us some.
Have they?
Give us some. You've given us, we got voice text. Give us some proof.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, you can, like, you say documented. What does that mean? People have documented Bigfoot. People have documented UFOs. People have documented. In fact, there's a live stream right now of the Loch Ness Monster.
I've seen like 50 episodes of Tom and Jerry that's documented too.
There's a GoPro video of someone flying like Superman, saving people's lives and, burning babies out of fires.
Forget that, Indio. She has proof of an ever-expanding sky vacuum. I want to hear this.
Well, I mean, don't pick on her. I mean...
Yeah, that's the first thing you said.
Sorry, dude.
Well, I mean...
I'm really enjoying it.
That's almost like going back to the edge. She, asked me where the edge is, right? So, conversely, where's the edge of space?
There is no edge of space. It's infinite.
That's convenient.
What if I tell you the flat Earth is infinite? You didn't tell me what you think of the Earth.
Nothing is infinite. Infinity is a concept of the human mind. And in mainstream cosmology, but listen to me. Yeah, because infinite versus finite, contrary to popular belief, is not actually a dichotomy. Those are not opposite things. Infinite is an operation, like a verb, right? Infinite means whatever number I count to, I can count a number afterwards.
I know.
Right? So if I say the edge of space is 100 miles away, but it's infinite, I can always count a number afterwards. So no matter what I measure, in mainstream cosmology there is. They say that the universe is 90 billion light years across. And it has an edge. Because space is expanding into it. It's expanding into, I don't know what.
And according to the model, it's extremely flat as well.
Yeah, it's also flat. Did you know that the universe is flat in mainstream cosmology? So where's the edge of your flat universe? Can I fall off?
Hey, I'm not talking about you. I was asking you about the edge of the Earth, and you completely avoided that one.
About what you think, like that flat Earth that you believe in. I don't believe in that one either.
Okay, so what do you believe in?
The one that you don't believe in. You're like, I don't believe in a flat Earth with an edge. Neither do I.
So what So,
well, if I could just like maybe if I could just maybe point out like a common problem that happens, right? Because what the globe is claiming is that the Earth exists as a ball, right? And then it's in a solar system, and then that solar system is within the Milky Way, and like they have all these structures within structures of systems that the Earth exists in, right? So when we say that, well, the Earth is actually not what they're claiming, people still tend to think of it within that series of systems, right? Nobody here thinks that the Earth is some flat object in outer space with an edge that water falls off or anything. Like the media is creating these images.
Okay, so I'm asking you what you do think, though. What do you think?
We appear to be on a flat, motionless surface. That's about like the most you can really say.
And everything in the sky is the
you really do. Like if you're talking about an edge, right? The only way to find that out would be to go everywhere, which is not legal.
Yeah, but nobody that believes the Earth is flat has been to the ends of the Earth. So
what ends?
I don't know.
And nobody does.
That's the point, right? Like, why would you? Like, hold on, because it's not logical to assume that something must exist because nobody's seen it, right? So nobody has seen the edge of the Earth. Therefore, where is it? Like, that's not logical at all. Why would it exist?
No flat earther has tried to go to the edge because we don't believe we're not going to try to go someplace we don't think exists.
So, what do you think?
Fresco, if you go south in a boat, you will be stopped. There is a point everywhere on this Earth. If you sail far enough south, you will not be allowed to pass the 60th latitude because of a treaty. So legally, nobody is allowed to go find out.
Yeah, there's actually a couple treaties at this point.
Well, I mean, like you kind of know this instinctively, right? I mean, to get from any point A to point B on the Earth, well, depending on the situation and the locations, you need all kinds of official documents, and you need a passport and this, and you might need authorization, and then you're in some country that you're not a citizen of, you have limited access, you're not allowed there, whatever. You know,
a lot of
all of this exists, right?
Antarctica, though.
Yeah, sure. They go to Antarctica, they go to like on these tourist things where they we see some ice. Oh, we're gonna step on the ice here over here. They're not exploring anything, right?
They don't even go technically in the Antarctic Circle. Yeah. They don't even enter that. They go to McMurdo Station, which is outside the Antarctic Circle.
Yep.
So it's like taking, maybe this like area exists somewhere, and you take people to like one tiny bit of it, and that's it. Like, okay, so people have been to Antarctica and paid a lot of money for it. Then what? Right? It's not legal for them to just like abandon the tour, like, oh, we'll go off on our own to explore. It's actually funny if you look at some of the rules that they have for actually being there. It's hilarious, right? It would be completely impractical to actually travel anywhere.
Yeah, you got to carry your
book around. You have to carry bags of your own shit around with you, basically.
Hey, it'll be frozen, so I mean, it ain't that bad, I guess.
Yeah, and then like in certain areas, like they say the average temperature is something like minus 50, 60. That's a real problem because, well, humans can't really sustain those temperatures for long periods of time. Diesel fuel will freeze at those temperatures. Like, well, there's big problems with like just going to try and explore this very inhospitable area that you're not even allowed to go near, really.
Yeah, the average this is the average temperature. It's negative 50 degrees. That's the average yearly temperature. Now, so obviously sometimes it'll be a balmy negative 30, but then other times it's going to be negative 70. At negative 50, you get frostbite on exposed skin within 5 minutes.
Okay, so basically your point is you have no idea if there's an edge or not. You don't know any.
Yes, that's exactly it. It's like we don't know, and that's why we don't really make any claims about it, because it would be baseless.
But surely you should try and figure out what it is if you believe that it's flat on the globe.
Why?
Huh?
Well, why do I care?
Because then you will know if you're correct.
No, because like I don't
go. How?
So if edge Earth flat, is that your logic there? If edge Earth flat.
Huh?
Is that your logic? You said then we can know for sure the Earth is flat if we find an edge. So that logic would be if edge exists,
I'm not,
Earth
okay,
is flat.
not no for sure, but it's just going to back up your claims.
We don't want to know what backs up our claim. The surface of the Earth is flat, and it's measurably flat. That's all we need. That the surface of the Earth is majority water, and that water is flat. So
have you done a measurement, or are you just?
I have, yes. I have, yeah.
Over
personally.
what distance, though?
30
it
miles.
Needs to be over a big distance.
30 miles.
Okay.
So the drop at 30 miles. No, there was no curve.
How did you do that?
So I watched a ship leave Boston Harbor. It was 6 miles away.
You can't do it by watching something. You need to actually measure.
Yeah, let me tell you how the distance was measured. It was measured by radar. So this boat is trapped with radar on a Gloucester, which is also 30 miles away. I watched the boat for 6.5 hours sail away from me, never disappear over the horizon. I just got bored watching it after 3.5 hours.
So you just watched it travel further away from you?
Yes, 30 miles.
That's
how far is it supposed to be under the horizon? Why not? What's wrong with it?
That's a terrible experiment.
She thinks that the Earth is much bigger than what they're actually claiming.
So, listen, at 30 miles away, how far is the ocean surface under my line of sight?
What?
From 30 miles, how much curvature is there? What's the drop from curvature? Like if a boat sails away, it's 420 feet. Now tell me, how many ships exist on Earth that are 420 feet tall above the waterline? None. That's a 42-story building, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we know the ship wasn't 420 feet tall. I could see the ship, so the Earth is not curving.
Well,
pretty simple,
like I said before, that's refraction. But
well, there was no evidence for refraction. How did I see it the entire time from 6 miles out to 30?
What do you mean there's no evidence for refraction? You haven't measured any refraction.
There's none to measure. You can't measure things that don't exist.
Okay.
How would you measure refraction? I'm very curious about that. Could you elucidate?
Huh?
Okay.
How would you measure for refraction? That's what you said, right? You said you didn't measure refraction. Well, how would you do that? Can you explain?
It's very difficult because there's so many things that can affect the refraction.
Can you explain Can you explain how you would do it, or is it so difficult that you don't know and can't really?
I don't know exactly how because I've never done it before. I've never measured refraction.
So remember, it's easy then. How do you know it's difficult? If you don't know.
Because I know that there's lots.
How do you know it exists if you can't quantify it?
Well, I mean, let's dig into this.
You can quantify it, but you can't measure it. Let me get that right.
I'm sure. No,
how do you
I'm
quantify
sure you can measure it.
Yeah, and Markov asked.
I've never.
So then, okay. Do you know what the method is by somebody else?
No.
Do you know if it's ever been done?
I'm not. Well, I'm sure people have measured refraction. Yeah.
You're sure? Why are you so sure?
Because there's articles on it.
Yeah, remember you brought that up a minute ago. I said there's no evidence in those articles. Those articles make the same claim you're making.
Every article.
Dude, you'd be surprised.
What articles are you saying that you have?
Yeah, I read the peer-reviewed literature. I don't read random articles on the internet. I read the peer-reviewed literature on terrestrial refraction related to surveying, yada yada yada. Right, astronomical observations, all that. And in the 150 years since they've been trying to quantify this, and 24 models, none match reality. That's right, none. 0. Zilch. Nada. So to say refraction exists, you don't have a model that predicts it. You don't have any observations that can quantify it or measure it or say what it is. It's just in what they call an ad hoc hypothesis. We see too far. We need an excuse why we can see too far. Because we all know the Earth's a globe. Look at the moon. Or some stupid shit like that.
Well, if I could just add how bad this actually is. Because what they're doing is making the globe unfalsifiable. right? Because now it doesn't matter what observation anyone makes, how far away you're looking, how much should be hidden that isn't, etc. Now you can always just say, well, refraction, right? So at that point, it's not falsifiable, which means it's not even scientific anymore. Not that it was to begin with, because shapes aren't really a scientific issue, but, you know.
Well, then the oddity of, how did you figure out the Earth was a ball in the first place? Oh, we're making visual observations. Well, what about refraction? It doesn't apply to that.
And there's never any refraction when ships disappear, right?
So at this time, Fresco, can you be intellectually honest with yourself that you admitted that you don't know, but you still believe, but you don't know? So
I do
can
know.
you say with confidence that you actually know these things?
Well, like the problem is if you say that you know, then you should be able to give details, right, and explain. And if you're just saying, well, it's difficult, if you're saying, well, it's difficult, there are too many variables, but then you can't name what variables. That's an issue, right? Because it would be more honest to say you just believe this and that you don't actually know it, which is fine, right? But
you don't believe that people have gone into space.
Why should we?
We're not talking about belief right now. We're talking about
why should give us a good reason why we should believe it. How about that? Why should we believe it?
Because it happened.
How do you know?
That is the worst circular logic I've ever heard.
Well, basically, it was on TV, therefore it happened. Is that it?
All things on TV are real.
You didn't see this anywhere other than on some kind of screen. So does that mean that things that you see on a screen are real, or could they not be real?
Obviously,
like for example, any movie that they make about
CGI and stuff.
Come on,
I get it.
Any movie that
How do you differentiate? How do you differentiate the things on TV that are real and the things that aren't real?
But there's literally people that work in these.
That's what you think.
What do you mean? I know somebody that works in
space. Do they work in space?
Did they go to space?
No.
Then they did some menial thing unrelated to your belief.
Sweep spores at NASA, therefore there's space.
But they literally study space.
Okay, she studied or he studied, but they did not do anything in space as it is reality.
Do you guys have any flat earthers that study space?
What does space have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Space doesn't exist. How do you study something that doesn't exist?
But it does. What do you think?
The sky exists. The sky and the soup in the sky exists. People do study that, but that's not. Those are luminaries, lights in the sky that you do not know the properties of at all. And to claim that you do, the properties in the sky of the luminaries that you see, you do not know. And to claim that you do is a matter of belief.
Okay, but what do you think they are?
Doesn't matter what we think they are. Whatever anyone says, it's speculate. Why does it matter?
It does matter.
Why does it matter?
I want to know. I want to know what you think.
You might want to know, but people have been speculating about what the stars are for as long as human beings have been around.
So you have no idea what those things are.
Nobody has any idea. They're inaccessible to us.
Just because somebody has an explanation,
the sun is a star.
Just because somebody has an explanation,
hot.
Just because they categorize the sun as a star doesn't make it a star. It doesn't look like a star. Doesn't have any of the properties of a star. So, like, you can categorize things and use the English language to, I guess, prove something. It's just semantics. Is the sun accessible?
No.
Can we go to the sun?
It's too hot.
Oh, okay. So are stars accessible?
They're too hot.
They're also too far away, right? The sun's too far away. Right? They're all too far away. They're not accessible. So does anybody know anything? No, we can infer things from observations, and we can make up stories and lies we tell ourselves. But it's not knowledge, it's just belief. And this is the problem you're having. You're having a problem differentiating knowledge from belief. You're having a problem separating the two. So, like, I know what I ate yesterday. You know what you ate yesterday. But what I'm going to eat tomorrow is a belief. I don't know for a fact I'm going to eat that. I just believe it. And this is the predicament you're in. Oh, sun is made of hydrogen gas. Just believe that. You don't know that. Never sampled the sun.
And how does nuclear fusion plasma cause plants to grow? Can you replicate that?
What?
That's actually a really good one. I'm going to steal that. Thanks.
The sun is supposedly nuclear plasma fusion reaction. So can you demonstrate that plants grow as a result of such a reaction? Because what they do say is that the sun makes plants grow.
Need the sun to grow. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, the sun makes plants grow and nourishes the plants. That's what we do know.
You mean demonstrate? Well, what do you mean? The flowers follow the sun.
Yeah, well, that's the issue, right?
Exactly.
Because like we know that the sunlight affects plant life, right? So when they're claiming that the sun is, when they're claiming that the sun is something or some mechanism, then we now need evidence that this mechanism is actually capable of sustaining plant life, right? Because you can't just go. Well, like the plants, right? Plants need sunlight to survive usually.
Yeah.
So when they say the sun is a nuclear fusion reaction, then that means that they're claiming that a nuclear fusion reaction is somehow providing the conditions necessary for plants to grow. So now we need evidence of this, right? And then you can't really go around and say, well, look, the sun, the plants are growing, because then you're just using circular logic. Right? Well, the sun is a nuclear fusion because plants are growing, because the sun is a nuclear fusion because plant. That doesn't work. So this is the point, right? Like there's no evidence that the sun is actually the thing that they're claiming using the mechanisms that they claim it's using. Because it's inaccessible. Yeah.
Okay, so what else would it be?
Why do you need to replace a fantasy with another fantasy?
I'm just wondering,
why is that
if
necessary?
you don't think it's the sun, then what else?
Because it's really hard to admit that you don't know something or don't have an answer.
No,
especially now in the age where you're supposed to just like get an answer from everywhere, right?
I'm just wondering, what else would it be?
It could be. My guess is just as good as yours, really. So, like that doesn't prove anything.
No other options to what it could be.
Well, this is the
speculations we could make, but it doesn't matter.
Exactly. You can imagine it's anything.
Just give me even one other possibility of what it could be.
Why do you need it so bad? You need a replacement of the information that you have right now. You need a new story.
Then what is it?
Why do you need a new story? You need a new Santa Claus. Last Santa Claus is not there.
Entire reality is based on stories.
Okay.
To light in the sky. That's what it could be.
Well, I mean, that is just objectively a description of what you see, right? It appears to be a circle of light that's in the sky. Okay. So what do we know beyond that? It appears to emit like the whole electromagnetic spectrum of wavelengths. Okay. We don't really have anything that could replicate that. So where does it leave us? With a bunch of stories and speculations about what it could be. Okay, cool, but why do you need us to do your imagination for you? You can do that on your own. Yeah.
You're telling me it's not that, so you should have.
Yeah, because there's no evidence. No. I shouldn't have. No, I don't need evidence.
Why not?
Well, I'll tell you why. Okay? I'll use an analogy for it. So, if I'm claiming that there's a unicorn in my backyard,
I get it.
So now I tell you that you need to disprove the unicorn in my backyard. That's nonsense, right? Because I would be the one that has to provide evidence for the unicorn existing. Because this is a, fantastical claim that can't really be demonstrated. So that would be a burden of proof reversal, right? Because if you're the one making the claim, you need to provide the evidence.
They don't grow.
Well, I'll give you another
example. It does do that. You know that it
what else are you taking away when you take away the sunlight?
What do you mean take away?
We're not taking away the sun. We do admit that when you look up in the sky, the sun is there and it's doing what it does. Gives you a tan, whatever else, like it's there.
I know, but when they don't get sun, they can't live. So what would it be? You're saying I'm guessing that it's the sun.
Well,
so
no,
what else could it
we're
be?
saying we don't know.
I'm not saying it's not
there's no mechanism you can demonstrate that would do what the sun appears to be doing. So
we're not saying it's not the sun giving plants the nourishment. We're saying that you don't know what the properties are of the sun that they're claiming. They're claiming the properties of the sun, but it's just guesswork. You understand?
Yeah. Which properties do you thinking is guesswork?
The nuclear fusion part is entirely guesswork, as it does not correlate to nourishment to plants. It is not only guesswork, it's actually nonsense, because it has not been demonstrated. It does not work that way.
Plus, you have the issue when you have gas or plasma, you're usually working with like a volume or container. They're claiming doesn't exist. So.
Okay. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, that's a general thing. If you have any question about like the things you see in the sky, well, what about the moon? Why is it doing that? How is the sun working? Why do the stars appear like that? The answer is we don't know, because there's no way to actually empirically test anything.
I mean, I haven't really researched it. I feel like you guys have read stuff about this. I haven't read
about that. That's like most of us used to believe in the globe as well, right? Or we're like fans of outer space. So I know the stories. But the problem is when I actually went to look for the evidence, like the actual evidence, something that everyone could like test or replicate. It's like, yeah, this is it. Like I can take a cup of water, boil it at sea level, turn it to 100 degrees, and it'll turn to steam. That always happens. So we need something like this for the globe.
And you don't need to read anything to realize that if they're telling you that the stars are in the past, there's an object that's actually from the past. You're seeing it appear, but it's actually in the past. That just means that's a story, because you don't know if that's the case. You don't need to read anything about it to know that. You don't need to read an explanation, because no explanation will be sufficient, because it's not tangible.
Okay. I'm going to sleep.
Okay, don't dream of globes, please. Don't want to wake up dizzy.
Okay. All right. Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, see you.
Okay, so she said she was 100% confident in the globe when she came here. I think probably it's not 100% anymore. I would wager.
This conversation went basically the same way it went maybe about 2 weeks ago with Fresco. She's very stubborn. Won't concede a point. Doesn't see.
I think the issue is like the logical thinking or critical thinking or whatever you want to call it has not really been developed yet. So it's hard to differentiate between what is logical and isn't if you don't know when something isn't logical.
It's like a bit like talking to a 5-year-old in a sense.
I was trying to be a bit nicer about it, but yeah.
No, we only got flat earthers left. What's this? Yolk Smasher, that's a funny profile picture. Because that's the hole from whatever spacecraft.
But I think Martoth is very correct.
You need to value certain things in order to get any facts in hand in the first place. I mean, any statement about facts relies on having first valued things like evidence and logical coherence, right? If you don't value logic, there's no logical argument you can give someone to say that they should value it. If someone doesn't value evidence, there's no evidence you could give them to say that they should value it. So epistemology sort of bites its own tail.
Well, I mean, in her head, it seems like she's trying to rationalize it. She's giving excuses like, "Oh, it's refraction." Like in her head, it's kind of like 1 + 2 = 2, but she doesn't understand how it's not really the case.
Well, it's because still kind of in the mode of, oh, I don't know about this thing. Then I will turn on Google and put this thing in there, and then I will read like the first thing it shows me, and then now I know about it. That seems to be a common process.
Yeah, because literally, like her explanation for refraction in the exact case is just like the definition of it. Like there you go, definition.
Yeah. But yeah, exactly. But notice when like I tried to ask her about it, she couldn't really name anything about it. Like, how would you try to account for it? What would the variables be? It was just like no knowledge. So, well, how can you say you know this and you know that this is causing something if you don't know anything about it? That's just silly.
You know what it reminds me of? Reminds you of like someone that you invite to play poker. They don't know how to play poker, and they read the rules, but they only read the first sentence. Yeah, 2 is the lowest card, ace is the highest card, and they don't read the rest. And they go all in, and they're like, "Here's my cards, ace high."